Hogwarts, both scientific and magical. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101. What if Harry encountered school bullying? Malfoy's look made Kyle shake his head. He was too blatantly evil. He looked at Harry and continued, what if Mr. Malfoy, an heir to a noble family with a distinguished background in the magic world, brought Mr. Zabini, the heir to another great noble family, and their friends Goyle and Crabbe? Listening to the four people Kyle found, Lupin had realized something, but unfortunately he was powerless to stop them. Harry, if the four people I just mentioned kept making trouble for you as soon as you entered school, constantly attacking you, laughing at you, bullying you, and humiliating you, and you had no friends around you, no Hermione, and no little red hair, what would you do? Malfoy, the little bad guy, had a quick mind. Looking at Lupin's face and the example Kyle gave, although he still didn't understand what happened, he still laughed and shouted loudly, Senior Kyle, this example is really bad. I won't bully the minority with the majority, or a freshman who has just arrived in the magic world and has no foundation. Kyle didn't know whether Malfoy would do this, but his kicking when he was down made Lupin's face even uglier. Harry looked at Kyle somewhat helplessly. He also noticed Lupin's expression and had a guess in his heart. He obviously understood that Lupin might be someone in Kyle's example, and he was on the side of the abuser. This made him not know how to answer. The development of the matter was completely beyond Lupin's imagination. He didn't understand why he was burned by the fire when he was clearly trying to stop the Slytherin's violence. Harry hesitated for a long time and reluctantly gave his answer. Senior Kyle, I will go to Professor McGonagall or Headmaster Dumbledore, and they will definitely deal with it impartially. Harry became more and more confident as he spoke. He believed that, as long as Professor McGonagall and Headmaster Dumbledore were still in school, such a thing would not happen. Unfortunately, the facts were much more cruel than he imagined. Perfect answer, Harry, but what if the headmaster doesn't care? Just verbal criticism and education, and then a few points are deducted without any pain? Even because both parties used magic in the corridor, both parties were deducted points. Harry's face turned pale with shock at Kyle's words, and the other small animals were also a little chilled. This is impossible. Evil Slytherin, you are slandering me. Headmaster Dumbledore would never do that. It was not Harry who spoke, but Little Redhead, who jumped out with an angry face. Fainted. The answer to him was not Kyle's explanation, but a spell. Little Redhead, I have tolerated you for a long time. You are not allowed to attack lower grades in school. Unfortunately, this is not a school. Kyle's spell was so abrupt that neither Lupin nor other Gryffindors reacted. They could only watch Little Redhead being hit by the spell and flying away. He hit the carriage behind him with a clang, and then his head tilted, and he lost consciousness. Enough, Shafiq. Now we are talking about your atrocities. Please stop talking about these things that don't exist. Lupin's face became even paler, but his words were still full of justice. Unfortunately, the small animals around him had guessed something, and no longer echoed his words, which made him even more powerless. Kyle noticed that Dumbledore had already apparated to the scene. Kyle was ready to attack Ron when he cursed him, but he chose to watch quietly after Lupin spoke. What was he waiting for? But since Dumbledore didn't stop him, Kyle certainly wouldn't stop. With a contemptuous look at Lupin, Kyle continued to question Harry, and then, Harry, what will you do next? This is impossible. Headmaster Dumbledore won't ignore it. Harry's expression was a little painful, and he struggled to refute Kyle. Looking at the pain on Harry's face, Kyle suddenly found that he underestimated Harry. This little guy didn't seem to be so brainless, and didn't know anything. It's a pity, Harry. It turns out that Headmaster Dumbledore chose to let it go and stand by and watch. Kyle's answer made Harry even more painful. Unfortunately, Kyle didn't intend to let him go. Be strong, Harry. Keep thinking about it. If it were you, what would you do? Kyle's voice, like the whisper of the devil, kept hitting Harry's heart. I don't know, senior. I really don't know. I have no way. I don't know what to do. Harry's voice was already crying. The small animals around were all confused. It was just a hypothesis. Why was Harry so into the play? Only Hermione seemed to understand something. Her eyes also turned red. She hugged him comfortingly. Kyle suddenly understood why Dumbledore chose to watch. Perhaps he also wanted to take the opportunity to see Harry's real reaction. Kyle ignored Harry's sadness, winked happily at Dumbledore, and looked at Harry with a sunny face. Don't be so sad, Harry. As the saying goes, there is always a way out. If at this time, an organization extends an olive branch to you, they can help you fight against bullying and help you become stronger. What will you do? Will you join them? At the end, Kyle's voice has become particularly enthusiastic, as if to say that the Red Cross knows that you have no money and wants to donate money to you. But Harry and Hermione vaguely felt that things did not seem so sunny. Maybe, senior, it's always a good thing to have someone help me, Harry answered hesitantly. This answer made Kyle's smile even brighter. Mr. Lupin, what about you? If it were you, what would you choose? When asked, Lupin's face was as hen. He struggled to open his mouth, but finally closed his eyes and chose to escape. Unfortunately, how could Kyle let him go like this? Mr. Lupin, who is sunny, just, brave, and fearless of power, you don't seem to know how to choose. Then let's change the question. Do you feel sorry for what you did in the past? Have you ever confessed? Kyle's answer was still silence. It seems that the righteous Gryffindor has not even said sorry to the bullied. A sneer ended the questioning of Lupin. Chapter 102. I'm sorry, Kyle. Let's stop here. Dumbledore regretted it now. Although he had found out Harry's true thoughts, the matter had already ended badly. After this incident, Gryffindor would find it difficult to raise his head for a long time. Hearing Dumbledore's voice, the little animals realized that the headmaster had actually arrived at the scene. But now, there was a hint of other emotions in the eyes when they looked at Dumbledore, and they no longer had the respect they once had. This made Dumbledore regret even more that he had not come out to stop Kyle earlier. This little guy was bolder and knew more than he had imagined. Although Dumbledore had already stood up, Kyle did not want to end it there. Principal Dumbledore, it just so happens that I also have a few questions to ask you. I wonder if I can get an answer? Dumbledore's face could no longer maintain the kindness of the past. I said, Kyle, today, if it were you, what would you choose? Kyle interrupted him directly without paying any attention to Dumbledore. Today I don't. Principal Dumbledore, this question is not difficult to answer. If it were you, what would you choose? Dumbledore, who was interrupted again, looked helpless. This matter has completely lost control. If it were Voldemort, the answer to Kyle would be a killing curse, and the farce would certainly end there. But Dumbledore is different. When his majesty is no longer enough for him to suppress Kyle, it is destined that this farce will not end easily. At this time, the deans of various colleges have also apparated over, and the discussions of the little wizards around them made them understand what happened. Professor Snape also heard what happened. He stood there with a cold face, motionless, and turned a blind eye to Dumbledore's request for help. The air pressure on his body was frighteningly low. Other places were crowded, but the professor was empty around him. No little wizard dared to approach. Kyle's behavior today can be called reckless. The original plan was not like this. But when Lupin jumped out, Kyle found it difficult to control himself. Snape's kindness to Kyle is as great as a mountain. If he hadn't taken on so much pressure for Kyle, Kyle wouldn't have come this far. Either he would have chosen to become a follower of a noble and accepted the protection of the noble family, or he might have died on the street. Kyle was too strong at the time and offended a large number of nobles. Curses, magic rituals, potions. The magic world has too many ways to destroy a person. Lupin was one of the people the professor hated the most. When he said his name, Kyle chose this road with almost zero benefits. Even if he gave up the original plan for this. When the professor apparated just now, Kyle was a little nervous, fearing that he would be stopped by the professor. But now seeing the professor's look of keeping strangers away, he felt more at ease. Dumbledore was originally waiting for Snape to come and help him stop the nonsense Kyle. But after seeing Snape clearly put on a cold face and rejected his request for help, he could only look at Kyle helplessly. Mr. Shafiq, I think we can. Principal Dumbledore, if it were you, what would you choose? Without paying any attention to Dumbledore's attitude, Kyle interrupted Dumbledore for the third time. Snape had expressed his support with a cold face. How could Kyle back down? Kyle's determination made Dumbledore close his eyes helplessly. He knew that, if he didn't give an answer today, Kyle would never give up. In fact, this problem is not only aimed at Dumbledore, but also Professor McGonagall. To be honest, Kyle has never figured out why Professor McGonagall, who has always been upright and old-fashioned, turned a blind eye to the evil deeds of the former orders back then. Although Kyle did not point the finger at McGonagall, the professor's face was also ugly at this time, full of self-blame, and looked at Professor Snape with guilt from time to time. However, Kyle clearly felt that every time Professor McGonagall looked at him, the pressure on Professor Snape dropped. Unwilling to delay any further, Kyle asked the same question for the fourth time. Professor Dumbledore, please answer me. If it were you, what would you choose? Kyle's questioning had already left Dumbledore with no way out. Unlike the accident at the end of the semester last school year, Dumbledore at that time at least had an excuse to protect the Philosopher's Stone and prevent it from falling into the hands of dark wizards. Even if the result was bad, at least Dumbledore's purpose was just. But now, Kyle was cruelly stripping off the skin of him that was always bright and always just. After a long silence, Dumbledore finally gave a painful answer. That was not an answer. I'm sorry. The expression on the old man's face was full of pain. But Kyle couldn't see how much of this pain was because of Professor Snape. The little wizards around him all shut their mouths tightly and dared not speak. Even the most noisy Gryffindor little lion couldn't say anything at this time. Kyle, step back. Professor McGonagall said this almost with a sigh. After all, she couldn't bear to see her old friend and her faith being questioned by Kyle, so she walked to Dumbledore. Even if she couldn't stop Kyle, she could at least share some of the pressure for Dumbledore. Unfortunately, Kyle's goal had not changed. Okay, Professor Dumbledore, then I'll ask you one last question. Do you feel sorry for everything that happened before? Have you ever confessed? Kyle's question was exactly the same as the one he asked Lupin, and the answer he got was the same. He remained silent as well. Kyle looked at Dumbledore with a sneer. Is this the Gryffindor who advocates justice? Is this the Dumbledore who believes in love and advocates light? After a long time, Dumbledore looked at Snape, his face full of fatigue and pain, and tremblingly said the same answer as the previous question. I'm sorry. After that, he stood there with a gloomy look and didn't know what he was thinking. Professor Snape's expression finally changed, and a sneer of disdain appeared on his face. His eyes were terribly empty. After a long while, he sneered and said in a cold and sarcastic tone, "Really, a great Gryffindor." Then, he turned his eyes to Kyle. For talking back to the professor, Slytherin will be deducted 10 points. In addition, for the outstanding performance in the next potions class, Slytherin will be awarded 20 points. Chapter 103 Magic Ritual. Kyle almost doubted his ears. What's the reason for the extra points? Excellent performance in the next class? Well, I didn't expect Professor Snape to be so arrogant. Kyle, who was firing at Lupin and Dumbledore, suddenly remembered Harry, the toolman who was ignored by him because he was too excited. Harry's expression was a little gloomy at this time. When he saw Kyle looking at him, he stared at Kyle with resentment and said nothing. Kyle wanted to laugh at his little expression. This little guy was smarter than he thought. Kyle was very satisfied when he glanced at the small animals around him, especially the Slytherins. Each of them had a very complicated expression: admiration, jealousy, worry, excitement, but no dissatisfaction. Kyle's performance this time, full marks. After getting in a good mood, Kyle decided to continue his plan. The two auras had been tortured for long enough, and they could get rid of the clutches of the Dementors. Walking to the frontier base, Kyle took out his wand and pointed it at the tall Dementor leader. Mr. Dementor, it looks like we can continue discussing the issue just now. How do you plan to resolve the attack on me? The Dementor's reaction was strange. He looked at Kyle very cautiously, and then his head kept turning between him and the aura. I see. Without the translator, the Dementor dared not speak now. It turns out that the chicken soup for the soul in the previous life was not deceiving. The things that once made you painful will eventually make you stronger. Look at this Dementor. After only 2 attacks, he has learned to be careful with his words and actions, and realize the importance of knowing a foreign language. However, no matter how much the Dementor has learned, it is useless. Without the translator, Kyle could not understand what they were saying. This made Kyle a little embarrassed. Apart from Dumbledore, he had never heard of any other professor in the school who knew Dementor language. He couldn't just finish talking to someone and then invite Dumbledore to be the translator. Even if Dumbledore was willing to translate, Kyle himself didn't dare to believe it. Fortunately, without a translator, at most they couldn't understand what the Dementors said, but it didn't affect Kyle's order to the Dementors crawling on the ground. With a wave of his wand, he summoned the Patroness and pointed his wand directly at the Dementors. "Mr. Dementor, please stand in this magic circle." Kyle tilted his head and gestured to the magic circle revealed in the forward base. "Don't make unnecessary movements, and don't make excuses. You know, Mr. Dementor, I can't understand what you are saying now." The unknown magic circle made the Dementors extremely uneasy. But looking at Kyle, who floated the energy core again, the Dementors shut their mouths rationally, because they couldn't tell the expression on Kyle's face. Was he expecting them to enter the magic circle obediently and not make trouble, or was he expecting them to yell and give Kyle a reason to attack them again? Looking at the group of Dementors who were dawdling and floating around, refusing to enter the magic circle, Kyle smiled and said nothing. He just flicked his wand, and an energy core floating around him flew to the middle of the Dementors with a whoosh. The frightened Dementors almost rolled and crawled away from the core that flew over. But soon they found that the scary gadget did not explode. "Don't be nervous, gentlemen. It was just a joke just now." Kyle smiled at the Dementors with a sunny face, but the words in his mouth frightened the Dementors. "Next time, it will really explode." Standing next to the puppet loosely, it looks no different from those bored boys playing with their wands. But the Dementors did not feel relaxed at all, because there was always an energy core flying up and down along the direction of the wand. The Dementors watched tremblingly, not daring to speak or move. Impatiently, Kyle controlled the energy core and began to fly towards the Dementors. The speed was not fast, but the distance was getting closer and closer. Finally, the tall leader couldn't stand the pressure and chose to surrender. He didn't even dare to communicate by shouting, but chose to walk over, picked up the thinnest one of his kind, and carried him directly to the door of the puppet. He looked at Kyle cautiously and didn't dare to look into the puppet carefully and hurriedly retreated. Kyle was very satisfied with the behavior of the Dementor leader. He looked at him with appreciation and then turned his sight to the unlucky guy who was pushed out. At this time, the official of the Ministry of Magic had also arrived at the scene. It was a guy that Kyle didn't know, and he was busy asking for information on the side. Since no one jumped out to make trouble, Kyle didn't continue to procrastinate and ordered directly, "Stand in the magic circle and don't resist the whole time." After that, he threw the energy core in his hand. The unlucky guy next to the puppet didn't dare to resist and staggered into the magic circle. At this time, Kyle had the mind to observe the test subject pushed out by his companions. The rags wrapped around his body were more torn than those of his companions, and the energy fluctuations on his body were also extremely chaotic. Kyle suddenly realized that this was a wounded person affected by the previous 2 attacks. No wonder he looked so weak. But Kyle didn't take it to heart. As long as this guy didn't resist, the magic ritual in a while wouldn't cause any harm to him. The Dementor walked to the center of the magic circle tremblingly and turned carefully to look at Kyle. At this time, Kyle held the wand in his right hand and took out the obsidian dagger with his left hand. After thinking about it, it seemed that this posture was not appropriate. How can the right hand hold the wand if the left hand cuts the right hand? Cutting the thigh is not appropriate either. Whose magic ritual is to stab the thigh with a knife? In order to maintain combat effectiveness and not affect his image, Kyle hesitated for a moment and put away the ritual dagger. The requirements of this ritual are not that high, so just use ordinary blood instead. Thinking so in his heart, he gently waved the wand, and a not very deep wound appeared on the palm of his left hand. The wound is not deep, but it hurts. Trying to keep his face calm, he sprinkled blood on the magic circle and took out a black crystal stone and put it in. With the ritual offerings put in, the magic circle started to work, and bursts of light were reflected on the inner wall of the puppet. In an instant, Kyle felt that he seemed to have a slight connection with something. It was the consciousness of the Dementor in the magic circle. This was a slavery ritual that Kyle transformed, based on the Inferi transformation ritual. The first half of the Inferi transformation was eliminated, and only the last part of oppressing the Inferi to recognize the master was retained. The Dementor seemed to have sensed something, and began to resist violently in his consciousness. With the churning of consciousness, the Dementor's innate ability began to operate unconsciously. Anger, pain, despair, and all kinds of negative memories began to hit Kyle. But those happy memories, he couldn't remember them at all. Fortunately, Kyle, who had experienced hardships, had rich experience in dealing with such situations. With a wave of the magic wand, the energy core flew to the top of the Dementor's head. The attack stopped abruptly. Chapter 104, Ministry of Magic. The effect of the enslavement ritual was very good. The consciousness that had connected with Kyle soon stopped resisting. And Kyle clearly felt that, as long as he wanted, it would be effortless to destroy this consciousness. After the ceremony, looking at the Dementor standing behind him obediently and not daring to move, Kyle nodded with satisfaction. Finally, it did not disappoint him to stay up all night, to modify the magic circle, and lose a lot of hair. Without rushing to transform other Dementors, Kyle looked at the Ministry of Magic employee with a smile. "Hello sir, what is your name?" "Amos Diggory, Director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures." The man was a little fat, and had a silly smile. He was not wearing a wizard robe, but a suit and tie, with a cloak over the suit. "Diggory," Kyle repeated doubtfully. "Do you know Cedric?" Kyle's question seemed to have hit the spot for Diggory, and he laughed almost boastfully. "That's my son, an excellent Hufflepuff, but of course he's not as good as you, Mr. Shafiq." Kyle smiled and looked at Diggory, who looked silly on the outside, but was surprisingly slick. He didn't mention anything about the Dementors, or what Kyle had just done, but kept talking about small talk, and going around in circles. It was said that Diggory's family had been Hufflepuffs for generations, so why did this guy speak like the little snakes in Slytherin? Impatient to continue wasting time with this guy, Kyle took the initiative to mention Dementors. "Mr. Diggory, since you are the director of the Department for the Control of Magical Creatures, you must be very familiar with the distribution of magical creatures. Then do you know where these wild Dementors came from? I always thought that these dangerous creatures have been brought under the control of the Ministry of Magic and kept in Azkaban." "Wild? Wild?" Kyle's words made Diggory stunned, not understanding what Kyle meant. "Of course, Mr. Diggory. After all, the Ministry of Magic has been promoting that it has completely controlled the Dementors. This time the attack on the train and the students can't be instructed by the Ministry of Magic." After hearing Kyle's words, Diggory was a little angry at first, dissatisfied with the boy's teasing. He had guessed that Kyle was difficult to deal with, but he didn't expect that the boy's upper lip touched his lower lip, and dozens of Dementors broke away from the sequence of the Ministry of Magic and became ownerless wild monsters. But then, the fat wizard's eyes lit up. Actually, Diggory came here this time because Fudge had thrown him here to take the blame. When the Minister of Magic received the message and heard that the Dementors had attacked the Hogwarts Express, he was already panicking. Fudge's life has been difficult recently, and a large number of people are denouncing his inaction. The Dark Lord, who had appeared briefly, has never been seen, and there is no news of Sirius, who escaped from prison. The uneasy people vented their anger on the Ministry of Magic, and Fudge, as the minister, was the first to bear the brunt. Now there is a Dementor under the control of the Ministry of Magic, openly attacking students. This makes Fudge even a little desperate, thinking that his political career is about to end. God is helping that incompetent idiot. Diggory thought helplessly. At that time, Diggory's political enemy happened to be in Fudge's office, so he gave him a sinister idea. It was Diggory who managed the Dementors. It was Diggory who selected the Dementors who went out, and it was Diggory who coordinated this inspection. In this case, we must fully trust the ability of the head of the Department of Magical Creatures and hand over the incident to him. After all, Diggory is a professional in dealing with magical creatures. Just like that, this unlucky guy was kicked by Fudge. If he handles it well, he will be promoted and get a raise, and if he doesn't handle it well, he will be suspended with pay. But the Hogwarts Express is almost turning into a battlefield. How can he handle it well? Before he set off, Diggory had already foreseen his sad ending. Sure enough, Diggory almost fainted when he arrived at the scene. A carriage of the express was blown up, and the two Aurors who accompanied him lay miserably on the ground, their lives unknown. The Dementors also suffered heavy losses. There were originally 60 or 70 Dementors, and they were floating, not to mention overwhelming, but also a black mass. Now there are only about 20 left squatting on the side, not daring to move. Although it took some time to find out what happened, it was meaningless to Diggory. After all, the students were really attacked, and the Dementors were really dead. No matter how this matter was handled, it would not satisfy both parties. The already uneasy masses will seize on the fact that the Dementors are out of control and attack the Ministry of Magic wantonly. After all, the nature of this matter is too bad, and the senior officials of the Ministry of Magic will not be satisfied either. The statement that Dementors are the precious property of the Ministry of Magic is not just talk. In the eyes of those senior officials, this is a biological weapon that the Ministry of Magic can send to the battlefield when necessary. But Kyle's words helped him point out another way. Since it is impossible to satisfy both sides, then try to appease the current strong party and make the Ministry of Magic, which is already passive, speechless. The impact of wild Dementors attacking students and Dementors controlled by the Ministry of Magic attacking students is certainly not the same. Doing so can at least divert the public's attention to wild Dementors. Where do these Dementors come from? Were they missed in the previous statistics, or did they enter the country illegally from other countries? If they entered the country illegally, it is the responsibility of the International Cooperation Department, and the guy who took advantage of him is the director of the International Department. If they were missed, that would be even better. The last statistics were taken decades ago. The wizards who were in charge of the statistics at that time might have passed away, making it even harder to hold them accountable. Just tracing the source of these Dementors would take a year or so. After so long, who would still remember the Dementors attacking the train? As for whether the Ministry of Magic would agree to his plan, Diggory was not worried at all. Fudge, that idiot, just wanted to settle the matter as soon as possible. As for the method, he didn't care at all. This gave Diggory room to operate. At most, he would be marginalized and sit on the bench because of the property loss caused to the Ministry of Magic and the dislike of those bigwigs. Even so, it was better than being fired after taking the blame, or even being sentenced and fined for dereliction of duty and causing a major accident. Diggory's mind was quick, and he quickly changed his expression. His originally polite smile suddenly became cordial. Of course, Kyle, I can call you that, right? These are certainly not Dementors controlled by the Ministry of Magic of Eagle Country. These Dementors are all wandering from nowhere and are no longer registered with the Ministry of Magic. Diggory turned to the small animals in Hogwarts. Gentlemen and ladies, I'm Amos Diggory, Director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures of the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry of Magic attaches great importance to this attack and immediately sent me to deal with it. Minister Fudge also immediately issued instructions requiring all-out efforts to treat the wounded. Of course, I was very happy to see at the scene that no students were injured. At the same time, Minister Fudge also pointed out that it is necessary to find out the cause of the accident and actively do a good job in the aftermath. After investigation, it has been determined that this was an attack by wild Dementors. As for the source of the Dementors, the Ministry of Magic will investigate it thoroughly. Please rest assured, students, and please tell your family that the Ministry of Magic will not let go of any staff member who has neglected their duties. We will definitely grasp the truth behind it, severely criticize certain employees and departments that have not acted, and thoroughly implement Minister Fudge's instructions to strictly deal with it. That's a great remark. Kyle thought to himself, I didn't expect that the British Muggle world in the magic world would handle things in exactly the same way. The animals at the scene were confused, not understanding what was going on. A little lion raised his hand in confusion. Mr. Supervisor, the two auras just now clearly said that these were dementors from the Ministry of Magic. The little lion's question went straight to the point, but Mr. Diggory handled it without a trace of panic, appearing to be very experienced. They are not auras, they are just temporary workers. Their judgment was wrong, so they were attacked by dementors. The atmosphere at the scene was a bit strange. The little animals had complicated expressions, and their eyes seemed to be flashing with the joy of finding out the truth. Finally, McGonagall, who was standing aside, stepped forward and said impatiently, "No matter what the reason is, Mr. Supervisor, please end this farce as soon as possible. The students still have to attend the opening dinner." Before Diggory could say anything, Kyle interrupted and said, "Of course, Professor McGonagall, I will deal with these wild dementors soon. After all, they are my spoils. Right, Mr. Diggory?" Gritting his teeth, Diggory forced a smile and said, "Mr. Kyle, let's leave it to magic." "No need," Kyle interrupted with a smile. "Look how obedient they are now. I'm afraid they won't listen to anyone else's orders except me, right?" The last question was directed at the Dementor leader. The tall Dementor looked at the energy core hanging above his head and nodded happily. Diggory, who was speechless, could only nod in agreement and watched Kyle walk back to the puppet. "Okay, the remaining Dementors, please stand in the magic circle. You see, I'm in a hurry." Kyle was in a very good mood, smiling beside the puppet, looking at the Dementors with joy. The poor Dementors looked at each other and could only float into the forward base helplessly. What a sin. This was the last sigh of the Dementor leader. They shouldn't have taken over this search mission. This is good. Not only did they die 2/3 of their companions, but they also died. The enslavement ceremony was carried out quickly. None of the frightened Dementors chose to resist, and all became Kyle's enslavement objects. He happily opened the box at hand, motioned the Dementors to go in, and walked lightly to the professors. "Professor, everything has been handled here. Can we set off? I can't wait to attend the opening dinner." Book Friends Group 590,177,262 interested book friends can come and chat. Chapter 105 Dinner. The professors looked at each other strangely and shook their heads helplessly. Kyle's performance today was too out of the circle, and it would be difficult to manage him in the future. In the end, it was Dumbledore who stood up and began to clean up the mess. Loud voice. Dumbledore's voice was a little tired when he cast the spell, because Kyle's counterattack did not represent himself. Instead, it represented the common dissatisfaction of the suppressed Slytherins in the past few decades. "Okay, everyone, I'm glad to see that no one was injured because of the attack. Now, the danger has been lifted. Please return to your seats and wait for the train to depart." Dumbledore, who usually likes to make a few humorous remarks, was not even in the mood to joke with the freshmen. He said that he was glad that no one was injured, but his tone was extremely serious. The little animals returned to the carriage and sat down obediently. The little lion, who always loved the excitement, was all listless at this moment. After all, today's limelight and glory all belonged to Slytherin. The supporting role who was slapped in the face was Gryffindor, and he was the leader of Gryffindor. This made the Weirlight Winds, who were usually the most noisy and optimistic, become dejected. The animals in Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were the most relaxed, although it was difficult to show it in front of the professors. Looking at their excited eyes and their eagerness to sit back in the box, they obviously couldn't hold back their desire to gossip about each other. When it comes to watching and eating melons, these two colleges are definitely professional. After all, it is a tradition that has been passed down for thousands of years. Slytherin was the calmest, with their heads held high, their usual fake smiles on their faces, and their expressions as calm as if nothing had happened. However, no one knew what was going on in these little guys' hearts. After everyone got on the car, Dumbledore waved his wand. The broken iron sheet of the carriage flew back to its position, as if time had gone back. Kyle also returned to his box. At this time, the magic on the door had lost its effect, but no animal dared to come to him to make trouble. Clank, 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 the express train restarted. Kyle didn't care whether the professors were on the train or apparated. He closed his eyes and began to think about the gains and losses of the day. not to mention the 24 Dementors in the suitcase. The blow to Dumbledore was a complete surprise. After the news of this incident spread in the wizarding world, it would be another huge blow to Dumbledore's reputation. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore's image has always been powerful and bright and just. But now, after Kyle's 2 attacks, Dumbledore is no longer so convinced. Strong. Because of his strong strength, several students died and many were injured. Voldemort regarded Hogwarts as a thorn in his side. Bright and just. Slytherin had been suppressed during his time at school, and Dumbledore's preference made the little lions more and more fearless and unscrupulous. Now that the horrific school violence has spread, which parent can still send their children to Hogwarts with confidence? This will be a huge blow to Dumbledore, and the leader of the White Wizards has become less righteous. In addition to the blow to Dumbledore, Kyle's prestige among the young wizards is another gain. Whether in Slytherin or other colleges, Kyle will gain a vote of supporters. Of course, Kyle's recklessness this time did not get all gains. First of all, Dumbledore's alert list must have been on the list. After attracting the attention of the first White Wizard, it will be more difficult to do anything. Secondly, other little snakes who are expected to become the next generation of Slytherin leaders will inevitably be more wary of Kyle. Just like this, while thinking about gains and losses, while looking at the scenery along the way, I soon arrived at Hogwarts. When the train arrived at the station, it was completely dark. The platform was a little cold, and a rustling drizzle was falling. The little animals didn't panic at all when they were attacked by the Dementors. After all, the more terrifying the Dementors were at the beginning, the more they acted freely later. Moreover, they watched a good show later, which even made the little animals feel unsatisfied and wished that such attacks would happen once a year. After all, no one was injured. As for the 2 unlucky guys who were attacked, they were forgotten by everyone. Only a few caring little guys were still observing them secretly. First year students, please go this way. A familiar voice sounded, and Hagrid's huge silhouette appeared in the distance. On the other side of the platform, he was greeting the excited new students, carefully taking them to board the boat, and retracing the path that the 4 founders of Hogwarts had walked. This group of freshmen are now very proud. They will be the most special freshmen in Hogwarts in hundreds of years. Because the last time freshmen were attacked was during the Goblin Rebellion hundreds of years ago. The little guys were in a boat with 4 people, chattering all the way to the castle. The most discussed topic on the way was who could enter Slytherin. Those Slytherin kids were so proud, they held their heads high, just like Malfoy when he entered school. The other animals were not so happy, especially the Hufflepuffs, who looked the most depressed. After all, Kyle looked so handsome today, and the Dementors were wiped out while he was talking and laughing. They were really wiped out. Later, he made the professors and the headmaster speechless, which made him the idol of these animals. Except for the Gryffindors. The sight returned to the platform. The road was muddy under the light rain, and the little wizards walked towards the more than 100 carriages not far away. Originally, the little wizards could put their luggage in the carriage, and the elves would send the luggage back to the dormitory. But Kyle's suitcase was packed with too many things. After thinking it over again and again, he still didn't want to let others take care of it. After all, in order to prevent accidents during school, he even put all the corpses in the box. The inferi are dead when exposed to the light. Unless they are used in specific occasions, Kyle can only keep them in the box. Otherwise, once his army of inferi is exposed, they will immediately become the rats crossing the street that everyone wants to kill, and attract the Ministry of Magic to siege them. This time he carried this time bomb, just to be on the safe side. Unless Voldemort leads his men to besiege Hogwarts, Kyle will definitely not use it. But this possibility is too small. For thousands of years, there has never been a precedent of Hogwarts graduates attacking the school. Sometimes Kyle even feels that he has paranoia, always thinking about these impossible things. Chapter 106 Dinner. He randomly chose an empty carriage, climbed on and waited for the carriage to start. Kyle thought he would be left alone like on the train, but just as he sat down, Malfoy, Zabini and Parkinson climbed on one after another. Kyle's strength made the little guys a little reserved, but the pride of the nobility made them try to maintain their composure. He smiled and greeted the three little guys, knowing that they had something to say, so he waited for the little wizards to speak first. Well, clearing his throat, Zabini spoke first. Senior Shafiq, thank you for your rescue today. If it weren't for your patroness arriving in time, I'm afraid I would have. At the end of his words, Zabini shuddered with fear. Malfoy and Parkinson also showed fear on their faces. Kyle remembered that the three of them were sitting in the same carriage on the train. Although the Dementors were not targeting them, they were definitely more affected than others. He didn't care about the gratitude of the little wizards. Temporary gratitude could not make Kyle subdue them. Nothing, Zabini, it's just a piece of cake. Kyle recalled his doubts during the day. Speaking of which, Zabini, did you do anything special during the attack that angered the Dementors and made them attack you? Kyle's words made Zabini look distressed. No, Senior Shafiq, I've actually been recalling what happened at that time. I didn't do anything special. By the way, you can call me Blaze. My friends all call me that. My pleasure, Blaze. You can also call me Kyle. Zabini's words surprised Kyle. These Dementors have actually been tamed by the Ministry of Magic, and the auras of the Ministry of Magic are no more lenient than Kyle in attacking these guys. The Dementors know very well that, if they violate the rules and attack these little wizards, they will be severely retaliated by the Ministry of Magic. In this case, why would the Dementors still be unable to resist attacking? Especially, one of the attacked was the famous Harry Potter. This made Kyle have to examine the little wizard in front of him. Did this troubled little fellow act well and fool everyone, or was he really clueless? Dementors seemed to be very sensitive to souls, which reminded Kyle of the Horcrux that was said to be on Potter's body. If this was the reason why the Dementors attacked Potter, then what about Zabini? Hearing the two mention the attack during the day, the other two little guys shrank their necks at the same time. The two little wizards in the same compartment with Zabini were also affected by the Dementors. Parkinson looked scared and added with a pale face, Senior Kyle, can I call you that? You almost saved our lives. At that time, the Dementor had taken off its hood and walked towards Blaze and Draco. If your patroness hadn't suddenly appeared, I don't even know if the Dementor would continue to give me a Dementor kiss after attacking them. That would be too scary. No need to do that, Pansy, it's just a piece of cake. Skipping this topic, Kyle chatted and laughed with the little guys all the way and soon arrived at the castle gate. During this time, Kyle was always observing Malfoy and Zabini. Compared to Zabini, who looked confused, Malfoy, who seemed to be affected by the Dementors, only because he sat next to Zabini, was more suspicious. Not only because of the incongruity in behavior, but also because of Malfoy's identity. Everyone in the magic world knew that Lucius Malfoy was a Death Eater. No, the officials of the Ministry of Magic didn't know. But this was not the point. It was said that before Voldemort fell, Lucius was his die-hard supporter and was extremely trusted by Voldemort. So, is there such a possibility that Voldemort handed over one of his Horcruxes to his subordinates for safekeeping? If one had to choose a subordinate from the Death Eaters to keep the Horcrux, then Malfoy, who was powerful, loyal, and very resourceful, would definitely be one of the candidates. This reason made Zabini's suspicion much smaller. The Zabini family chose to be neutral in the First Wizarding War, and there was no news that his family had any close connection with Sirius. So Zabini almost had no chance to have any contact with these two guys. In this case, is it possible that the Dementor's target was not Zabini, but Malfoy who was sitting next to him? With such a guess, Kyle followed the crowd into the hall. The first year students who had never joined the main group should have been taken away by McGonagall. I believe that at this moment, they are anxiously guessing how to sort the houses. This 1000-year tradition in the magic world is also quite speechless. Fighting a troll, defeating a werewolf, and playing a Quidditch game. Kyle alone knows that there are no less than 10 lies in the magic world to deceive young wizards. The hall was already decorated with brilliant lights, and the warm firelight illuminated the entire hall with golden light. Countless candles swayed above the 4 long tables, and golden plates and small wine glasses were shining. In addition to several professors from previous years sitting on the podium, there were 2 new faces. One was Lupin with tattered clothes, and the other one was also known by Kyle, Gilderoy Lockhart, wearing a turquoise robe, with a pointed wizard hat proudly placed on his wavy long hair. His snow-white teeth occasionally shone with a dazzling light, a bit like Might Guy in the Naruto that I had seen in my previous life. It seemed to be a special beauty spell that could make the teeth really sparkle. Kyle thought this kind of magic was simply stupid, but it was extremely popular in the magic world. The appearance of Lockhart made Kyle a little confused. This guy was a successful novelist and a marketing master in the magic world. He was touted by people who liked him as the adventure king of the magic world and a master of wilderness survival. His adventures were written into a series of novels, which sold well throughout Europe. But Kyle knew some of his little secrets. The source of the information was a portrait of the Black family. The publishing house behind Lockhart belonged to the Fly family. When Lockhart first approached the publishing house, the Fly family just regarded him as an ordinary novelist. But at that time, Lockhart insisted that this was his real experience, and he knew every detail of the adventure very well. He was obviously an experienced adventure veteran. This made the Fly family extremely concerned, believing that Lockhart's book would not only be popular, but he himself would also be expected to become a new generation of powerful star. So they treated him as a guest of honor and made a huge publicity plan for him. Unfortunately, fake is fake after all. In the process of collecting materials for publicity, the Fly family found more and more doubts. Just using some small tricks, Lockhart admitted what he had done. He is not an adventure master, but a memory master. Unfortunately, being good at memory magic can't make him rich, so he set his sights on other people's adventures. Lockhart, who was forced to take the truth serum, told everything clearly. It happened that the Black portrait was visiting the Fly family at that time, so he heard it clearly. Considering that the Black family could almost be called extinct at that time, there would be no conflict of interest with themselves, so the Fly family did not stop the portrait. Although they knew the truth, the Fly family did not give up Lockhart, but took the initiative to cover up the loopholes for him and promoted him to make money for the family. Otherwise, how could a weak liar deceive the entire magic world for 3 or 4 years? Those who came out and said that they had witnessed Lockhart's deeds and that they had been saved by Lockhart were all arranged by the Farley family. Kyle heard this when the portraits were chatting, and he didn't expect that it would help him now. Everyone in the wizarding world knows that Voldemort and Sirius's goal is Hogwarts. Why would a liar who is good at nothing but memory magic take the initiative to jump into the vortex of Hogwarts? Malfoy with suspicious behavior, Lockhart with unclear intentions, Sirius lurking, and Voldemort who disappeared. Thinking of this, Kyle suddenly felt that it seemed a bit reckless to come to school with only more than 203 book friends group. 590,177,262 interested book friends can come and chat. Chapter 107 Welcome to Hogwarts. Kyle's train of thought was interrupted by Professor McGonagall, who suddenly walked into the hall. He leaned over and whispered something in Dumbledore's ear, then walked to the corridor on the other side. Just as McGonagall went to get the sorting hat, the ghosts in the hall ran wild and rushed to the corridor where the first year students were waiting. These guys were also full of evil tastes. The fast running ghosts even waited for the ones who fell behind. Instead of going through the main door, they all chose strange ways to enter. The more conventional ones went through the wall. The more evil ones either chose to float down from the roof or float up from under the floor. Kyle felt that, if these ghosts were brave, they could brag that they almost scared Voldemort to death. After a while, the evil ghosts returned to the hall from the corridor with satisfaction, leaving behind a cry of surprise. Looking at McGonagall, who happened to walk back to the hall holding the sorting hat, Kyle could only say, "Wonderful." McGonagall returned to the corridor and stopped the little kids from exclaiming. She gave them some time to tidy up their appearance and then turned around and walked back to the auditorium. The little wizards followed in a row. The expressions when they entered the hall were exactly the same as when Kyle first saw the hall. Especially those children from the Muggle world. Their expressions were very similar to Alice's first time entering the tree hole. This was a world beyond their imagination. Surprise, shock, longing, excitement, and all kinds of expressions. There were countless. McGonagall placed a full-legged stool under the podium and then gently placed the sorting hat on it, just like the sorting ceremony of previous years. The gazes of the little wizards made the sorting hat very excited. It grinned happily, cleared its throat, and then began to sing the song it had spent a whole school year composing. The singing was not beautiful, but the magical scene made the little kids waiting for the sorting excitedly applaud, and they were glad that they didn't have to fight with monsters, werewolf, dementors, giants, and baby dragons. After the sorting hat happily bowed to the 4 tables one by one, McGonagall took a few steps forward, holding a roll of parchment in her hand, and officially began the sorting. The process of sorting was no different from previous years. The little wizards whose names were called stepped forward one by one to put on the sorting hat, and then the sorting hat decided the house. But this year's process was a little special. Looking at the fuss on the rostrum, Kyle felt that today would definitely be recorded in a history of Hogwarts. In previous years, Slytherin had the least students at the sorting ceremony, and 7 or 8 freshmen were considered qualified. It was not uncommon to have only 4 or 5 freshmen. But now, before the ceremony was over, 10 little kids had already run to the Slytherin table with excitement. This was certainly not what Kyle thought was worth remembering. What was worth remembering was the little fat guy on the stage now. At this time, the little fat guy had been in a stalemate with the sorting hat for nearly 10 minutes. And it was not the stalemate in previous years, where the sorting hat hesitated and could not make a decision. Almost as soon as the sorting hat touched the little fat man's hair, it shouted Gryffindor. It didn't shout more, because the sorting hat, which was theoretically more than 1,000 years old, was blocked by the little fat man. I don't know what the sorting hat, which has sorted the colleges more than 1,000 times, thinks. Anyway, Kyle was stunned by this little fat man. Not only Kyle, but all the students and professors were stunned to look at this outstanding little brat. McGonagall, who was closest to him, was stunned for a few seconds before she reacted, and almost screamed and trotted over. Mr. Miller Bulstrode, please stop immediately. No one can interfere with the sorting ceremony. My uncle said so. McGonagall was retorted by the little fat man, before he finished speaking. But the little fat man might not know that this sentence was just added by his uncle when he was arranging the sorting ceremony. Because no one would think of interfering with the sorting. Seeing that McGonagall was still trotting towards him, the little fat man named Miller jumped down from the 4-corner stool. With one hand pinching the mouth of the sorting hat, he bent over and made a 100-meter sprint. Obviously, if McGonagall continued to stop him, the little fat guy would dare to stage a Hogwarts version of Temple Run. Unable to bear it any longer, McGonagall took out her wand, sorting hat fly. This was the first time Kyle knew that the flying spell could really replace flying magic. Not only did the sorting hat fly to McGonagall, but the little fat guy who was holding the sorting hat tightly was also taken away. Mr. Miller Bulstrode, can you let go now and let the poor Mr. Sorting Hat go? I don't. This hat must be old and confused. It dared to talk nonsense without even touching me. Miller's performance made McGonagall extremely helpless. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore and gave him an extremely weak relaxation. Taking advantage of the moment when Miller was powerless, she quickly rescued the poor Mr. Hat. Gryffindor. This damned little bastard must go to Gryffindor. No. This doesn't count. I'm going to Slytherin. The rescued sorting hat almost couldn't wait to make the final decision. This made Miller scream loudly. The fat boy was still looking at Kyle pitifully until he was forked to the long table by the prefect and the headmaster, shouting, I'm a pureblood, I'm going to Slytherin. Well, although this little guy named Miller has a Slytherin heart, but based on this behavior, if the sorting hat doesn't assign him to Gryffindor, it would be really old and confused. Kyle was satisfied with this farce. At least in the hearts of these new students, Slytherin is no longer synonymous with evil. Except for the fat boy's farce that wasted some time, the sorting ceremony of others was very normal. About 20 minutes later, the sorting ceremony finally ended. Looking at the little kids sitting at different long tables, but all with excited faces, except the fat boy, Kyle seemed to see himself when he first entered the magic world. We all know that this is an era of impending danger and all kinds of calculations. Obviously, the best choice is to escape from the magic world, go to the muggle world, to wait and see for a few years, and wait for the plot to end. Why did Kyle choose to stick to the magic world and even throw himself into the vortex? The longing on the faces of these little beings is the answer. There is no Snow White who escaped in this world, no Little Red Riding Hood who is worried about the big bad wolf, no Peter Pan who never grows up, and no Cinderella who lost her crystal shoes. This is not the fairy tale world that children are familiar with, but it is more exciting and more gorgeous. The wonderful magic of this world fascinated Kyle, making him unable to help but climb the peak of magic and explore the mystery at the end of magic. Even without mentioning the wonderful magic, Kyle still couldn't bear to leave. There are owls acting as messengers here, and diagonally with a lot of people. There will always be little wizards who can't find platform 9 3/4, with childishness and confusion on their faces, but they are longing for Hogwarts in their hearts. The night bus is running rampant on the road, and magical creatures are living happily in corners that muggles cannot see. The longer Kyle lives here, the more he understands why J.K. Rowling in her previous life could make a lot of money with a set of fairy tales, and why Harry Potter fans are called the largest organization in the world. Because this world is really fascinating. Looking at the little kids scattered in different colleges, Kyle just wants to say, welcome to Hogwarts. Chapter 108 New Magic. Seeing the last little wizard walk to the long table of his college, Dumbledore knocked the glass beside him with a spoon. The sound was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Dumbledore's expression was a little cold, but he still looked energetic. His grey hair was several feet long, but he didn't look very old. Welcome, Dumbledore said, and his beard flickered a little under the candlelight. Welcome back to Hogwarts in the new school year. I have a few things to say, because one of them is more serious. I hope to say it before you are attracted by the rich dinner. Cleared his throat, and then continued. According to the final decision of the Ministry of Magic, this year there will be Dementors affiliated with the Ministry of Magic stationed around the school. When saying this, he deliberately glanced at Kyle, and then continued. They are guarding at the entrance of the lobby. During this period, no one is allowed to leave the castle at will. The Dementors will not be deceived by any tricks or spells, and the invisibility cloak is useless. No need to ask, the last sentence must be a reminder to Potter. There is also a piece of good news. Dumbledore continued. We are very happy to welcome 2 new teachers to our school. Dumbledore's words caused a huge cheer from the audience. Of course, the cheers were for Lockhart, and 80% of the cheerers were little witches. The showy guy laughed and waved to the audience, showing his shining white teeth that were comparable to Might Guy again. In comparison, Lupin's face looked even more miserable. This guy sat next to several well-dressed professors, looking even more miserable. Let me introduce Professor Lockhart and Professor Lupin to everyone. As he introduced them, the two stood up one by one and signaled to the students. For some reasons, the 2 new professors will be jointly responsible for the defense against the dark arts this semester. Professor Lockhart will be in charge of the 2 houses of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. The huge noise interrupted Dumbledore's speech, forcing him to stop. The little witches of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were celebrating wildly, while the long table of Gryffindor let out a huge sigh. Slytherin's performance was relatively calm, but Kyle also saw those little witches rolling their eyes secretly, obviously also dissatisfied with this decision. Quiet. Dumbledore had to interrupt the noise, and then said, and Professor Lupin is in charge of Gryffindor and Slytherin. Lupin's appointment seemed much quieter, and only the little lions gave symbolic applause. Okay, these are the points I want to say. Students, let's start eating. As Dumbledore's voice fell, the golden plates and wine glasses were filled with food and wine, and the little wizards who had been running around all day began to enjoy the sumptuous dinner. During this time, Kyle kept observing the teacher seat. As he expected, his professor's eyes were always staring at Lupin fiercely, and occasionally looked at Lockhart with disgust. This reminded him of the rumors in the school. The professor applied for the position of defense against the dark arts every year, but was rejected by Dumbledore every time. Legend has it that this position was cursed by Voldemort, so that the professor of this subject became a consumable item in Hogwarts. Kyle had no way to verify the authenticity of the curse, but the professor of this course was indeed changed every year, and none of them had a good ending. Some had broken arms and legs, and some were as dead as Quirrell. In this case, why did the professor insist on applying for this position? This made Kyle confused. The only answer he could think of was something he didn't want to believe. Because the only thing he could think of was that the professor was persistently choosing self-destruction, and Dumbledore was constantly stopping him. Is the professor's heart so fragile? Dumbledore, an old guy who can sacrifice everything for the pursuit of greater interests, is really so warm? Kyle didn't quite believe it. But obviously, the bond between the professor and Dumbledore is not just what Kyle saw. After the dinner, the heads of each college took their little animals back to the lounge. In the Slytherin cellar, the same scenes as in previous years were staged again. The professor's imposing speech and the annual battle for the prefect. After the speech, the professor turned around and left the cellar. Kyle followed closely behind, lazily waved to the little snakes, and returned to his dormitory. He put down the box he had been carrying, washed, and changed clothes. Kyle, who had finally packed up, threw himself on the bed. Although Kyle had always acted calm and at ease during the day, the inner pressure almost broke him down, and he backed down several times. He confronted a group of gloomy dementors, then confronted auras, confronted Lupin, and finally even confronted Dumbledore. These experiences made Kyle exhausted. So after arriving in the cellar, he couldn't wait to return to the dormitory. He released the Patronus casually and let him continue to read the large magic book. Kyle leaned on the bed and began to think about his ideas. Every floating island and wizard tower will have its own defense methods. The floating islands in World of Warcraft are equipped with magic shields, while the floating islands in some novels in the previous life use puzzle locks. This defensive method combines illusion, trapping and killing enemies, and is an important part of the entire defense system. However, it is difficult for Kyle to reproduce this method on the floating island in the future. The main reason is that there is almost no magic that causes hallucinations in the magic world. There are also not many magics that can trap enemies. This forced Kyle to start from scratch and develop this part on his own. Fortunately, the communication with psychologist Denise during the holiday gave him some inspiration. Maybe the hypnosis methods of the Muggle world, combined with some methods of the magic world, can get the effect Kyle wants. As soon as this idea came up, Kyle kept trying. While learning Denise's hypnosis skills and the hypnosis theory of the Muggle world, he kept looking for the magic theory, or existing magic that matched it with the magic world. After a holiday of trying, he finally found an opportunity to integrate magic and Muggle technology. But it's just an opportunity. The existing magic needs to be further improved, and the way the two are integrated needs to be improved. Although the new magic has taken shape, it is currently useless unless it encounters extreme situations. However, everything is difficult at the beginning. Now that we have a direction, we can eventually find ways to improve it. Book Friends Group 590,177,262 interested book friends can come and chat. Thanks to Shafiq for the reward. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109 List. The perfection of new magic cannot be completed in 1 or 2 days, especially when Kyle lacks test subjects. So after only half an hour of research, Kyle covered himself with the quilt and fell asleep. A night of deep sleep made Kyle energetic the next day. He woke up early at 6 o'clock. Since he couldn't sleep, Kyle simply got up and took advantage of the quiet morning to run outside the castle. Don't ask why there are no Dementors guarding the gate. Due to some irresistible factors, the Dementors of the Ministry of Magic will arrive at Hogwarts a few days later. After running happily for nearly an hour, Kyle returned to the castle sweating profusely. He returned to the dormitory to take a shower, and then walked to the auditorium for breakfast. A good day begins with everything that makes people happy and ends with a sleepy history of magic class. The first class of the new semester is the history of magic. Professor Bin successfully explained a magnificent giant war into a magic version of a lullaby. Half of the students fell asleep, and half of the students were in a daze. After a long wait, it was 10 o'clock. The beautiful sound of the end of get out of class woke up the sleeping little animals. Strangely enough, the quality of sleep in class is always very high, and the sweetness is far better than the sleep at night. Only the nap can be compared with it. The little animals who made up for their sleep suddenly became energetic and rushed out of the history of magic classroom with their school bags. Kyle, who was following behind, happened to run into the little animals who came to the next history of magic class. They were the second year Slytherins and Gryffindors. It seems that there are no classes in the morning for the second year, and many little wizards are lazy. Even when Malfoy saw the three protagonists, he just snorted symbolically as a provocation, and turned his head away and ignored them. Seeing that the faces of several little animals were still hazy with sleep, Kyle was a little worried about them. They had just slept for a night, and they had to sleep for 2 hours in the history of magic class. I hope they won't get sleep poisoning because of sleeping too much. Malfoy didn't provoke the trio, but the three little guys took the initiative to come over. Instead of provoking Malfoy, he walked towards Kyle. The little redhead who was just blown away by Kyle's spell yesterday looked at Kyle with anger, but Kyle generously forgave him, because it is said that this unlucky guy accidentally broke his wand when he crashed into the train compartment. For this tragedy, Kyle can only say, beautiful. Imagine the poor vault of the Weasley family. Kyle felt that the angry little redhead might need to try wandless casting in advance. Alas, a sudden accident made the already poor family even worse. The little redhead is the perfect portrayal of this sentence. Skipping the angry little redhead, Kyle looked at Potter and Granger with a warm smile on his face. Harry, Hermione, what's the matter? Harry's face was a little unnatural. He looked at the little redhead and then secretly pulled Hermione from behind. The little witch impatiently swept Harry's hand away and glared at Potter fiercely. Potter quickly let go of the little witch's clothes and stepped back with an innocent look. It can be seen that the three of them get along very lovingly. Hermione turned around and was not as fierce as she was when facing Harry. She looked a little hesitant. Hermione, it seems that you are the one looking for me. Gritting her teeth, the little witch raised her head and said with a stammer, Senior Kyle. She exhaled and the rest of the words were much smoother. It's about the books you gave me during the holidays. I have finished reading them, but there are some parts that I don't understand, so I want to. I can answer your questions at the library on Saturday morning. Can you tell me what the relevant books are? The little witch was interrupted by Kyle before she finished her words. Hearing Kyle's answer that was different from what she expected, Hermione could only slowly say the rest of the words. Unfortunately, Kyle didn't give Hermione time to refuse. He just gestured to her to see her on Saturday and left the corridor. Hermione, are you crazy? Do you really want to ask that evil Slytherin for advice? Tell me, you won't go on Saturday at all. Listening to the little red-haired girl behind him, Kyle smiled disapprovingly. With the little witch's pursuit of knowledge, Hermione will definitely come on Saturday. It seems that I have found my first helper in building the floating city. Kyle thought happily. In fact, he has a list of right-turning people in his hand, which contains various technical talents that Kyle has set his sights on. It is impossible for Kyle to succeed in building the floating city alone. He needs to form a professional team that includes all kinds of talents. At the top of the list is none other than his dear Dean. Listing the professor as a right-turning target is not only because of his envy of the professor's technology, but also to pull him off Voldemort's broken ship. Kyle has not forgotten the professor's outstanding performance as an insider at the end of the last school year. Unfortunately, Voldemort is like a broken ship that is destined to sink. The better the professor performs now, the harder it will be to get away with the crime in the future, which makes Kyle extremely worried. Oh, dear professor, how many brain cells have I spent to pull you ashore? How to pull the professor ashore has troubled Kyle for a long time. Thinking about his own things, Kyle walked out of the castle. The classes on Monday this school year are very full. In the morning, there is the history of magic and magical creatures class, and in the afternoon, there is the charms and potions class. There is a 1.5 hour break at noon, and the afternoon class lasts until 5:30. Professor Byrne, who teaches the next care of magical creatures class, is also a legend in Hogwarts. This year is his 63rd year of teaching, but the old professor has been on leave for 62 inspections. Theoretically speaking, this year's old professor is still in the internship period. Even though his teaching experience is not less than Dumbledore's, it is not less than a few years. Professor Byrne's rough experience made Kyle feel that Voldemort may have cursed the school's positions more than once. Once, he cursed the position of defense against the dark arts professor when he failed to find a job after graduation. Another time was when he was studying, he cursed the position of the professor of care of magical creatures. The reason might be Professor Byrne's classroom accident, which almost made him meet Merlin. If Voldemort really cursed this course, then Professor Byrne must be very powerful. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to survive for so many years, even though he lost 2 arms and 1.5 legs. Maybe I should really check the school's medical wing records. Kyle touched his chin, thinking happily. Let's see if Voldemort was injured in the magical creatures class during his studies. What if he hurt his magical creatures, and it has become a psychological shadow for Voldemort? Just like someone who was bitten by a dog when he was a child, he will be afraid of dogs for a long time. Maybe Voldemort also has some phobia? With his mind spinning randomly, Kyle followed the large group to the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 110 Acquired Day. Professor Byrne is still so energetic today. All 4 limbs have been fitted with magic prostheses, but it does not affect the old professor's love for ferocious magical creatures. On the first class of the new semester, the old professor moved in a 3-headed hellhound cub. One cub stood up as tall as 2 professors. Kyle suspected that this was the one that guarded the corridor on the 3rd floor last year. The 3-headed dog is indeed extraordinary. One head squinted his eyes and enjoyed Professor Byrne's touch. The other 2 heads stared at the dog head with an enjoyable expression without blinking, and growled from time to time. It seems that, if it weren't for Professor Byrne's constant comfort, the 3 heads would fight with themselves. Professor Byrne not only ignored the aggressive performance of the 2 dog heads, but also called them a little cutie. Maybe Voldemort really didn't curse this position. Professor Byrne's 62 teaching accidents may really be just because of his own death. This is Kyle's final conclusion. The content of this class is to comb the hair of this 3-headed dog named Fluffy, feed him, and observe his living habits. This made the faces of the small animals turn purple. Although they are used to Professor Byrne's teaching style, the close contact with such a behemoth, especially when 2 of the heads are obviously in a bad mood, puts great pressure on the little wizards. Feed? Let the little wizard feed himself? Fortunately, the small animals completed this somewhat thrilling class safely. There was no time to rejoice that the 63rd teaching accident did not happen, and the students could not wait to flee back to the castle. They were afraid that the professor would leave behind some unlucky little wizard, so they helped him to clean up the mess left behind in class. The little wizards who returned to the castle went directly to the auditorium, ready to comfort their injured hearts with a hearty lunch. Lunch did not disappoint the little wizards. The house elves would do their best every day to provide the best food for all the teachers and students in the school. Today's lunch is mainly British food. Sausage and mashed potatoes, Irish potato pancakes, mashed potatoes and cabbage, fried potatoes with mixed vegetables, Irish potato bread, potato meat pie, potato chip sandwiches, fried fish and chips, and the most famous stargazing. The cooking skills of the house elves are really amazing. This British food is authentic. Kyle ate this potato feast almost with tears in his eyes. After lunch, Kyle did not go back to rest, but went directly to the library. He set a very big goal for himself, which made him always have a lot of problems to solve. After finding today's goal in the ordinary library area, Kyle looked at the restricted book area. Although Kyle has obtained a lot of restricted book area approval notes from his professors in the past few years, but compared with the huge collection of books in the restricted book area, it can only be said to be a drop in the ocean. This gave Kyle a headache. The books in the restricted book area are an untapped treasure for Kyle. If he can't dig out the essence of it during his studies, he can only find a way to stay in school after graduation. But thinking about his relationship with Dumbledore and the legend a realist of Dumbledore's focus, Kyle felt that his hope of staying in school was a little slim. Unless he could bring Dumbledore down and then support his own professor to become the principal. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Kyle to stay in school. Fortunately, these things need to be considered a few years later. The most urgent thing is to finish reading the useful books in the ordinary area, and then find a way to get a few more approval slips from the professor. If the approval slips are really not enough, Kyle can only find a way to visit the library at night. After staying in the library until 1:10, Kyle hurriedly put away the 2 books in his hand and went to Madam Pince to handle the borrowing procedures. The first class in the afternoon was the charms class, and Professor Flitwick was waiting in the classroom early. Thanks to the existence of the golden finger, Kyle's grades in the charms class have always been good, and he has learned all the spells that need to be mastered in the 7 grades in advance. So he has always been free in Professor Flitwick's class, and he only needs to study what he is interested in. Professor Flitwick also knew his situation and never deducted his points for it. In fact, Kyle had accumulated a lot of questions during this holiday. Although he could communicate with Professor Flitwick through owls, the efficiency was certainly not as good as face-to-face conversation. But today was not a good time to ask questions. The next class after the spells class was Professor Snape's potions class, with only a 20-minute break in between. Such a short time was certainly not enough for Kyle to finish what he wanted to do, so he could only cast a regretful look at Professor Flitwick. 2 hours passed quickly, and after putting away the notes on the table, Kyle walked towards the potions classroom. On the way, Kyle met a group of Quidditch players led by Malfoy, holding the newly donated Nimbus 2001 from the Malfoy family. Malfoy's face was full of smirks, and his eyes were full of excitement. I don't know what bad things this little guy is holding back. Kyle's performance in the potions class could not be compared with his performance in the spells class. People's energy is limited, so Kyle gave up on deepening his study of potions at the beginning. This is also what Professor Snape is most dissatisfied with. Throughout the whole potion class, Professor Snape stood behind Kyle. Mr. Shafiq, congratulations on having a happy holiday. Otherwise I really can't imagine what has caused your potion skills to degenerate to such an extent. Double white moss. Mr. Shafiq, I think I have emphasized many times that it is double white moss. I hope it is not the stupidity of those lions that has infected you. Throughout the potion class, Professor Snape stood behind Kyle and sprayed venom. Originally thought that he had offended his own professor, so that he enjoyed such treatment. But what Kyle didn't expect was that before the get out of class ended, Professor Snape actually took out the potion made by Kyle alone and displayed it as an excellent potion. Because of this perfect potion, Slytherin will get 20 points. But Professor, you have already added 20 points because of Shafiq's excellent performance. This is a desperate speech of a stupid lion. Really a stupid lion. Professor Snape glanced at the lion lazily and answered with a voice as smooth as silk. It seems that you don't remember it very clearly. Before, it was because of excellent performance that extra points were given, and this time, it was because of this perfect potion. In addition, the professor smiled provocatively. Because of your defiance, Gryffindor will be deducted 10 points. No. This is only the first day of school. The little lion let out a desperate wail. Kyle could only pray that someone in Gryffindor would get 10 extra points today. Otherwise, Gryffindor would have a negative score on the first day of school. Believe Kyle, this is a serious prayer, not gloating. Chapter 111. Remarks on the release. The book will be put on the shelves at 12 noon tomorrow. The results of the book's performance are finally coming out. Blade is still very nervous. It has been 58 days since the book was published. I have written 250,000 words and finally waited for it to be put on the shelves. First of all, I have to thank the editor, the boss of Wuxing. The boss helped me a lot and won me a lot of recommendations along the way. Otherwise, the results would definitely be even worse. Then there are the book friends. It is incredible. The first book friend started voting after writing about 20,000 words of this book. Some book friends may know that it is Miss Weeking. She has been voting every day. Unfortunately, maybe Weeking doesn't like the story behind it. I haven't seen her for a long time. Then there are many friends I have met along the way, and Blade has remembered them one by one. For example, I haven't seen it for a long time. Yesterday, I suddenly appeared and gave a recommendation vote. There are also many friends who vote every day, such as Hun Zhi Chien Iron, Kuang Zio Jiu Chang Shan, Dai, Zazang Zhi, Zuluan, Dabbing, Shiqiu, Tong Renji, and many good friends. They really vote every day. There is also a certain lamp who is clamoring for a book club, Kyan Hexuan who loves to kick the list, and the mechanical starry Skywings who are good at urging for updates. There are too many, especially the group of little experts, in urging for updates in the group. Thank you very much. Let me talk about this book. Although Blade tried hard to write it happily, in fact, many of his thoughts are very dark. Maybe it's because Blade's mind is no longer clean. When I read HP as a child, I read about friendship and justice overcoming evil, but the older I get, the more different this book tastes. In any case, it can be regarded as writing out Blade's understanding over the years. I'm also very happy that so many book friends agree with Blade's views. Finally, let's talk about the explosive update. The minimum is 10,000 words. I will write as much as I can, and I will post all of them without leaving any chapters. Finally, I have to say the important things 3 times. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Chapter 112. Lupin the Demon. Kyle was a little tired after a day of running around. After dinner, he did not go directly to the library, but chose to go back to the lounge. It is worth mentioning that dinner was finally not British food. Most of the little snakes would choose to stay in the lounge for a while after dinner. Unlike the lion's lounge, the lounge of the little snakes seemed much quieter. The little snakes sat together in groups of 3 or 2 and chatted. This period of time after dinner is an important social stage for these mature little guys. Kyle often saw little snakes couldn't wait to go back to the dormitory after dinner, and then dressed themselves up and went back to the lounge. Kyle is different. He never does this. Because no matter when and where, he will keep radiant. The protagonist of the lounge today is Malfoy again. It's not because of his family's strength, but because this little guy did something important today. In Slytherin, anything that can put down Gryffindor is a big deal. Kyle listened to Malfoy's bragging, and suddenly found that this little guy's really full of action at some times. For today's plan, he first persuaded his father to secretly donate 7 Nimbus 2001s, and then asked his friends in Ravenclaw to inquire about the training time of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. After knowing the accurate information in the morning, he quickly went to find Professor Snape and got the approval slip for the use of the Quidditch field. The time was the scheduled time of Gryffindor. By the way, in this matter, his own professor is also quite boring. When Kyle saw Malfoy in the afternoon, it was them who formed a group to provoke the Gryffindor team. These guys waited until the Gryffindor players finished warming up before they belatedly appeared on the Quidditch field. And they held up their professor's approval slip arrogantly and told the dumbfounded Gryffindor players to get out of the field. Slytherin's provocation certainly caused a fight, but the result of the fight made Kyle very satisfied. In order to take care of Gryffindor's face, I won't name them here. A red-haired kid tried to curse Malfoy with a broken wand, but his wand did what everyone expected and bounced the magic back. It is said that the poor little red-haired boy performed vomiting slugs on the spot. It was simply a delight to the people. At that time, Malfoy just mocked the treasury of a red-haired family whose name the author is not convenient to reveal, and this fight was caused. It can only be said that this little bastard's taunting skills are really maximum doubt, especially when facing the 3 saviors. Going to the Gryffindor common room now will definitely be considered a provocation. Otherwise Kyle really wants to watch. No, he wants to ask if Harry is injured. The news heard in the common room made Kyle feel very good, so much so that the speed of the next research was accelerated. Back in the dormitory, he threw the 2 books he borrowed at noon to the Patronus dog, and Kyle continued to improve the new magic. Kyle divided the evening time very carefully. 1 hour is used to study new magic. 1 hour is used to improve the flying magic circle. 2 hours are used to improve the energy core. The last hour is used to study randomly what he is interested in. This is the case every day. This is the reason why Kyle's strength has increased by leaps and bounds, and he can even fight against ordinary auras without losing. However, Kyle has reached a bottleneck. For ordinary adult wizards, Kyle's strength is enough to deal with them. But there are a group of elite wizards in the magic world who have experienced the first magic war. Those guys may be as strong as Kyle, but their experience and fighting instincts are incomparable to Kyle. Especially the members of the Order of the Phoenix at that time, and those auras who have always been fighting on the front line. It is no exaggeration to say that they have experienced hundreds of battles and survived many deaths. This makes fighting almost an instinct for them. In order to surpass them, Kyle must either gain an overwhelming advantage in strength or make up for the lack of experience. But how can such life and death experience be easily accumulated? Soon, an hour passed, and there was almost no progress in the new magic. He just practiced the current research more proficiently. The next step is the research of flying magic circles. Last semester, Kyle had been discussing with the two professors of spells and magic patterns, including the holiday time, and he did not relax at all. This makes the progress of the flying magic circle very gratifying. The overall research and development of the magic circle has been completed by 80%, and the rest is continuous optimization and trial and error. It is no exaggeration to say that if necessary, Kyle can already rely on the energy accumulated by Hogwarts for thousands of years to soar into the sky with this ancient castle. Although it will soon fall from the sky due to insufficient energy, Kyle found distressed that, in order to prevent this from happening, it seems that a means of emergency landing needs to be studied. There are really more and more problems. This makes Kyle's heart to form a professional team more and more urgent. The research on the energy core is also in trouble. The results of the previous research for thousands of years are really very perfect. Although Kyle has achieved the miniaturization of the energy core, and then based on countless miniaturized energy gathering magic circles, he has drawn a new energy gathering magic circle, but the effect is somewhat unsatisfactory. Because the decay rate of energy aggregation efficiency is really amazing. The new energy gathering magic circle composed of 10 miniaturized magic circles is 7 times more efficient than a single energy core. But the effect of a new energy gathering magic circle composed of 100 miniaturized magic circles is only 20 times the original. The subsequent attempts made Kyle almost despair. No matter how he expanded the scale of the magic circle, the effect of this superposition could only be increased to 50 times. No matter how he superimposed it afterwards, the increase was very small. The magic pattern of the energy core has been the optimal solution for thousands of years. Starting from the magic circle, it is almost impossible to continue to improve. If only relying on the 50-fold effect of the energy gathering array, a small island can barely float, but this is meaningless. Because there is no extra energy to supply other modules. Protection, ecology, people's livelihood, magic research, these are all big energy consumers. Even if you don't consider the ecology, a floating island without protection means is just a target. This made Kyle start to think about this world. Energy is an important support for the progress of a civilization. Without sufficient energy, no civilization can develop. So has the magic civilization of this world reached the upper limit allowed by this world due to the limitation of natural energy? Is this the reason why the magic world has not been able to make progress for nearly 1,000 years? This conclusion made Kyle's heart a little heavy, but he thought he was close to the truth of the world. Because he has been standing on the shoulders of countless geniuses and lunatics over the past 1,000 years, it is unreasonable that the results he has obtained can only increase efficiency by 50 times. In particular, this new energy gathering magic circle should theoretically be far from reaching his upper limit. For the next 2 hours, Kyle has been thinking about the future. Use nuclear energy to replace magic energy. Use the energy gathering magic circle to make the floating city fly, and then use nuclear energy to solve the rest? There is no problem with doing this, but it is meaningless. Because Kyle can't use nuclear energy to cast magic, and it is impossible to use nuclear energy to study magic. The magic that destroyed the world with a wave of the hand in the film and television works of the previous life cannot be achieved by nuclear energy. What Kyle wants is to return the great power of the world to himself, so that he can become a walking nuclear bomb to deter the world, rather than to start from scratch and rub a nuclear bomb. But this idea did inspire Kyle. Since nuclear energy can be converted into electrical energy, can it also be converted into magic energy? Even wind energy and solar energy, can they also be converted into magic energy? Particle colliders consume countless energy, but the output is also amazing. This principle also applies to the magic world. Many things and many rules can only be discovered when there is enough energy. It's not that some magic truths don't exist, but because the energy is too thin now, wizards can't see them. With this little magic power in the body, how many Avada Kedavra can be cast? To put it bluntly, even if all the British wizards are lined up for Voldemort to kill, even if he is exhausted, how many people can he kill at a time? Wizards have thought about using the free magic energy in the air to enhance the effect of spells, but if they can't even perceive these energies at the most basic level, how can they use them? Only when the energy is rich enough can we talk about using ourselves to pry the energy of the world, and this is a real wizard. Kyle, who has figured out the way out for the future, planned the next action. Because there is an important problem in front of him now. There is no nuclear power plant. He can't obtain the ownership of a nuclear power plant through any legal means. So, he set his sights on the empire in the Far East that has just undergone a huge change. But the road must be taken step by step, and the meal must be eaten bite by bite. According to him, although it has undergone great changes, the Ministry of Magic in that country is still quite capable. If history does not change, there will be a shocking story in the future where 200 fans from that country beat up 2,000 fans from the British Empire. This shows how good the guys from that country are. In addition, the place Kyle targeted has been abandoned for many years. How to repair the nuclear power plant after stealing it back is also a problem. According to Kyle's inference, repairing it should not work. This may be his most correct inference in the past 2 years. Kyle spent the next night writing and drawing, and even ignored the plan to practice magic. With so many things to think about, Kyle could only make an outline first, and then add problems and solutions to it little by little. In this way, Kyle fell headfirst into bed, until he could no longer support himself. The next morning, Kyle struggled to get up almost until class was about to start. He washed up hastily, and rushed to the greenhouse, and he didn't even have time to eat breakfast. The first class today was the herbology class. The fat Professor Sprout was a kind witch, and her family had been Hufflepuffs for generations. The first class was very easy. It was to loosen the soil and water some familiar magical plants, and prune the branches and leaves. These things were of course very simple for Kyle, and there would be no danger, even if he did 2 things at the same time. So Kyle was thinking about the future while doing his work. Since he needed to steal the power station from the Muggle world and find professionals to repair it, Kyle certainly couldn't stay in school every day. It was a waste of time. It seemed that in the future, he could only let Creature sneak in every day and then take him back to the old house to deal with these things. After making the decision, Kyle felt at ease. He quietly dealt with the work in his hands. The second day of school was not as full as the first day. After the herbology class, the next class would not start until 3:30 in the afternoon. Kyle spent all this free time in the library. Hermione, the little mouse in the library, was also in the library. Kyle glanced and saw that he was not reading books for professional courses, but Lockhart's novels. I didn't expect that even a rational girl like Hermione would fall in love with Lockhart. Kyle could only say that the marketing of the Fly family was really good. However, I heard that the 3rd year students of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff had already had their first defense against the dark arts class yesterday. As for the effect of the class, it can only be said that it is hard to describe. Lockhart successfully showed the students how to anger dangerous magical creatures, and then how to be subdued by them. It is said that, if Professor McGonagall had not passed by, Lockhart would have died on the first day of school. I hope Hermione will not be too disappointed after seeing through Lockhart's true face. I skipped Hermione and began to look for the books I needed. Although I can't study how to convert nuclear energy or electrical energy into the magical energy I need now. But I can first study how to convert magical energy into fire energy and wind energy. By analogy, there will always be some gains. This kind of magic circle is widely used, especially in the kitchen. Wizards have long learned to use magic circles instead of fire to cook. This is the simplest example of the conversion of magical energy into heat energy. Kyle wants to find out the mystery of energy conversion in these simple examples. Then try to convert the burning flame into attributeless magic energy. After randomly looking through a few books, Kyle found a lot of application examples. There are fires in the stove, fireplaces for heating, keeping the temperature constant in the nobles' homes, and heating the water in the swimming pool. The uses of these magic arrays are different, but the core remains the same. Kyle quickly analyzed the repeated parts. Then he studied the specific functions of each magic pattern. After studying these, he also needs to figure out why they are combined in this way, and what the differences are in different arrangements. Then try to replace them with other magic patterns, to see what new changes will occur. This work seems easy, but it will take Kyle a lot of energy. Because Kyle not only hopes to research a new magic array, but also constantly absorbs the drawing concepts of different magic arrays, hoping to sort out a set of his own theories. The existing magic array drawing method is like the C language in the programming world, basic and accurate, but not efficient enough. Kyle hopes to summarize his own magic array weaving method, just like Python for programming, which can do anything, except not having children. This requires a huge amount of magic pattern knowledge and rich experience in magic array drawing to summarize it. Time passed quietly in the constant research, deduction and recording. It was not until Kyle was so hungry that he could not stand it anymore that he suddenly realized that it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. Unconsciously, he had been sitting in the library for 4 hours. 4 short hours were not enough for Kyle to achieve any results. But at least he had a preliminary understanding of this magic circle of energy conversion. After packing up his notes and going to Madam Pin's to handle the borrowing procedures again, Kyle hurried to the dormitory. The first thing he did when he returned to the dormitory was to call the house elf to prepare afternoon tea for himself. This habit of using the house elf at any time was caused by Creature. When Kyle suddenly realized that he had become accustomed to being served by the elves, he felt that the life of the nobles was really good. Lying on the bed to rest his waist, although he was still young, Kyle had already started to take care of his body. After all, wizards have a longer lifespan. Kyle didn't want to be like in his previous life, dragging his waist with a herniated disc at the age of 30 and living in pain. Don't say that the treatment methods in the magic world are better. That is for injuries caused by falls. Haven't you seen so many hunched dark wizards in Nocturne Alley? They all committed sins when they were young. After resting in bed for a while, Kyle got up and ate some cakes brought by the house elves. Finally, he recovered. He packed his school bag and went to the next class. Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration. Kyle's nightmare in the past. But Kyle believed that, as long as the next storm came, the transfiguration that had troubled him would be solved. But for Kyle now, nightmares are still nightmares. Today's learning content is relatively friendly. It is a review of some key points taught last semester. But considering the poor on Kyle's transcript last semester, today's content does not seem to be that simple. Because this year is the exam year for Kyle's owl, Professor McGonagall's teaching is extremely detailed. Even some content from grades 1, 2, and 3 is inserted from time to time. But this is almost useless to Kyle. He memorizes the theoretical things almost better than McGonagall. He can even pick out where McGonagall's teaching is not good or not in depth. But what's the use? Transfiguration is really a course that requires a lot of talent. No matter how well you memorize the theory, you just can't do it. Coincidentally, Kyle is the unlucky kid who can't do it, no matter how hard he struggles. After finally getting to the end of Get Out of Class, Kyle walked to the auditorium with a depressed mood, intending to comfort his wounded heart with a big meal. In the afternoon, he had already asked the house elves that today's dinner would be mainly French cuisine. I believe that the elves' cooking skills can restore an authentic French meal. The expectation continued until Kyle ran into the second year animals who had just finished class in the corridor. If I remember correctly, the second year kids had defense against the dark arts in the second class this afternoon. Looking at the excited faces of the Gryffindors and the gloomy faces of his own little snakes, Kyle narrowed his eyes. That stupid lion from Gryffindor, wouldn't he take out the anger he suffered at his own place on these little beans in the lower grades? Chapter 113. Encountering the city court, not fighting back. Although that guy's character was not very good during his school days, even if he was not a school bully, he could be regarded as a follower of the school bully. He didn't dare to kill or set fire, but from what Kyle knew, he did a lot of things like bullying honest people and isolating lonely students. What's even more outrageous is that such a small gangster-like character ended up being a class leader. I really don't know what disgusting things this guy has done with the power of a class leader. You see, he forced his own professor from an honest man to a person who is vindictive and likes to bully the weak, bullying the little lion, and keep strangers away. Well, Kyle can't make it up anymore. According to Kyle's understanding, Professor Snape was not a good person when he was in school. But anyway, Kyle has determined that Lupin was definitely not a good bird when he was in school. But after all, he has graduated for so many years. After all, he was a member of the Order of the Phoenix, so his character should be guaranteed. It is impossible for him to do such a despicable thing. Kyle thought so as he stopped the dejected little snakes. The little lions next to him also stopped to gloat over the misfortune. Seeing this, Kyle was more certain about what happened. Could it be that the unscrupulous guy imitated his own professor and deducted points from Slytherin in class? It's possible. Kyle came to a conclusion confidently. Malfoy, Zabini, Kyle called the two leading boys. Can you explain to me what happened that made you forget the demeanor that Slytherin should have? Kyle's words made the two little guys' faces change. Zabini's face was hesitant, as if he didn't know how to start. On the contrary, Malfoy, who always acted very impulsive and childish in front of Potter, gritted his teeth and told Kyle what happened. Senior Kyle, it's that poor guy Lupin. The little guy was very smart and directly pointed out the key point of the problem. Malfoy's words immediately attracted the angry glares of the Gryffindors who were watching. The answer was exactly what Kyle expected. It was Lupin who was making trouble again. And looking at the support of the little lions around Lupin, it was obvious that his behavior made the little lions very happy. This further proved Kyle's guess that he must have used his own way to treat others. I just don't know how many points Lupin deducted from these unlucky little guys. With a trace of joy of successful reasoning, Kyle directly asked the question in his heart. Did Lupin deduct points? How many points? Malfoy, it's just a few points deducted. Why are you so dejected? You can make up for it in other classes. The demeanor of Slytherin can't be thrown away casually by deducting a few points. Have you forgotten what the former headmaster Parker said to you at the beginning of last year's school? The glory of Slytherin is not allowed to be tarnished in any way. Originally just a few words to comfort the little snakes, but it made their faces even uglier. Senior Kyle, we didn't lose any points. Zabini was the one who spoke. I don't know what this little guy is afraid of, but he stuttered when he spoke. This made the little lions watching even more excited. Ha ha ha, look at how cowardly he is. That's right, Zabini, aren't you usually very impressive? Why are you stuttering? The booing in his ear made Kyle a little annoyed, and he glanced coldly at the little lions around him. Although they knew that Kyle would never attack a junior student in public, the little lions were still frightened and silent. Only 3 people had different expressions. The little red hare who broke his wand still provoked Kyle with a gloating look on his face. Hermione's face was hesitant to speak, and Harry's face was full of entanglement. Kyle was a little annoyed after failing to speculate again, and regretted why he didn't play werewolf more often in his previous life, at least to exercise his reasoning ability. With a hint of impatience, Kyle looked at the two of them. What on earth happened? You are so hesitant. What a mess. This time, it was Malfoy who answered again. Senior Kyle, that poor guy Lupin. The first class is about Bolog, which is a kind of. I know what it is. Keep talking. Tell me what happened. The appearance of Bolog made Kyle have some not so good guesses, so he became even more impatient. Swallowing his saliva, Malfoy continued, the previous classes were normal, but something went wrong when it came to Longbottom. How is he? When Kyle asked, his face was extremely gloomy. Even in his 5th year, he had heard about Longbottom's fear of Snape. The person Longbottom fears most is Professor Snape. After saying that, Malfoy looked at Kyle carefully, and then looked at Longbottom with malice. At this time, the little red-haired boy was very righteous. He stepped in front of the little fat man and said, Malfoy, what are you looking at? If it weren't for that old bat who always bullies Neville, why would Neville be most afraid of him? He is. Fainted. Kyle, who could no longer bear it, finally cast a spell on the little red-haired boy and explained in a gloomy tone, "Who allowed you to insult Professor Snape in front of me? He openly insulted the Dean of Slytherin. Gryffindors, tell this little red-haired boy to think about how to give an explanation to Slytherin." After that, he put away his wand, looked at Malfoy, and growled in a gloomy tone, "Go on." Kyle's expression made Malfoy swallow his saliva, but he still forced himself to say, Lupin asked Longbottom's grandmother what kind of clothes and hat she usually wore. He asked about her daily dress, and then said what? Although he already knew the answer in his heart, Kyle still squinted and asked. The expression on his face was no longer gloomy, but calm, but frighteningly calm. Then Lupin said, "Longbottom, you just try to imagine what your grandmother looks like in your mind. If you do well, Professor Snape will become like that." At the end, Malfoy's voice also calmed down, but there was deep humiliation in his words. And then, Longbottom succeeded? Yes, Senior Kel. The conversation ended here, and both of them looked very calm. All the little snakes knew that this was just the last calm before the storm. Some little lions also realized that things seemed to be getting serious. After all, Kel was a tough guy who had just confronted Lupin and Dumbledore. Only those heartless little guys were still laughing at Slytherin and discussing the scene that they would never forget. Slowly glancing at the little lions who were still grinning, Kyle looked back at Malfoy. His tone became extremely gentle, but everyone could hear the danger in it. And then, "Mr. Malfoy, what did you do then?" Kyle's question made Malfoy's face pale, and he hurriedly explained. "Senior Kyle, I was in class at the time. I was planning to take revenge these 2 days. Okay, Mr. Malfoy, if I remember correctly, you are the second year prefect. Let me ask you again, do you still remember what Headmaster Parker said when you first entered school? The glory of Slytherin must not be tarnished in any way." Malfoy, Zabini, and the little snakes behind him said this sentence at the same time. This is not only the requirement of the former headmaster, but also the first rule of Slytherin. The little snakes slowly took out their wands, with shame and fierceness on their faces. The little lions around them finally felt the seriousness of the matter, and also took out their wands, pointing them at the little snakes with excitement. Unlike the calm and resolute faces of the little snakes, the faces of these little lions were full of excitement. Most of the little lions had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter, thinking that today's conflict was no different from usual. They could not wait to have a fight. They had the upper hand in the classroom, and now the little lions were dreaming of having the upper hand in a fight. Of course, there were smart people among the lions. They knew that the wisest way at this time should be to find the teacher. But the lions' sense of loyalty did not allow them to abandon their companions at this time. They could only keep signaling the little badgers and eagles who were watching to find the teacher. It was not known whether the little badgers and eagles who were watching were really stupid or pretending to be stupid. No matter how those smart little lions blinked and twisted their mouths, they just did not move. They all said that this was a battle between Gryffindor and Slytherin, and we, the spectators, would not go down to help because we were afraid of being splashed with blood. Without caring about how the second year snakes retaliated, Kyle turned and left the corridor. If these little guys were humiliated in the classroom and lost the fight, they could apply for expulsion. Slytherin does not need waste. Snake House advocates conspiracy and thinking before taking action, but it never lacks the courage to show its sword. Walking slowly towards the dormitory, Kyle was thinking about the follow-up of this matter. It is easy to make trouble, but solving the follow-up problems is a difficult problem. Last year's end of term dinner was Kyle's first attack on Dumbledore, and the second time was on the Hogwarts Express the day before yesterday. As the saying goes, you can do it once or twice, but not 3 times. As long as Kyle takes action this time, he will inevitably face a crazy counterattack from Dumbledore, or the Gryffindor forces led by Dumbledore. This time, regardless of whether Dumbledore or the Gryffindors are right or not, Kyle will face a fierce blow. Because the bright and great headmaster can't continue to endure. If he continues to endure, his people's hearts will really be scattered. This is also the reason why Kyle encouraged Malfoy and others to take action. On the one hand, it is to punish him for his inaction in class. At the same time, it is also to drag these traditional Slytherin forces into the water. When Kyle was about to disappear at the end of the corridor, the little snakes and little lions behind him had already started fighting. Unlike the small evil spells such as Tarantella Dance and Teetha's Big Clubs that they used in the past, the little snakes used deadly attacks this time. They all used the most offensive spells they knew. Stunning was the most used magic. More offensive spells such as Shattered Bones and Blazing Fire also appeared from time to time. This wave of attacks directly stunned the little lions who participated in the battle. It felt like I was having a military exercise with you, but you ended up using live ammunition on me. But no matter what, these little lions who were watching the fun paid a heavy price. Since you like to see your professor's jokes, go to the hospital wing to watch. The fierce battle also scared the little eagles and badgers around. Being hit by stunning was already lucky for the little lions. As long as you are hit by Shattered Bones, you will definitely see blood. There was even an unlucky guy, who seemed to be called Simo or something, whose arm was blown off. There were also 2 unlucky guys who were hit by Blazing Fire, crying and tearing at the magic cannon, and rolling on the ground. It was only when Harry quickly released the spring water that the 2 little lions escaped from the predicament. The little lions who could still stand stared at Slytherin angrily, cursing softly, but did not dare to act rashly. The bloody and cruel behavior of the little snakes frightened them. The little snakes were also in a bad situation. Although there were not many injured, they all turned pale. After all, these little guys were only 12 or 13 years old. Faced with such a tragic scene, even if they were mentally prepared, they still couldn't help trembling. Even so, the little snakes still looked at Gryffindor stubbornly and indifferently. Taking a deep breath, Malfoy slowly said, "This is just the beginning, Potter. No one has ever dared to insult Slytherin like this. Dared to insult the Dean of Slytherin in public. No one. Since you support Lupin and agree with his approach, then take on the first round of Slytherin's revenge for him." No one spoke at the scene, and even the dumbest lion knew that things had gotten out of hand. The situation here was no longer something they could handle. The current confrontation is just waiting for the seniors, or even professors and deans, to show up. Kyle had seen such a conversation in his previous life. Ziksha asked Confucius, "How should you deal with the enemy of your parents?" The master said, "Sleep on straw mats and use shields as pillows. Do not work for an official, and do not share the world with your enemy. If you meet him in the market, or in the court, you will immediately fight him desperately, and you don't even need to go home to get weapons." Kyle agreed with this point of view very much. Since Lupin did not learn his lesson, and chose to humiliate the professor again, he should be prepared to be retaliated by Slytherin. If you meet him in the market, or in the court, you will not fight him. This sentence is very true. So, Kyle prepared to go back to the dormitory, and take out his box. Continue typing. Chapter 114, Fighting Off Werewolves. The way to the Defense Teachers Lounge happens to pass by the corridor just now. The seniors of the 2 colleges, as well as the little badger, and the little eagle who were eating melons, have surrounded the place. The deans of the 4 colleges and the headmaster Dumbledore have all arrived, and stood in the middle of the crowd. Flitwick and Sprout stood aside, looking a little shocked. McGonagall and Dumbledore stood together, with Lupin who had rushed over after hearing the news. The little lions gathered behind the 3 professors, their faces suppressing anger and sadness. Professor Snape and Dumbledore stood opposite each other, with their arms folded, their faces cold, and their eyes staring at Lupin viciously. At this time, the professor's aura was fully open, and he was not at all inferior even when confronting Dumbledore. The little snakes stood behind the professor. Their faces were also very indifferent, and the expressions of their own professors were exactly the same. All the little animals present knew what was going on. At this time, seeing Kyle carrying a box slowly walking from the back, they subconsciously made way. Their eyes were fixed on Kyle's box. They had not forgotten what was in it. Walking slowly to the side behind his professor, Kyle even politely nodded to Dumbledore and McGonagall. This made McGonagall's face even darker. "Kyle Shafiq, can you explain what you did?" In the end, Professor McGonagall could not suppress her anger, and took the lead in challenging Kyle. Without answering McGonagall's question, Kyle glanced at the blood on the ground, and turned his head to Malfoy. "Did you win?" "Of course. Malfoy, the little bad guy, was showing off again, trying to straighten his thin chest, with a Slytherin-style fake smile on his face, completely different from the dejection he had just shown. Kyle nodded and said nothing. This reaction made Professor McGonagall even more furious, and she almost roared. Conflict, bleeding, serious injuries, and openly using the crushing curse to attack classmates. Kyle Shafiq, do you know what this means? Do you know what the consequences will be? Unlike McGonagall's anger, Kyle politely saluted. Professor McGonagall, this is just a normal counterattack from Slytherin. Why do you have to make such a big deal? It was not McGonagall who answered him, but Dumbledore. Mr. Shafiq, because of your instigation, Slytherin and Gryffindor had a violent conflict, resulting in 3 serious injuries, and many people were unconscious or slightly injured. For this reason, I have to regretfully inform you that you will face severe punishment, and if necessary, the school will have to choose to expel you. The old man's voice was not impatient, and even full of regret. But what he said made the little snake's face change color. On the contrary, when the little lions heard what Dumbledore said, they all showed excited expressions, and some even whispered, "We should break his wand now." Unfortunately, this only scared the kids in the magic world. Is that so? That's really harsh, but Dean, I have a few questions to ask you. Go ahead. Professor Snape's words were concise and his eyes never left Lupin. Dean, according to the school rules, what is the punishment for inciting others to fight? After thinking for a while, Snape showed a fake smile. There is no such school rule. Oh, Kyle showed the same fake smile on his face. Then what about using magic to injure people in the corridor? Although there was no prior communication, the professor gave excellent assistance. There have been no major accidents in the past 10 years. The last fight with such serious consequences dates back to the war years. You remind me, Kyle, because of attacking classmates in the corridor, all students involved in the fight will be deducted 10 points each. This is ridiculous. Professor McGonagall finally couldn't bear it anymore and angrily interrupted the conversation between Kyle and Snape. This is ridiculous. No one can get away with this kind of result. The two people who were interrupted were not angry. Professor Snape returned to his previous cold face and stared at Lupin again with unfriendly eyes. Kyle, on the other hand, showed a happy smile. Calm down, Professor McGonagall. This way of handling it is certainly possible. In March 1976, Professor Snape met Sirius and Lupin of Gryffindor by chance. Because of Sirius's provocation, the two sides had a violent conflict. In the conflict, the professor fought 1 against 2 and seriously injured Lupin. Then James Potter and Peter Pettigrew arrived and also participated in the siege of the professor, causing the professor to be seriously injured. In the conflict at that time, the instigator was Sirius, and the participants from Gryffindor were Sirius Black, James Potter, Remus Lupin and Peter Pettigrew, and the only participant from Slytherin was the professor. The final result was that 2 people were seriously injured. As for the punishment given by Professor Dumbledore, it happened to be because of attacking classmates in the corridor. All students who participated in the fight were deducted 10 points each. At this point, Kyle glanced at Dumbledore lazily and then said, "Professor McGonagall, this is clearly recorded in Mr. Filch's punishment record. In addition to this, there are many similar contents. Do you want me to recite them one by one for you?" Kyle's words caused a commotion among the young wizards in the corridor. This was not the first time that Kyle accused Dumbledore of being unfair and shielding students from making mistakes. But before, he only gave a general idea. This time, Kyle explained in detail the cause, process, result, and how Dumbledore handled the matter. He even told the source of the matter. If the young wizards want to confirm it, they can find a way to find the record and take a peek. Moreover, comparing Dumbledore's attitude when handling the matter at that time, and then looking at his attitude of expelling Kyle now, the young wizards are even more scared. I didn't expect that this old headmaster who looked kind and kind-hearted would be so unfair. Dumbledore's face was already as hen. It must be said that he misjudged Kyle's means. He knew Snape very well, and knew that Snape would definitely not take the initiative to talk about this experience, nor would he take the initiative to tell Kyle about his experience at that time. but I didn't expect Kyle to look for the answer in something as obscure as the punishment record. But Kyle also underestimated this old fox. Dumbledore's face quickly returned to normal. I'm sorry, my child. It seems that I remembered it wrong. After all, you have to understand that an old man will inevitably be confused at times. Besides, the situation of Severus and the others was more complicated at that time. I believe you have also seen in the records that Severus also led his friends to ambush Gryffindor back then. But Kyle, the situation now is different from what it was then. Hearing this, Kyle pretended to listen attentively and smiled, motioning Dumbledore to continue. Dumbledore was like a nagging old man, but his words were full of murderous intent. Kyle, after all, the times are different now. Since the end of the war, there has been no such tragic conflict. Now because of you, the antagonism between the two houses has almost reached its peak. Kyle, in order to prevent the situation during the war from happening again, I can only choose to deal with you strictly. Clap, clap, clap. After Dumbledore finished speaking, Kyle actually applauded. Excellent speech, Professor Dumbledore. But you seem to have overlooked that Lupin standing next to you is the root of everything. What a coincidence. When Lupin was in school more than a decade ago, it was the most chaotic period in the history of Hogwarts. And now, more than a decade later, Mr. Lupin, I didn't expect that you would once again cause opposition between the houses just after you returned to Hogwarts. Lupin, who was mentioned by Kyle, had to stand up. His voice was gentle and seemed to be a little weak. Mr. Shafiq, this was just a joke. Why make such a fuss about it? It has caused such a big mess. Also, should you call me Professor Lupin? Lupin's words made Kyle sneer. Professor? Mr. Lupin, what can you teach? Is it school violence? Or openly insulting colleagues? After that, he looked at Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, I wonder if it's too late for me to say this is just a joke. The lazy words, but they were deeply influenced by his own professor's true tradition of sarcasm, made Lupin blush, but he couldn't say a word. I'm afraid your words will not be recognized by the school. After all, 3 seriously injured students are still lying in the medical wing. That's a pity. Although he said regret, there was no loss on Kyle's face. Okay, students, there's nothing to see anymore. Those who should go to class should go to class, and those who should rest. 10 points will be deducted from each person. The result has been announced. What else is there to watch? Mr. Shafiq, I'm afraid the school doesn't approve. If you want to expel me, you should first call a board of directors meeting to change the school rules. Kyle interrupted Dumbledore without paying any attention to what he said. Oh, by the way, I'm afraid that, even if the school rules are changed, I can't be expelled. Because this happened before the school rules were changed. As he spoke, he showed a dazzling fake smile. As for other punishments, feel free to do whatever you want. After a moment of silence, Dumbledore said with a cold face, as you wish, I will hold a board of directors meeting this Saturday to discuss this matter specifically. I believe that the board of directors will be able to come up with a convincing result. Without saying anything, Kyle just responded with a casual gesture. Then he turned around and walked back, calling the little snakes back to the cellar. Just when everyone thought that the matter had come to an end, Kyle turned around, as if he had remembered something. By the way, Mr. Lupin, what did you just say? I should call you Professor, right? I wonder what Mr. Lupin can teach me. The crowd that had been gradually dispersing stopped again, and cast astonished eyes at Kyle, not understanding what he was going to say. The same was true for Lupin. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, and suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he looked at Kyle's box. Mr. Kell, Lupin is the professor of defense against the dark arts. Of course, he teaches you how to resist the invasion of dark magic. Excuse me, do you have any questions? Before Lupin could answer, Dumbledore was the first to answer. So that's how it is. But Professor, I have always had a question. As far as I know, Lupin has always lived under the protection of his 2 close friends. Can such a person really teach the little wizards to protect themselves? Kyle's words made Dumbledore more certain of his guess. Of course, Mr. Kell, Lupin has always been fighting on the front line against Voldemort in the last Wizard War. I have to say that Voldemort is really intimidating in the wizarding world. Just a name made the little wizards at the scene exclaim. Even several professors froze unnaturally for a moment. It's really an admirable behavior. Since Professor Dumbledore trusts Lupin's strength so much, I wonder if you are willing to let. I'm afraid not, Kyle. Your little cuties are probably not suitable to appear in the castle. Dumbledore's words made Kyle stunned. What little cuties? But when he saw him staring at the suitcase without blinking, Kyle reacted. So this old guy thought he was going to use Dementors to bully Lupin? Kyle thought with a smile. Doing this will not do Kyle any good. At most, Lupin will be attacked by some Dementors. But don't forget that Dumbledore is right next to him. If he sees that the situation is not right, he can immediately disperse the Dementors, and Lupin will not be hurt at all. On the contrary, Kyle will not only have to bear the risk of being killed by Dumbledore, but also have a reputation of being able to bully people with Dementors. It is totally not worth it. Ignoring Dumbledore, Kyle looked at Draco. Mr. Malfoy, I have a question that I'm afraid you need to answer for me. My pleasure, Senior. Did Mr. Lupin face Bolog in the defense against the dark arts class just now? Lupin did face Bolog. Malfoy gave a positive answer and then said hesitantly, it was a spherical thing, but what exactly it was? I'm sorry, Senior, I didn't see it clearly. What about you, Zabby? It doesn't matter. If you didn't see it clearly, then you didn't see it clearly. Kyle looked relaxed and happy. Lupin suddenly realized something, and his face turned pale. Dumbledore's face was also not good. At the same time, he looked at Professor Snape with a suspicious look. Is this doubting what the professor told me? Kyle thought with a sneer. The day he returned to school happened to be the third day after Kyle took out the mandrake on the night of the full moon. At such a special moment, he met a wizard who looked weak, sick, hairy, and whose patroness seemed to be a full moon. How could such a suspicious person not arouse Kyle's suspicion? That's why he just confirmed with Malfoy what Professor Lupin feared the most. As for the sphere that Malfoy answered, it was just that he didn't see it clearly. What sphere? It was clearly an unformed full moon. Yearning to bathe in the moonlight of the full moon, but fearing the full moon deep in his heart. What else could it be, if not a werewolf? With deep malice, Kyle looked at Lupin. This, Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts, can you teach us how to resist werewolves? Thank you for the wine, the shopkeeper, and dance with the maple. I'm the only reward. The next update will be at 10 o'clock. Chapter 115 Duel Club. At this moment, the malice in Professor Snape's eyes almost came out, and there was even a grim smile on the corner of his mouth. This was the first time that Kyle saw his own professor with such a terrifying expression. It was so out of control, so hateful. It seems that the story between the professor and Lupin is more than I know. Kyle thought sadly. The professor's appearance almost confirmed his identity as an insider. Looking at the almost unconcealed hatred between the professor and Lupin, a senior member of the Order of the Phoenix, how could they be colleagues and serve Dumbledore together? Lupin's face was pale, and he didn't say anything. It was Dumbledore who chose to answer for him again. Of course, Mr. Kyle, Lupin is a brave and experienced wizard. In the last war, he faced the siege of werewolves more than once and retreated unscathed. Dumbledore's expression was indifferent, as if he didn't hear Kyle's subtext. But several smart little wizards around him had already revealed a suspicious look. Unfortunately, there was no point in arguing about these words. Unless Lupin revealed his identity, or the little wizards generally noticed something unusual, it would be an endless war of words. So Kyle took the initiative to skip this topic. Just as he was about to continue questioning Lupin's strength, an unexpected person jumped out. Ladies and gentlemen, I just heard this unfortunate news. Where are those poor little wizards? I often get nearly fatal injuries during my adventures, so I'm very good at medical magic. You can trust me, and let me treat their injuries. Lockhart's appearance diverted everyone's attention. It has to be said that, although this guy is a liar, his personal image and temperament are really good. The sunshine on his body immediately diluted the gloom at the scene. The eyes of the little girls around him suddenly showed peach hearts. Even Hermione, a little old-fashioned girl, tidied her hair unnaturally. Professor Lockhart, thank you for your kindness, but the injured little wizards have been sent to the medical wing. Oh, of course. Madame Pomfrey's treatment methods are definitely not inferior to mine, so I feel relieved. With Lockhart warming up the atmosphere between Gryffindor and Slytherin was no longer so tense. Dumbledore's expression also eased. Of course, Lockhart, but thank you for your enthusiasm. Haha, Professor Dumbledore, I just want to do something I'm good at. As he spoke, Lockhart saw Harry with a complicated expression on his face. I guess you are here, Harry. I've heard that you are a good and agile guy. But I have to say that until you can be as skilled as me and control it with ease, it's best not to do this again. Of course, this is not just for you, but for all the little wizards present. I want to tell you that if you can't control magic like me, it's best not to try this kind of behavior easily. You know, using magic to attack others. Because it may cause irreparable harm. Especially, you are not as proficient in medical magic as I am. This will leave you with regrets that are hard to let go. So, as he spoke, Lockhart turned his gaze to Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, please allow me to explain my idea. Dumbledore cooperated and made a gesture to start. After paying a respectful salute to Dumbledore, Lockhart continued his speech. Dear little wizards, since I was notified that I would become the professor of defense against the dark arts, I have been thinking about what I should teach you. How can I do my best? After all, as you know, the pursuit of perfection has always been my motto. It was not until I heard about the accident just now that this idea came to my mind. Why not hold a duel club? Lockhart's words caused a burst of exclamations from the little wizards, both men and women. Obviously, although this idea was just proposed, it has been supported by all the little wizards. Quiet, quiet, everyone. Please be quiet. The noise at the scene forced Lockhart to loudly maintain order. But everyone can see how proud this guy is. Kyle secretly saw that his professor frowned more than once. Obviously, this kind of ostentatious and exaggerated personality made the professor very unhappy. On the contrary, Dumbledore actually appreciated this guy's performance with a happy face. Okay, little guys, I'm going to train you in the duel club myself and learn the knowledge I mentioned in the book. Good. This is simply great. The reactions of the little wizards left Kyle speechless. The happier they cheer now, the angrier they will be when Lockhart is exposed. However, Lockhart's words seemed to give Kyle an opportunity. So he also cast his eyes on Dumbledore. Dumbledore's smile was kind at this time, and he looked at Lockhart with a smile. Of course, Professor Lockhart, such a beautiful idea will certainly be supported by the school. You only need to sort out the time, place, and equipment needed for the club, and the rest, the school will solve for you. Dumbledore's words once again aroused the cheers of the little wizards. Lockhart smiled and saluted to the surroundings, and then said happily, Professor, I hope the first duel club meeting will be held this month. How about this Friday? It was Kyle who spoke, and he was looking at Lockhart with a smile. Oh, since the little wizard is so impatient, Lockhart was interrupted and was stunned for a moment. Then he continued happily, then let's set it for this Friday night, and the location is in the school auditorium. Professor Dumbledore, what do you think? Of course, why not? Dumbledore looked at Kyle with a smile, waiting for Kyle to make a move. Kyle certainly would not let Dumbledore down, and looked at Lockhart with enthusiasm. Professor, please forgive my abruptness, such a good opportunity to show off. I really can't bear to miss it. Missed what? By the way, classmate, what's your name? Kyle Shafiq. Professor Lockhart, since it is a dueling club, will there be a duel demonstration? This sentence seemed to hit Lockhart's plan. Of course, Mr. Kyle, the opening performance of the duel club will be performed by Mian. Oh, sorry, because this is a temporary idea, I haven't found a suitable person to show it to. Which professor is interested in showing the art of dueling to the young wizards with me? Of course, I won't try my best in the duel. I will work with the professors who will appear to show everyone a perfect performance. Lockhart's words made Kyle's face look very strange. Has this Sonny lied to people too many times and made himself believe that he is a master of magic? Otherwise, who gave him the confidence to invite a professor to perform a duel with him? Are you really not afraid of being knocked unconscious by the cooperative professor? To be honest, Kyle is looking forward to that scene. However, considering his own plan, he had to give up this tempting idea. He walked forward and interrupted Lockhart, who was still boasting. "Professor Lockhart, this is what I mean by being abrupt. Can I and Professor Lupin perform the opening performance of the Duel Club?" As soon as these words came out, the surrounding little wizards fell into silence. Especially the little lions. Their faces were already filled with excitement with 7 big words. "You are courting death." Lockhart looked at Kyle with his eyes wide open. Dumbledore's expression was inexplicable. And Professor Snape looked at Kyle with concern. As if he was concerned about a mentally retarded person. "Mr. Shafiq, I have to repeat what Headmaster Dumbledore said, although..." As he said this, the professor looked at Lupin with disgust. "Although Mr. Lupin has a bad character, he has experienced the baptism of war after all. What gave you the confidence to make such a ridiculous decision?" Well, although the professor's words were a bit harsh, he cared about himself after all. Thinking of this, Kyle felt much better. Raising a bright smile, Kyle gave Snape a confident reply. "Believe me, Professor, when have I ever done something that I was not sure of?" The professor stared at Kyle with deep eyes for a while. Finally, he snorted meaninglessly and stopped talking. Kyle shrugged and looked at Lupin with a slight smile. "Mr. Lupin, as the professor of defense against the dark arts, are you willing to show your strength to me and other students?" Lupin looked at Kyle tiredly and was forced into a corner. He could only agree with a little bitterness. "As you wish." Seeing that things had come to this, Professor Snape sneered again. Without paying attention to anyone, he strode towards the office in the cellar. The fluttering black robe rolled behind him. "Come to my office. Special training starting today." From afar, Professor Snape's deep voice came over. Kyle smiled and saluted to all the professors, then chased after his own professor and trotted over. Seeing that the protagonists had left, the surrounding animals finally dispersed. The little lions were excitedly guessing how Lupin would teach Kyle a lesson, and the little snakes were excitedly guessing how Kyle would defeat Lupin. The two sides were clearly divided. One went to the 8th floor and the other went to the cellar. It seemed that they were always running in 2 directions. The sight returned to Kyle. As soon as Kyle entered the office, he was faced with a powerful blow that knocked him to the ground. If Kyle had not reacted quickly, he would have been knocked out of the potion office by this spell. Helpless, Kyle could only look at Snape with a smile. "Professor, is it necessary to sneak attack me with a spell as soon as you come in?" The professor, who was stared at, did not look guilty at all. Instead, he slowly stroked his wand. "Sneak attack? This is not a sneak attack. In wartime, this is just a greeting. The guy you want to challenge has lived in this kind of environment. Why, you can't accept this. This is the last update today. I really can't do it anymore. I have updated a total of 16,000 words. Thanks to Shebian, Shiqiu, Shengwan Kikan, Wan Pangzi Da Pangzi, ZUORUORUORUORUO, Shanshal Channel for the rewards. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, Kyle's Preparation. Very good, Mr. Shafiq. Since you are so confident, the professor stood up and took out a notebook with a deep hatred on his face. "If you can successfully master this magic and use it in a duel before curfew today, I can give you another notebook, which is what you have been looking forward to." Magic research notebook. Kyle was silent and took the notebook silently. He flipped through it and found that there was only one magic recorded in it. Judging from the effect, it can hang a person upside down. This is obviously the magic that the professor researched himself, and the notebook records the entire research process. Compared with the final results, the record of the research process is the most precious. But Kyle didn't quite understand it. This magic has no lethality and no special effects. It can only hang a person upside down and restrict his movements, making him an immobile target. Why is the professor so obsessed with this magic? It seems that the hatred between the professor and the looters is more than Kyle knows. After all, not every conflict will be recorded in the punishment record. After giving the notebook to Kyle, the professor sat back in his seat without saying a word. Without giving Kyle time to think, he directly and coldly issued an order to leave. "Mr. Shafiq, instead of being in a daze here, you might as well go back and think about how to deal with that werewolf. Since it is you who initiated the challenge, I hope the result will not disappoint me. After all, the glory of Slytherin cannot be desecrated." Confused, Kyle bowed and saluted, then walked out of the potion office. Only when he turned back, he vaguely saw a deep sadness on the professor's face. Kyle did not go back to the dormitory after leaving the office, but directly found an abandoned classroom as a temporary spell practice room. The principle of the inverted bell is not complicated, and it can be regarded as a variant of the floating spell. But after the professor's modification, this spell is more powerful, and the casting has become faster and simpler. In order to study the flying magic circle, Kyle did a lot of research on the most basic floating spell, so he got the hang of the bell very quickly. Hanging fuchsia. He practiced over and over again with the old tables and chairs in the classroom until several tables that could not bear the weight fell apart, and then he stopped. Kyle can be said to have mastered this magic. He only needs to practice more to increase his proficiency in spells and casting speed, and then he can use it in actual combat. Looking at the time, it was just past 8 o'clock. Kyle decided to continue to work hard on this magic and then report to Snape. At 9:30, Kyle stopped practicing on time and walked towards the potions office. After finding the professor to verify the results of the practice of the hanging fuchsia, he can receive some special training in the remaining time. To be honest, Kyle can't wait for the special training. The professor is undoubtedly a master of duels and a practical person who has experienced the baptism of war. I have never had the opportunity to see the professor take action before. This time, maybe I can get a glimpse of the professor's style. Dang, the knock on the door startled the snake relief on the door. As if affected by the professor's bad temper, the relief stared at Kyle impatiently, hissing and spitting out the snake tongue. The professor must have issued some instructions. The relief listened carefully and shook his head to open the door. Seeing that it was Kyle who came in, the professor raised his eyes and put down the work in his hands. "Why, Mr. Shafiq, have you mastered that magic?" "Yes, Professor." Kyle's answer surprised the professor. He looked at the time, and it was not yet 10 o'clock. It seems that Mr. Shafiq's talent in spells is indeed extraordinary. No wonder he gave up the poor potions class directly. The professor's voice was neither hurried nor slow, but it made Kyle freeze in place, because he really didn't know how to answer this question. Fortunately, his own professor did not continue to dwell on this topic, but stood up neatly. "Come up and start special training." The professor did not mention the upside down golden bell, which made Kyle a little confused. Following the professor, the two came to a practice room. Looking at the layout inside, it seems to be used exclusively by professors. "Mr. Shafiq, how much do you know about duels?" After thinking for a while, Kyle answered cautiously, "I have read the procedures in books, but I have never seen a formal duel." "Very good. Follow the procedures you know, and have a formal duel with me. Go all out, let me see your true strength." "Yes, Professor." Without too much nonsense, the two stood opposite each other and bowed to each other. Then, each of them raised his wand in front of him like a sword, and Professor Snape began to count. 1, 2, 3. Expelliarmus. Expelliarmus. Both sides chose the same spell as the starter, and both were fired at the side of the other's body. But the two responded completely differently. Kyle stared at the professor's wand intently, and after judging the direction, he quickly moved to the other side. The professor, on the other hand, stood directly in place and let the spell pass by him. Kyle predicted the professor's actions, but the professor predicted Kyle's prediction. The attack was not over. Seeing that the professor did not move at all, Kyle quickly released an armor protection. Sure enough, the professor, who did not move, had more time to cast magic. He calmly added an Expelliarmus spell, and then began to suppress Kyle. Spells were hurled at Kyle one after another. Although they were all Expelliarmus spells, the purposes of these spells were different. Some were to block Kyle's movement, while others were directed at the direction of Kyle's movement. Some were simply to force Kyle to use the armor spell and miss the opportunity to attack. The dense spells made Kyle exhausted. At the same time, the professor kept giving instructions, footsteps, rhythm, and prediction. Kyle, these are all crucial things in a duel, or even on the battlefield. A duel is not about running around aimlessly and casting spells at will. Each of your spells should have its own purpose, just like this, Expelliarmus. As the professor's voice fell, Kyle was hit by a powerful Expelliarmus spell, and the whole person leaped backwards, and the wand in his hand flew high, and then was caught by the professor. Rubbing his butt helplessly, Kyle stood up with a wry smile. Although I knew that the professor was powerful, I didn't expect the gap to be so big. Kyle was suppressed, and had no power to fight back. You have strong magic power, and are proficient in spells. These things have surpassed ordinary adult wizards. Even Lupin, that disgusting werewolf, can't compare with you. But in terms of combat awareness, you are too far behind. The professor's face was very serious when he spoke. If that's all, I advise you to give up the idea of a duel as soon as possible and go and apologize to that werewolf. Otherwise, going up will only embarrass Slytherin. After saying that, he stood there with a cold face, looking at Kyle with dissatisfaction, waiting for Kyle's backhand. In this regard, Kyle could only smile bitterly. Originally, he didn't plan to fight Lupin directly. In this battle, Kyle just wanted to test the gap between himself and the elite wizard, but he didn't expect to lose so badly. Helplessly making a gesture to the professor to wait, Kyle opened the box next to him. Seeing Kyle's actions, the professor's face finally improved a lot. The mouth of the box twisted, and 2 puppets came out. This was specially developed by Kyle for a possible battle. One is an improved puppet warrior. The other is named Puppet Priest. The puppet warrior has not been improved much, but a dodge system has been added. The puppet can detect the energy flying towards it and dodge quickly. As for the puppet priest, in addition to the dodge system, Kyle also carved a special magic circle. Bringing the 2 puppets back to the professor, Kyle finally had the confidence to refute. As you wish, Professor, this is my backup. Unfortunately, the professor's face did not show the surprise that Kyle imagined. Instead, he frowned. Kyle, I know you are quite knowledgeable in alchemy, but are you sure you want to do 3 things at the same time in battle? Kyle responded to the professor with a confident face. Of course. After taking a deep look at Kyle, the professor finally said nothing, but raised his magic wand again. Seeing this, Kyle made the same action, and then took the initiative to count. 1, 2, 3. Expelliarmus X to Expelliarmus X3. The extra Expelliarmus was released by Kyle, because at the beginning of the duel, a wave of energy flashed through the puppet priest's body, and then an armor spell was silently cast on Kyle. After all, the floating city that has been studied for so long is still far from the finished product, but there are some interim results that can be used to enhance Kyle's strength. This armor spell released by the puppet is the interim result of Kyle's research on the magic shield. As long as Kyle carries the magic mark for identification, the armor spell will be cast on him continuously. It was with the extra armor protection that Kyle was able to withstand the professor's weapon removal and then release an extra magic. Pace, rhythm. Kyle is really not good at these, so he can only find a way to make the opponent exhausted. The effect of the battle really met Kyle's expectations. The puppet warriors in front kept harassing, which forced the professor to miss the opportunity to attack again and again, and instead released obstacles to try to stop the warriors from approaching. Kyle in the back was under the priest's armor spell and cast the spell unscrupulously. The professor's counterattack spell, dodging if possible, resisting if not. Seeing Kyle's response, the professor's face was a little ugly. This fighting method overturned his cognition. The experienced professor tried to shift the target of attack to the priest, but the priest also put on a shield, and even put a shield on the puppet warrior when he was free. However, the professor's combat experience should not be underestimated after all. In the end, he still found an opportunity to break the armor spell on the priest's puppet, and then fiercely added a shattering spell. Unfortunately, what happened next made the professor's face completely black. Kyle actually wore armor to protect himself, stood in front of the priest with a shameless face, resisted a shattering spell, and gave the professor a bright smile. Enough. The professor, who could no longer bear it, finally called a halt to the duel and stared at Kyle with a dark face. Kyle stopped the action of the puppet with a snicker and looked at the professor with an innocent face. After a long time of thinking, the professor didn't say anything after all, but just uttered a dissatisfied hum. Kyle, who knew when to stop, certainly wouldn't let his professor down, and quickly put away the puppet. Expelliarmus. Kyle flew out in a daze, and the wand fell into the professor's hands again. Mr. Shafiq, this is to tell you that, as long as you are not out of danger, don't let your guard down, the professor said with a fake smile, while playing with Kyle's wand. Seeing this, Kyle could only remain silent, stood up obediently, and took the wand. To be honest, at this moment Kyle really had an urge to sneak attack with an Expelliarmus. But thinking about the possible consequences, he could only regretfully give up this idea. In the end, the professor, who vented his anger, still commented on Kyle's fighting style. I have to say that you have found your own way of fighting. At least in a one-on-one battle, as long as the opponent is not Dumbledore or the Dark Lord, you are already invincible. If I'm not mistaken, there are more than one such puppets, and you don't need to spend too much time to operate them. Kyle didn't say anything, but just opened the box, and 5 identical puppet priests came out. After a wave of energy flashed through the puppets at the same time, puppet number 1 put the iron armor charm on puppet number 2, and puppet number 2 put it on puppet number 3, and so on. In the end, puppet number 5 put the iron armor charm on Kyle. After thinking about it, Kyle waved his wand and put a shield on puppet number 1. The professor's eyes twitched at this scene. This may be the most shameless way of fighting he has ever seen. Without even saying a word, he turned around with a dark face and walked towards the corridor. Wait, Professor, our special training. Special training is cancelled. The professor with a dark face roared angrily, but paused, and finally gave an explanation with a complicated expression. Kyle, you have already embarked on your own path of fighting, and even your inventions will surely change the entire magic world. In that case, there is no need to accept my special training and repeat this traditional wizarding path. The professor's words touched upon Kyle's pride, and he couldn't help but smile foolishly. But seeing the professor's face darken again, he hurriedly said, Professor, special training is still necessary. I can't carry the puppet with me all the time. And even if I carry it, a sudden battle may leave me no time to take out the puppet. So orthodox combat training is exactly what I need. Then, after thinking for a while, he slowly said, moreover, we have to assume that the alchemical puppet is prohibited from participating in this duel. In the end, Kyle convinced the professor and the special training continued. There is still one chapter. Chapter 117 Duel and Hanging Bell. The special training that followed was hard to describe. Expelliarmus are come again. Expelliarmus are compared to the content of the special training. The fights between Kyle and the little snakes in the lower grades can only be regarded as children's fights. The first day of special training was not to end at curfew, but because Kyle's but couldn't bear it anymore. Even though there were cushions behind him, the repeated knocks and falls still made his buttocks overwhelmed. Professor Snape was also venomous to him. Move. Move. How many times do I have to tell you? Move. The spell must be cast at the right time. Is your spell used to illuminate me? It's right to use a strong light spell to interfere with my vision, but shouldn't you release it when I'm looking at you? You. At the end, the professor, who was always good at sarcasm, found himself at a loss for words for the first time. This made Kyle sadly realize that he seemed to be only suitable to be a scientific researcher or bully children. Because my mind always said that I learned it, but my body always told him to crawl. Fighting freely on the battlefield, dodging the spell with a chic slide, and taking the opportunity to smile at the girl who cares about him. Such a scene may only exist in dreams forever. Kyle remembered all of Snape's teachings, but he didn't know how to apply them in battle. This reminded Kyle of his experience playing LOL with friends in his previous life. He had watched so many teaching videos and learned countless routines, but when he entered the game, I flashed into the wall. Kyle felt that he seemed to have found the reason why he was still a stubborn bronze in his previous life until 2021. The professor ended today's special training in despair. Kyle also ended today's special training in despair. Alas. Alas. Hearing the same sighs around him, Kyle didn't even have time to bow and salute, and fled to the lounge in a panic. This was definitely the most miserable day since Kyle entered the magic world. The next morning, Kyle knocked on the door of the potion office almost in tears. Because the professor had already asked for leave for Kyle yesterday, Kyle had to report to the professor's office every day until the duel. If the professor had a class, Kyle would practice spells on his own. If he didn't have a class, it would be a double practice, continuing the cycle of disarmament and During this period, he also took out the combination magic he was developing and asked the professor for advice. Kyle's talent in spell research finally calmed down the professor's anger during the practice. In this constant practice, Kyle finally made it to Friday. As for the effect of the special training, although it is still hard to say in terms of offense, Kyle has at least made a lot of progress in avoiding attacks. And a response plan was also made to prohibit the use of puppets. The duel in the evening was scheduled for 7 o'clock, but as soon as the get out of class was over at 5:30, the little wizards gathered in the auditorium. Even after dinner, they did not disperse. During this period, Slytherin and Gryffindor had more than one conflict, but both sides restrained themselves and did not use magic. At 6:30, the prefects and heads began to set up the scene. Together they used the levitation spell to move the chairs to the sides, and then moved all the long tables to the middle to form a stage. As time approached, professors appeared in the auditorium one after another. Seeing that the time was almost up, Lockhart walked to the center of the auditorium with a bright smile. He waved his hand to signal the young wizards to be quiet, concentrate, gather together. "Can each of you see me? Can you hear me?" "Great." The young wizards gave a warm response. Although they gathered together, the noise was louder and louder. They were all Lockhart's admirers. This made Lockhart, who was showing his white teeth, even more proud. "Okay, little guys, calm down. As I said, the purpose of the dueling club is to teach you how to protect yourself correctly. Although I have said it many times in my book, I still hope to have a chance to show you in person." Fortunately, Professor Dumbledore agreed to my opening of the fighting club. "Believe me, little wizards, what you learn here will benefit you for life." Lockhart's nonsense made Kyle impatient, but those little fans listened with relish. This made Kyle sigh a little. No matter where he went, he could not escape the rule of looking at the appearance and the personality. Fortunately, Kyle didn't have to wait too long. Lockhart finally got to the point. "As everyone knows, today's opening performance will be performed by my colleague, Professor Lupin, and Kyle Shafiq from Slytherin." Hearing Lockhart's words, Kyle slowly walked up to the long table, and Lupin also walked up from the other direction. Automatically blocking Lockhart's nonsense, Kyle slowly squatted down and opened his box. Kyle's action attracted everyone's attention. Now everyone knew that Kyle might take anything out of the box. Sure enough, after a twist, 5 puppet warriors and 5 puppet priests walked out of the box. The puppet warriors were in front and the priests were behind. Lupin couldn't even see Kyle's figure. This made Lupin speechless. "Mr. Kyle, I can't deny your attainments in alchemy, but taking puppets to participate in the action, don't you lose the original intention of the duel?" As expected by Kyle, Dumbledore, the old bee, really jumped out. Pulling the corner of his mouth, Kyle showed an extremely perfunctory smile. "Principal Dumbledore, wisdom is also part of strength. Why can't we participate? But this will obviously affect the fairness of the duel, right? How about this? Allowing you to choose a puppet to duel, which will neither affect the fairness of the duel, nor reflect your wisdom in the duel. How about it?" After thinking about it, Kyle did not refute, commanded the puppets to go back, and then walked down the long table with the box. After a twist, the huge forward base came out. Without saying a word, Kyle walked into the forward base. Q. After a mechanical sound, Kyle's voice came out from the puppet. "Then let's start, Mr. Lupin." As he spoke, the barrels of a wall of guns appeared. Lupin and Dumbledore looked at each other. This slap in the face came too quickly. It's impossible to just say that you can choose any puppet and now prohibit the forward base from participating in the duel. Kyle's unexpected behavior made the little snakes laugh, and they all looked at Dumbledore to see what this old bee could say. Dumbledore was speechless with a gloomy face. Seeing this, Lupin could only speak bitterly. Mr. Shafiq, if you insist on using this huge puppet to duel, I can only choose to admit defeat. No one can win in front of this giant. Why be so pessimistic, Mr. Lupin? At least Professor Dumbledore can. Kyle's face turned black. Is this the point of my pessimism? However, Lupin's retreat did defeat Kyle. If Lupin really refused to duel because of this, others really couldn't say anything. Because when the front base appeared, it was no longer an equal duel. It is estimated that only giants like trolls can knock down the front base. This is not what Kyle wants to see. If he loses this opportunity, he doesn't know when he will be able to attack Lupin legitimately. So Kyle took the initiative to walk out of the puppet and then commanded a soldier and a priest to come out of the box. Without even looking at Dumbledore, he lazily announced, "Then let's go with these two puppets." Mr. Lupin, do you think these two puppets are still too powerful and want to withdraw from the duel? Lupin blushed when he was pressed, but in the end he said nothing and just raised his wand. Perfect. Start with a condition that the other party finds difficult to accept, then gradually lower your own conditions, and finally force Lupin and Dumbledore to accept the participation of warriors and priests. This is the strategy that Kyle set up in response to the possible ban. This strategy has been stale, but it really works. Kyle also raised his wand and stared at Lupin without blinking. Lockhart, who had been ignored for a long time, jumped out again to explain to the little wizards around him. Very good. We see that both performers have raised their wands, which means they are ready in a duel. Now, let me count, and when I shout 3, the two performers will immediately start a life and death fight. Of course, little wizards, don't worry, this is certainly not a real life and death fight, and even if there is any accident, with me and Principal Dumbledore present, we can completely solve it. Okay, now listen to my command. Duelists, please bow to each other. Please bow to each other. Lockhart repeated it twice, and seeing that the two people on the long table ignored him completely, he wisely skipped this step and continued to shout, 1, 2, 3. Feint. X2 feint. X3. The following plot is a complete replica of Professor Snape's training with Kyle. Kyle gained a slight advantage by resisting a feint, and then began to suppress the magic spell unscrupulously, facing the spells that Lupin threw at him, which were intended to disrupt Kyle's rhythm and give him a chance to catch his breath. Kyle adopted the same method as the professor during the sparring. If he could dodge, he would dodge. If he couldn't dodge, he would resist. The only purpose was to prevent Lupin from catching his breath. Kyle's rain of spells and the harassment of the warrior puppets made Lupin exhausted, and his counterattacks became increasingly weak. At this time, Kyle's spells were no longer limited to fainting on the ground. He skillfully used various attack spells. Silent spells were interspersed between several spells, which further aggravated Lupin's predicament. Kyle's advantage made the little snakes in the audience cheer, while the little lion became droopy. The professor also showed a complacent smile on his face, and looked at his old rival on the stage leisurely, who was beaten by his own students, and ran around with his head in his hands. However, although the situation on the field was advantageous, Kyle became a little impatient. According to the current situation, it is not difficult to defeat this werewolf, but it is difficult to complete the task assigned by the professor. Kyle didn't understand why Snape was so obsessed with the upside down bell, but since the professor asked him to, Kyle couldn't let him down. In order to achieve this goal, Kyle began to carefully show his flaws. The first flaw was ignored by Lupin, because he was running around. But when the second flaw appeared, Lupin's eyes suddenly lit up, and he even stopped abruptly to ensure the accuracy of the spell. Shattered to pieces. X2. Lupin relied on the werewolf's resistance to magic and resisted a fainting spell, and then 2 consecutive broken bones directly blow up the puppet priest. In order to ensure the smooth transmission of the armor spell, the materials used to make the priest are all good pro-magic metals, but the price is the low resistance to magic damage. This also made Lupin's spell achieve great results on the puppet. But that's all. Since he knew that Lupin was a werewolf, how could Kyle forget the strong magic resistance of the werewolf? Lupin's choice was completely within Kyle's expectations. At the moment when Lupin moved, Kyle immediately added a hanging bell. Lupin, who was under the spell, was suspended upside down in the air. His tattered robes fell down to cover his head, revealing his pale legs and a pair of black shorts. So this is the professor's purpose. Kyle couldn't help thinking. The little wizards watching burst into laughter, and the little snakes laughed even more wildly. The professor's face flashed with the pleasure of revenge, and Kyle could even see that the professor was trying hard to control himself and not let himself pull out his wand to add a spell. Enough. Finally, Dumbledore roared out in anger, "Put him down." "As you wish." Kyle smiled lazily, waved his wand casually, and recited the counter spell. Lupin fell on the long table with a bang and wailed in pain. But before Kyle could laugh triumphantly, Lupin waved his wand fiercely, hanging fuchsia. Kyle, who had been taught a lesson by the professor, of course remained alert and quickly dodged the spell, but his face was full of doubt. It was not because of Lupin's sneak attack, but because of this revengeful hanging fuchsia. Because this was the professor's original magic, how could it be learned by his mortal enemy? Did the 4 people back then steal the professor's magic notes? Or, because of betrayal? Exclamation mark. If the notes were stolen, it would be nothing, because the former orders back then were completely capable of doing such a thing. But if it was because of betrayal, Kyle was a little terrified. Because Kyle thought of a Gryffindor girl who often appeared in the punishment record. In the early stage of the record, this girl had a very good relationship with the professor and often protected the professor. But in the later stage of the record, the person standing next to the professor was replaced by the Death Eater reserve at that time. And this girl no longer appeared. Only this girl had the opportunity to learn the hanging fuchsia from the professor. Only this girl has the chance to teach this magic to the 4-member Marauder group. Yesterday's update was 16k. Today's update was 8k. Blade is really awesome. Chapter 118 Duel with Werewolf. Kyle couldn't figure out what the situation was, but it was obviously not the time to pursue it. After the failed sneak attack, Lupin stood there panting, his eyes bloodshot, staring at Kyle. The hand holding the wand was shaking because of too much force. The anger on his face was clearly visible. "You are really a student of Snotlout. You can't wait to jump out and avenge him in your 5th grade? Revenge?" Lupin's words made Kyle's face move. What did these guys do to the professor back then? With a gloomy face, Kyle looked at Lupin unkindly. "It's true, a dog can't change its eating habits. It seems that the lesson just now still hasn't taught you to respect your colleagues." The 2 people on the stage confronted each other without saying a word, ignoring the small animals that were already boiling in the audience. The badgers ate the melon with great interest. Whether Lupin was beaten by Kyle or Lupin's backhand sneak attack, they just made them scream. The reactions of the young eagles were similar, except that they kept analyzing the magic used by both sides while eating melons, and observing Kyle's puppets inquisitively. The most intense reactions were from the little snakes and the little lions. When Lupin was hung upside down, the little snakes cheered and laughed unscrupulously, while the little lions started to curse. The excited little lions kept cursing, saying that killing people was not enough. So why did Kyle humiliate Lupin like this? Snape sneered at this tone, because the little lions back then didn't say that. Until Kyle put Lupin down according to Dumbledore's request, the little lions kept cursing. Especially a little red-haired. Well, there were too many red-haired people in the audience. There were 5 of them. To be more specific, a little red-haired second-year student jumped the most. Until Lupin's backhand attack, the little lion's curses stopped abruptly. Led by the professor, the little snakes showed a mocking sneer. Without saying anything, he just looked at the lions who had just made a fuss with irony. Snap, snap, snap. I don't know when Kyle on the stage began to snap his fingers continuously, at first very softly, but it was getting louder and louder. "Mr. Lupin, after the school violence, it seems that you have shown your amazing talent for sneak attacks again. As a professor of defense against the dark arts, you can really teach students a lot." Kyle's words were full of irony, but his voice was very soft, with a special rhythm. As long as no one admits defeat and the referee has not announced the end, the duel is still going on. Lupin's voice was indifferent, staring at Kyle with a fierce face, not hiding his malice at all. Ignoring the shamelessness in Lupin's words, Kyle chuckled and continued to snap his fingers. "In that case, then do as you wish. Tear into pieces. Tear into pieces." The two of them started fighting again at the same time. This time the battle was more dangerous, and the chaotic spells kept sparking on the ground. The spells used were no longer disarm and stun. Being crushed to pieces is the least harmful of all. Without the cooperation of the priest, the puppet warriors who came forward to harass were quickly torn into pieces, but Kyle didn't care. A large number of silent spells were used, and dangerous beams of light kept flying. Kyle had carefully studied all magic involving flying, and the flying spell was of course one of them. The chandelier on the ceiling and the candlesticks in the distance all became Kyle's weapons, and he kept summoning them to smash Lupin. The light was getting darker and darker. Lupin on the opposite side was equally impressive, and he kept throwing attack spells at Kyle. His excellent transformation skills also helped him a lot. With his rich experience and the agile body of the werewolf, Lupin gradually gained the upper hand. The broken wooden boards and the things under his feet could become Lupin's weapons at any time. The wooden boards turned into ropes, constantly rushing towards Kyle, trying to control his actions. The gravel was also turned into birds, constantly trying to attack Kyle's eyes and block his vision. The battle became more and more difficult, but Kyle's finger snaps never stopped. Occasionally, the wand would emit an unknown spell. The spell was not directed at Lupin, but rippled like a wave, spreading to all directions, even reaching the young wizards who were watching. The young wizards who were affected would retreat in fear at first, but soon found that the spell seemed to have no effect. Although he was constantly suppressed, Kyle kept talking. Lupin, the wildflowers by the Black Lake are beautiful, have you seen them? Lupin, I heard that you were a prefect of Gryffindor. Lupin, I heard that you attended James' wedding. Every sentence called Lupin's name, and the words in his mouth became more and more vicious. Lupin, do you remember how James died? Lupin, Peter was blown to death, blown to pieces, only a piece of finger was left. Lupin. Lupin. Kyle spoke in a strange tone. His voice was soft, but it always followed some pattern. The snapping of fingers continued. Lupin, who was constantly called, became more and more angry, and became more and more crazy. Even the attacking spells were out of order, which made Kyle's situation much better. But Kyle did not choose to fight back, but the frequency of the ripple magic on his wand became higher and higher. The little wizards around who were affected still did not find the use of this magic. But with Kyle's words, they felt that Lupin's experience was really miserable, and even remembered the sad things in his life. Dumbledore, who was watching, felt a little uneasy. He found that Lupin was not in a good state, but he couldn't figure out what Kyle's purpose was. And no matter what conspiracy Kyle had, he was powerless to intervene. In the end, he could only choose to believe Lupin. At this time, Lupin on the stage had completely lost his sense of proportion, and the spell was thrown at Kyle in a disorderly manner. The expression on his face was extremely distorted, as if he was suppressing great pain, which was brought about by the painful memories evoked by Kyle. Kyle had stopped talking, but just called Lupin, Lupin over and over again. This voice made Lupin's expression more and more painful and distorted. But there was a blank look in his eyes. The surrounding environment was already very dim, and only a few candlesticks in the distance were still shining stubbornly. Suddenly, Kyle raised his wand, and a soft ball of light emerged from the tip of the wand, floating over the heads of the two people. This was a fluorescent variant magic, and the light was very soft, just like moonlight. Like moonlight. Dumbledore's heart trembled suddenly, but he understood it too late. Lupin's eyes were completely attracted by this ball of light. In his eyes, this was the full moon. Ouch. With a terrifying roar from his mouth, Lupin's head gradually stretched out, and his body was also deformed, becoming tall and strong. It can be seen that hair began to grow on his face and hands, and his hands gradually turned into claws. Ouch. The werewolf roared again, and then jumped at Kyle. The surrounding little wizards were already in a mess, pushing and shoving in fear, and constantly retreating. The professors immediately took out their wands, and Dumbledore's reaction was a little slow. But Snape, who knew what Kyle was going to do, cast a spell without hesitation. Kyle and his professor almost cast a spell at the same time. God of War. Two identical spells hit Lupin at the same time, leaving 2 huge wounds on his body. The werewolf uttered a painful whine, and then retreated in panic. But Kyle had worked so hard for so long. How could he let this werewolf go so easily? The lampstand on the ground and the chair in the distance rained down on Lupin, knocking a strong werewolf to the ground. Dumbledore, who had just acted at this time, almost suppressed his anger and walked onto the duel stage. Unfortunately, Kyle had already floated Lupin to his side. Enough, Kyle. The duel has been terminated due to an accident. Now, please put Lupin down. Of course, Professor. The duel has of course been terminated. At this time, the professors around had already gathered around, with ugly faces, but said nothing. The two deans of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff stood at the outermost edge. After all, no matter how this matter was handled, it could not be blamed on them. Seeing the werewolf being subdued, the little wizards also gathered around with courage. The little guys who were terrified just now began to watch boldly, even some little lions were no exception. After all, they had never seen a werewolf after transformation except in books. Dumbledore's face was gloomy and terrible. He never thought that Kyle could force Lupin to transform. Forcing a werewolf to transform has never happened in the wizarding world. Kyle could of course guess his thoughts, but he sneered at it. The moon is always there, whether it is a full moon or a crescent moon, it has never changed. In this case, why can't a werewolf transform on a day when the moon is not full? It's just that there is a lack of an inducement. Kyle has been studying the combination of hypnosis and magic since the holiday, but there has been little progress. His original idea was to use hypnosis combined with legilimency to make the person being cast believe that he is doing something he has done before. For example, when fighting, suddenly thinking that he is eating breakfast. Such a days can bring great opportunities to Kyle. But this idea is far from the illusions in the movies and TV shows of his previous life. Until he conquered the Dementors. In order to study the Dementors' innate magic, more than 20 little cuties took turns on Kyle's dissection table. Fortunately, these guys are half energy and half physical creatures, otherwise few of them might survive. But the Dementors' efforts are meaningful. Kyle barely learned a little from them. Combined with soul reading, a new magic was formed. It was the ripple-shaped spell. The new spell can evoke the other party's painful memories. With the hypnosis of muggles, Kyle can guide the other party to gradually immerse in this pain. Until the end, he completely believed that he was experiencing these pains. The practicality of this method is not strong, because the process is too long, and the fewer psychological flaws the other party has, the lower the effect. But Lupin is a werewolf. Kyle is very sure that Lupin's most painful memory must be when the full moon comes. Kyle constantly uses magic to guide him to recall that pain and sink into it. Then, all it took was a ball of light that looked like a full moon to successfully convince Lupin that the full moon had arrived. The werewolf gene engraved in his bones would help Kyle complete the rest. Kyle was quietly thinking about his magic, but Dumbledore couldn't just stay with him like this. He almost gritted his teeth and said, "Kyle, can you put Professor Lupin down? After all, his wounds are very serious, and he needs immediate treatment." Shrugging, Kyle looked at Lupin. Lupin was in a very bad state at this time. He transformed and tore his clothes apart, leaving only strips of cloth hanging on his body. The two hideous wounds continued to bleed. If he hadn't been breathing weakly, Kyle would have almost thought he was dead. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he looked at Dumbledore with a fake smile. "You are right. Professor Lupin is indeed in a very bad condition, and I'm really worried that this appearance will scare the young wizards." Then, he looked at Snape with a fake smile. "Professor, as a colleague, can you please conjure up a set of clothes to cover my body? After all, my transfiguration is too poor." Snape instantly understood what Kyle meant, and without waiting for Dumbledore to stop him, he waved his wand at Lupin. The rags hanging on the werewolf twisted and deformed, turning into a set of exquisite clothes. He was wearing a dark green long skirt and a furry scarf around his neck. He wore a tall hat with an eagle on his head. He wore a black fingerless glove with lace on it. He wore a pair of black high heels on his feet and a red handbag on his arm. The malice on Snape's face was clearly visible. He raised his eyebrows at Dumbledore, who was glaring at him, and repeated Lupin's words in a cold tone. "It's just a joke, isn't it?" Dumbledore narrowed his eyes and looked at Snape dangerously. It can be seen that he was thinking about something quickly. Ignoring the silence on the scene, Kyle controlled the werewolf to float towards Dumbledore. Headmaster, this werewolf is for you to see. Snap. A flash of light interrupted Kyle's words. Turning to Gryffindor with a strange look, he saw a first-year kid holding a camera with excitement. I just want to show it to my parents, so that they can also see a live werewolf. The little lion stared at by everyone was a little panicked, and stammered to explain. Curling the corners of his mouth, Kyle put on a friendly smile. My classmate, what is your name? Colin Creevy. The little lion answered carefully. Mr. Colin, can you tell me how you plan to describe this werewolf? Kyle's question made the little lion excited. I want to tell mom and dad that an evil werewolf lurked in the school and even hid it from the principal and professors. But he was discovered by you senior in the duel and defeated him. This is so cool. Next update at 10 o'clock. Thanks to Washu with a Feng, Sandman's dreamlike life, Dark Leftover Woman, Kyan Hexon, Chenxin Kyan Ayu, and your polite rewards. Chapter 119 Aftermath. Colin's answer made Kyle want to laugh. What a simple idea. But Kyle did not correct him, just smiled and said, it's a good idea, but Colin, after the photo is developed, can you give me a copy? Of course. Kyle's affirmation made the little lion very excited, and he agreed immediately. He didn't notice the complicated expressions of the senior students around him. After getting the answer, Kyle nodded with satisfaction, and looked at Dumbledore with a smile. Professor Dumbledore, since the duel is over, I will take my leave first. With a bright smile, he turned and walked towards the cellar, leaving a mess on the ground. As for how Dumbledore gave an explanation to the magic world, it was not something Kyle needed to consider. Whether it was because of negligence that the werewolf lurked in, or admitting that he intentionally recruited a werewolf as a professor, he would face public criticism. As for tomorrow's board of directors meeting, the board of directors will definitely be held on time, but it is not certain what to discuss. Kyle's departure did not affect the interest of the little animals in watching the excitement. Most of the animals had similar views as Colin, and they all thought that Lupin was a bad werewolf lurking in the school. Just like Professor Quirrell last year, only some senior students had doubts in their eyes. Of course, this majority of animals did not include the snakes. Now the snakes have insisted that Dumbledore deliberately let a werewolf in. They have even figured out Dumbledore's purpose. This must be an experience Dumbledore prepared for Harry, just like the game last year. As for what the truth is, the snakes don't care, as long as they can throw dirty water on Dumbledore. Dumbledore waved his wand, and turned Lupin's women's clothes into normal magic robes. He looked at Professor McGonagall helplessly, and took Lupin to the hospital wing. Dumbledore now has no time to worry about tomorrow's storm. If Lupin is not sent to the hospital wing, he may really lose this confidant. Professor Sprout and Flitwick walked in the same direction without any prior agreement. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff have always been invisible allies, especially during the Wizard War. These neutral parties who do not want to be affected can only huddle together for warmth. In the end, only Professor Snape remained. The professor, who always had a rare expression and a cold and handsome look, had a very complicated expression at this time. The small animals who originally wanted to stay and see if there would be any more melons to eat were scared and scattered, including the little snake. The professor's condition was obviously abnormal at this time. Only a fool would want to stay and get into trouble. The noise around woke the professor up. He glanced coldly at the small animals who were fleeing in panic, and strode back to the office. Malfoy, go and notify Shafiq to come to my office. Malfoy, who was named, smiled helplessly at his friend, and ran to the cellar, while playing all the way. Although the duel was over, the impact of the incident had just begun. Not to mention outside the school, today's duel caused a huge wave in the school. Kyle's unique puppet, ripple-shaped magic, and powerful strength were all discussed over and over by the little wizards. Kyle was even compared with several professors. Some of the little animals insisted that Kyle, who was at full power, was no less powerful than the 4 deans. The other little wizards strongly disagreed, because they believed that, even if he was not at full power, Kyle's strength was no worse than the deans. In addition, these little animals had different definitions of Kyle at full power. Some believed that Kyle standing in the frontier base with all the warriors and priests was considered to be at full power, but this view was resisted by most of the little wizards. because that kind of Kyle was called cheating. In addition to Kyle's strength, the rest of the topics were all focused on the werewolf Lupin. The origin, purpose, and sneak attack during the duel were all discussed over and over by the little wizards. It seems that, no matter what the truth announced by Dumbledore is, Lupin's reputation will definitely be stinking. There was the despicable Hippo before, and now there is a despicable Lupin. Kyle, who didn't want to be disturbed by the little wizards, went back to the dormitory directly. He lay on the sofa and thought about today's gains and losses, and summarized his performance in the duel. Unfortunately, just as Kyle was emptying his mind, Malfoy knocked on the door. Malfoy outside the door was unusually respectful, which was caused by the Slytherin's natural worship of the strong. Guessing the professor's purpose in his heart, Kyle walked to the door of the office. The snake relief on the door was sleeping again. This made Kyle a little helpless. With this attitude of guarding the door, if a thief really sneaked into the office, could the relief be found? After knocking on the door of the office, Kyle was soon allowed to enter the office. The professor was sitting behind the desk at this time. He clasped his hands together and held them. There was an old notebook next to him. "Sit down." Snape's order was concise and his expression was a little inexplicable. He looked at Kyle with empty eyes and didn't speak. Kyle could see that this emptiness was not because of distraction, but because the professor used the brain occlusion technique. To be honest, Kyle, your excellence is beyond my expectation. I didn't expect your magic to be successful. Luck, Professor, it's all luck. There is no luck in the duel, Kyle. Your talent is really amazing. So amazing that it makes me have a bad association. The professor's voice was very low, and it reached Kyle's ears word by word. The professor is a little strange today, Kyle thought to himself. Even through the brain occlusion, Kyle could feel the complexity of the professor's heart. Kyle, who couldn't figure it out, decided to ask directly. The professor was not a person who liked to talk in circles. He just liked to ridicule people in circles. "What is it, Professor?" The professor let go of his crossed hands. One hand was placed on his leg, and the other hand kept knocking on the table. Dang, dang, dang. Kyle waited patiently for the answer, but the professor did not answer Kyle's question, but asked again. "Kyle, I have been watching you since you entered school, whether you were bullied at the beginning or rebelled later. You have a will that cannot be oppressed, amazing talent, and a heart that can endure loneliness. Since you entered school, you have been tirelessly pursuing magical knowledge, and this pursuit is not aimless. Flying magic, energy magic, alchemy, memory magic, these magics have nothing to do with each other, but you are greedily looking for all the knowledge related to them. Now, you are deliberately improving your prestige and constantly showing your strength. Mr. Shafiq, can you tell me what your purpose is?" Kyle thought the professor would ask this question, but he didn't expect it to be so early and so direct. But Kyle was not going to answer the professor directly. After all, his answer was a bit shocking. Whether it was holding up the floating city or something else. Instead, he chose to ask back, "What about you, Professor? What is your goal? And why did you pay attention to me as soon as I entered the school?" The professor did not answer Kyle's question. Similarly, Kyle did not urge him, nor did he answer the professor's question. The two of them just stared at each other quietly, and the atmosphere was a little frozen. In the end, it was the professor who spoke first. "Here are the research notes I promised you. Take them." After saying that, he began to close his eyes and rest, with a strong sense of seeing someone off. Respectfully taking the notes and bowing slightly, Kyle prepared to leave the office. When he walked to the door, he heard a faint voice coming from behind him. "Kyle, there are many people who can overpower the entire Slytherin, and one appears every few years. The last one was Lucius. With his excellent skills and a lot of conspiracy and tricks, he successfully became the leader of Slytherin and eventually became the boss of that generation. But there are too few people who can overpower the entire Hogwarts. The last one was the Dark Lord. Before that, it was Dumbledore. Now, it's your turn, Kyle. Which way will you go?" Kyle thought for a moment, and raised a bright smile to the professor. "Professor, why do you have to follow the old path that others have taken?" After saying that, he turned around and left the office. Snape inside the door lowered his head in thought. Outside the door, Kyle's mouth never relaxed. Malfoy's respectfulness and Professor Snape's doubts were exactly what he wanted. Dumbledore and Voldemort have divided up the power of Britain. Those seemingly neutral forces have actually contributed a lot of funds in secret. If Kyle wants to rise, he can only choose to find another way and constantly poach talents from the two. At least for now, it has begun to show results. The name Kyle Shafiq no longer represents just a student with amazing talent. At least when Kyle's puppets are complete, no one dares to say that he is better than him, except Dumbledore and Voldemort. Although this is not enough to make him a leader of a force, at least he has entered the sight of some people. What's more, this is just the power that Kyle has shown on the surface. Dumbledore has the Order of the Phoenix, Voldemort has the Death Eaters, the Giant Army, the Werewolf Army, and even the Trolls and Dementors crawl at his feet. This is something Kyle can't compare with at present. But thinking about the corpses in the box, the Dementors on the dissection table, the other subordinates to be recruited, the imagined scientific research team, and the trump card prepared during the holiday, Kyle is full of hope for the future. Now, facing these two behemoths, he already has a bit of self-protection power. As for the future, who can say for sure? Kyle rushed out an article overnight after returning to the dormitory and then fell into bed. Today's duel exhausted his energy, and there will definitely be a storm tomorrow, which made Kyle give up today's research and instead conserve his energy and wait for tomorrow's arrival. The night passed quickly. Kyle woke up on time at 7 o'clock, washed up, and went directly to the auditorium. Half of the seats in the auditorium were already full, and the little animals were chatting in groups of 3 or 2, and the topic was always about yesterday's duel. Ignoring the awe-inspiring eyes of the little wizards, Kyle walked straight to the front seat of Slytherin and sat down. This position has always been exclusive to the head of the college, and Kyle has never participated in the competition for the head because he finds it troublesome. But Kyle sat down now. None of the little snakes raised any objections, and even the head who came later just sat down at the lower position with a calm face and ate breakfast quietly. Unlike the noisy tables of the other 3 colleges, the dining table of the Snake College was much quieter. The little snakes, who were on good terms, exchanged glances from time to time. This year, Slytherin seemed to be in a state of turmoil. Before long, the army of owls that Kyle had expected really came. There were a lot of owls today. Newspapers were thrown in front of the little wizards. Apparently, many of them had subscribed to today's newspapers yesterday. In order to accurately grasp the dynamics of the wizarding world, Kyle subscribed to more than a dozen newspapers at once yesterday. There were domestic and foreign newspapers, big newspapers and tabloids. After a casual scan, as expected, all the covers of the newspapers were related to yesterday's duel, or werewolves. The titles of newspapers with integrity were more rigorous. The title on the Daily Prophet was "Werewolves Appeared at Hogwarts. Dumbledore failed his duty again." The German Wizard Daily wrote "Werewolves appeared at Hogwarts, and the ancient castle was in turbulence." As for those tabloids without integrity, they really just started with a picture and made up the content. The title "Werewolves Attacked Hogwarts. Many people were injured in the school" was already considered conscientious. What made Kyle speechless the most was a French tabloid with a headline that Hogwarts was occupied by werewolves and the British magic world was in danger. Kyle had to admit that he was impressed by these editors. By the way, the photos used in these newspapers were all taken by the first-year kid Colin without exception. A werewolf in women's clothing floated beside Dumbledore, and no one knew where he was. This was also the work of the little snakes. This time, the photos were obtained through Hufflepuff. However, the little snakes did a very authentic job and paid copyright fees for these photos. Knowing that his photos would be used in the newspapers, the little kid was happy all night. After getting the photos, the little snakes sent the photos to various newspapers overnight and provided the news that werewolves appeared in Hogwarts. The little snakes deliberately delivered vague news, which really made the reporters' minds open. The main target of the newspaper reports was Lupin, the werewolf, but without exception, all of them mentioned Kyle and praised his strength and focused on describing his puppets and unique magic. By now, the entire European magic world knew that a boy who dominated the school had appeared in Hogwarts again. Kyle glanced at Dumbledore in the teacher's seat with a mocking look and turned to the second page of the Daily Prophet. Sure enough, it published the manuscript he had rushed out overnight, on the speculation of werewolf transformation and several possible control methods. This is also Kyle's big killer against werewolves. With a strong body and strong magic resistance, if the problem of madness after transformation can be eliminated, it will be a force that cannot be ignored. Although controllable transformation occurs from time to time in the werewolf group, it is an exception after all, and it must be an exception that can only appear among werewolves with very strong strength. The conjecture proposed by Kyle in the article is indeed suitable for the entire werewolf group. In particular, this conjecture is not groundless, but Kyle proposed it in combination with his unique magic. This attraction to werewolves will be fatal. Satisfied, Kyle put down the newspaper and ate breakfast. With the arrival of various newspapers, the auditorium became abuzz with discussions again. Adults' imaginations are of course more complete and more terrifying than the guesses of little wizards. A simple werewolf transformation incident was interpreted by those bored guys as countless conspiracies and tricks. This kind of conspiracy theory is very popular. 8K has been updated. Let's go to the game. Thanks to SUI Fengki Wu, Jizhi Zing Kang Zhiyi, and Lei Beizang Gui Shang Jiu for their awards. Book Friends Group. 590,177,262 interested book friends can come and chat. Chapter 120 The beginning of action. Kyle didn't take the disturbance in the hall to heart. Now, Dumbledore's position was in jeopardy because of him. The rest of the things can be left to others. Kyle can retire now. Dumbledore's opponents will not let go of the knife handed to Kyle. After breakfast, Kyle went straight to the library. After two things happened recently, Kyle decided to lie low for a while, to give old Voldemort a stage to perform. At the same time, it was also to leave more time for himself to study. There were few people in the library today. Such a big thing happened yesterday. There were not many small animals who could calm down and read books today. Kyle's goal today was still the energy conversion magic circle. This research was just started a few days ago, but it was interrupted by this duel. In recent days, Kyle has focused all his energy on the duel and has no energy to continue his research. He picked up a book history of the development of household magic circles and read it with relish. This book mainly records the development process of household magic equipment in history, including the part of energy conversion that Kyle is concerned about. Whether it is a stove or a fireplace, the magic circles of these devices have gone through countless changes before they finally matured. What Kyle is doing now is to sort out each major improvement and then analyze it. Some changes are important to these household magic devices, but they are meaningless to Kyle. For example, 231 years ago, a wizard in Spain added a temperature control function to these magic circles. This had a great impact on the equipment itself and completely eliminated the old equipment, but Kyle gained nothing. However, a change 411 years ago brought Kyle great gains. At that time, a French wizard almost redesigned the magic circle, which increased the effect of the magic circle by almost 2 times. This is what Kyle is looking for. By comparing the two magic circles before and after the change, Kyle gained a lot. Whether it is the different drawing methods of the magic circle or the different arrangements and combinations of magic runes, even things that have been eliminated, can give Kyle some inspiration. It was almost noon when Kyle walked out of the library and prepared to enjoy his lunch. At the door, he unexpectedly ran into Hermione, who was hesitating. It looked like the little witch had been wandering here for a while. This surprised Kyle. He thought the little witch would not come today. With the little witch's wisdom, she must have seen that Lupin was Dumbledore's man, not the dark wizard with hidden ambitions as rumored. "Let's talk?" Kyle asked directly. Biting her lip, Hermione finally nodded. They found a classroom and walked in. "Hermione, to be honest, I thought you would not come." Kyle's words were straightforward. He wanted to know what the little witch was thinking. Hermione did not take up his topic, but asked Kyle in return, her voice slightly bitter. "Senior, why do you have to go against Headmaster Dumbledore? Then do you think I should do this?" Kyle asked Hermione with interest. As far as he knew, Hermione, who had just enrolled, was an avid Dumbledore admirer and believed in the authority of the old man. Kyle's words made Hermione a little confused. Senior Kyle, I don't know, maybe the headmaster has his own intentions. This answer made Kyle's mouth curl up. After his repeated disruptions, Dumbledore's foundation in the magic world has been shaken. The reaction of the little witch is proof of this. Skipping this topic, Kyle took the initiative to mention the books he gave to Hermione during the holidays. What do you think of those 2 books? Very good, Senior Kyle. The things in the books are just too consistent with the image of a wizard in my mind. Mentioning new knowledge finally made the little witch a little excited. Senior, in addition to the book you gave me, I have found a few other related books these days. I think the essence of the magic world is magic circles, not spells. Spells can't help you do anything, but magic circles can, as long as you can draw it. Wonderful conclusion. Hermione's reaction proved Kyle's guess. Hermione was born to study this kind of thing. Because 50% of the little wizards would find the books mentioned in Hermione's words bitter and difficult to understand, the remaining 50% of the young wizards would never read such a big book. Now, based on the excitement shown by Hermione, Kyle can be sure that the plan has been half successful. The guidance of Hermione is divided into 2 parts. The first part is relatively easy, which is to guide her to the path of magic circle research. And the next step is to pull Hermione onto Kyle's battleship and officially become Kyle's disciple. After listening to Hermione's narration quietly, Kyle began to comment on her views and give guidance. Since the 2nd grade, Kyle has plunged into the study of magic circles. After the feedback from the Goldfinger, his attainments in magic circles are no longer inferior to those who have studied for more than 10 or 20 years. Hermione, the books you are reading now are enough to give you a basic understanding of drawing magic circles, but this is not enough. Now you need to learn some basic theoretical knowledge and learn the common drawing techniques of magic circles. Then, it is to accumulate, learn, and see new magic circles, absorb wisdom from these existing magic circles, and try to make changes, just like this. As he said, Kyle took out a feather pen, dipped it in some dragon blood ink, and began to write on the parchment. First, he wrote the most basic stable magic runes at the position of the 6-star corner. Then he simply filled in the magic runes that linked to each other, and finally ended with a unique mark of Kyle. Hermione stared at the parchment closely. She had a good memory and recognized that Kyle was using some of the most basic magic runes. After drawing the magic circle, Kyle pushed the parchment to Hermione and said, "Hermione, try to input magic power into this magic circle." Although she had guessed the function of the magic circle, Hermione still obediently tried it. The magic circle that had been injected with magic power began to flash. Then, the originally soft parchment became hard. This is the basic combination of magic runes and the magic circle. The effect is solidity. Hermione stared at the parchment and spoke out her understanding. Kyle was not surprised that Hermione could understand this magic circle. He smiled and said, "Yes, this is the most basic way to draw a magic circle. It consumes a lot of energy, has low efficiency, and simple functions, but all magic circles are evolved from this most basic way of drawing." As he said this, Kyle took back the magic circle, and the parchment that had lost the magic power replenishment became soft again. Many magic circles are developed on this basis. Hermione, you can think about how this magic circle can be improved. You can propose an idea, and then I will realize it. Kyle's proposal made Hermione very interested. She kept talking about her ideas with excitement. You can improve the solidity of parchment, and then make parchment as sharp as a blade. As long as you draw this magic circle on parchment, it's like carrying a weapon with you. Hermione's words made Kyle a little ashamed. Why didn't he realize that this little girl was so violent before? Originally, Kyle felt sorry that this little witch entered Gryffindor, but listening to her irritable remarks, it was really not unfair for her to enter Gryffindor. Hermione, your thinking is really Gryffindor. Kyle sighed helplessly and continued, "You have to let your thoughts fly. Why can't this magic circle charge itself? Can you add a control switch to activate it only when needed? Can you add a flying function or even a burning function?" As he spoke, Kyle took out another piece of parchment and started drawing again. The 6-star horn still had a stable rune, but this time the rune was changed from the most basic single rune to a combination of runes. Then there were runes for energy transmission, automatic energy storage, control, and suspension. Even, at the end, some of the content of the flame magic circle that Kyle was studying recently was added. The original simple magic circle was changed beyond recognition by Kyle. Hermione could barely understand what Kyle wrote at the beginning, and she couldn't understand the rest of it. Hermione, this is the charm of the magic circle. Kyle put the drawn parchment on the table, took out his wand, and tapped it lightly. The magic circle on the paper was quickly activated, and the runes were constantly lit up, and then the parchment floated up by itself. The flying parchment was not soft, but like a piece of wood, straight. Then, a layer of yellow flames ignited on the parchment, but it did not burn the parchment itself. As Kyle's wand waved, the parchment kept flying in the classroom, and Hermione was fascinated by this scene. Kyle was also looking at the flying parchment, and whispered his ambition. Hermione, this is the true meaning of magic. The Muggle world relies on constantly upgrading technology, and building more advanced and efficient machines to develop so rapidly. And what about the magic world? Where is the future of the magic world? In the past 1,000 years, the civilization of the magic world can be said to be standing still, without any fundamental progress. And the way to change this situation is the magic circle. These words were said to Hermione, and also to himself. Hermione's eyes were originally glued to the parchment. But when Kyle's words rang in his ears, Hermione could not put her attention back on the parchment no matter what. Kyle was still waving his wand with empty eyes, and Hermione looked at him in shock. After a long time, he spoke bitterly. Senior, is this your ambition? Kyle was the first classmate that she felt she could never catch up with. When she was still simply pursuing knowledge, this young man had already set the ambition to change the course of civilization. Why not? No one has done it, maybe just because no one has ever had this idea. In the past 100 years in Britain, the only ones who can dominate the entire college and even make those old guys in the magic world look at them differently, besides me, are Voldemort and Dumbledore. But Hermione, they failed their talents. Opposition, internal friction, war, they have severely damaged the vitality of the British magic world and exhausted it. Compared to them, the old devil in Germany is more like a revolutionary. Even if he fails, his contribution to the magic world is definitely greater than these two British leaders. This was the first time Kyle spoke of his ambitions and comments on the entire magic world in front of others. He felt a burst of joy and satisfaction in his heart. Hermione was so shocked that she couldn't speak and stared at him blankly. Kyle was not surprised by Hermione's reaction. He lowered his head and looked into her eyes. You are the same, Hermione. Your talent is also 1 in a million. Your thirst for knowledge is unattainable for your peers. Think about it. Where is your future, and what do you want to do? Hermione, don't let your talent down. At the end, the voice has become extremely melodious. The little witch was stared at by him and couldn't speak. After a long time, she stammered and replied, Senior, I have to go back. I don't understand what you said. After that, she hurriedly packed up her school bag and ran out of the door with her head down. While running, she made a promise. Senior, I won't tell anyone what you said. I will think carefully about what you said. Every Wednesday after dinner and Saturday morning, I will be in this classroom. Hermione's promise made Kyle curl his lips. He didn't reply to her promise, but just whispered his own arrangements. No one can change the world alone, not even Newton and Einstein who hang on the wall. Kyle, who already had some confidence, finally decided to take action on the people on his list. As the only talent training institution in the British wizarding world, Hogwarts is a must-fight place for all forces in the entire wizarding world. Dumbledore selected the elite members of the Order of the Phoenix by teaching at Hogwarts. Voldemort also gathered the first batch of students during his studies, and relied on his influence on Slytherin to continuously absorb the elites of this academy. In the end, Slytherin was even turned into a training base for the reserve of Death Eaters. Kyle, who is aiming at the entire wizarding world, will certainly not let go of this school. In the last 3 years of Hogwarts, he will begin to train his own team, and Hermione is the first person he will recruit. So far, the effect is good. This kind of subordinates who have been trained since student days are more loyal and have a more stable training direction. This will be an important help for him to hold high the floating city in the future. With a happy mood, Kyle walked towards the auditorium. After lunch, he will continue his research in the afternoon. And, if nothing unexpected happens, there will be another conversation in the afternoon. The next update will be around 11 o'clock. Thanks to Yayan Eiko, Gumenkanhan, Wooself, No Others, No Living Beings, and Beishahu Secret Doll Sage for their awards. Chapter 121 Those Neutrals. After lunch, Kyle returned to the library. He continued to read the obscure and difficult to understand books. He looked at the forbidden book area again with envy, and then thought about the signature. Should I take advantage of the professor's good mood recently, and get a few more signatures? Kyle wrote this idea in his notebook, marked it with red ink, and then threw it into the books. At 5 o'clock, the small animals around began to leave the library one after another. Dinner was about to start, and this time was just right for him to go back to the dormitory to clean up, and then go directly to the auditorium. Kyle was awakened by the messy movements of the small animals. Kyle sat in his seat all afternoon without moving. He had already flipped through 1/3 of the thick book, and recorded detailed notes. Looking at the time, Kyle also cleaned up the table, and left the library. The atmosphere at dinner was a bit weird. The board of directors was held as scheduled this morning. It was said that they discussed it for a whole day. It was not until shortly before dinner that the board of directors left unhappily. Although the little lions believed in Dumbledore, they had been worried about him because of so many things that had happened recently. The little snakes in Slytherin were also anxious. They had all received news that the directors of Slytherin would propose to remove Dumbledore again. As for whether it would succeed, they didn't know, because the old snakes in Slytherin looked unhappy when they left. Fortunately, the old lions in Gryffindor also looked unhappy. Only the little badgers and the little eagles were not affected. They were very happy because the melons had been kept ripe for the past 2 days. The little lions and the little snakes all accelerated their eating speed and then quickly returned to the lounge, anxiously waiting for news from home. Kyle saw all this, but he didn't speed up like the others, and he was still not in a hurry. By the way, today was British food again. When he returned to the lounge, the cellar was already boiling. When the excited little snakes saw him come in, they cheered loudly. "Senior Kyle, Dumbledore has been dismissed. That old guy has been the principal for decades, and he was finally driven out." The little snakes spread the news excitedly. Slytherin has been suppressed for too long, so the victory of this game even made the little snakes excited and forgetful. Or, they deliberately ignored some things and indulged themselves. What a pity. Kyle sighed in his heart. Although this werewolf incident shocked the entire wizarding world, parents and the directors of the other 2 colleges seemed to be blaming Dumbledore. But as long as Voldemort did something that threatened Hogwarts again, these fence sitters would immediately beg Dumbledore to come back as the principal. Just like the fuss at the end of last semester. After all, Dumbledore is currently the only one who can compete with Voldemort. This is a flaw brought by strength. Sitting alone on the sofa in the lounge, Kyle thought while drinking the butterbeer brought by the little snakes. Dumbledore's foundation has been shaken, and his image is no longer as bright and majestic as it once was. Kyle's primary goal has been achieved. What he needs now is to stay hidden, consolidate his own foundation, develop his own power secretly, and leave the stage for Dumbledore and Voldemort. No matter what the final result of the fight between the two is, it will leave room for Kyle's development. As if the scene was replayed, Kyle was thinking quietly, and Greengrass sat not far from Kyle, drinking juice and waiting quietly. It was not until Kyle was awakened by Malfoy's loud laughter that he noticed her. "Good evening, Miss Daphne." Kyle raised his glass and took the initiative to speak. "Good evening, Senior Kyle." Greenragus replied, "I hope I didn't disturb you." "Of course not, Daphne. Why didn't you go and chat with Pansy?" Daphne and Pansy are close friends, and the two are always inseparable. It's hard to imagine how the two people get together. One is gentle and elegant, and the other is dark and arrogant. Isn't the senior sitting here alone? Most of the victory today belongs to the senior. Why don't you take the opportunity to celebrate? Victory? Kyle said sarcastically. Is it really a victory? Daphne, with your intelligence, I don't believe you can't see the current situation. After a moment of silence, the girl smiled bitterly and said, "So what if you can see it? The revelry is temporary." Kyle's heart moved. Sure enough, his performance has attracted the attention of these neutral families. He didn't speak actively, waiting for Daphne to continue speaking. As far as Kyle knows, there are no boys in the Green Regus family this generation. If nothing unexpected happens, the girl in front of him will inherit this equally ancient family. Kyle will not underestimate the wisdom of this girl, because of her sweet appearance. None of these children who have been trained as complete heirs of the nobility are easy to deal with. Sirius is an accident. After all, the Black family has been rich and eccentric since ancient times. Seeing that Kyle had no intention of speaking, Daphne continued to speak naturally. Speaking of which, Slytherin has not had a good time these years. With Dumbledore's constant suppression outside, Slytherin is also constantly splitting, and even the internal conflicts have become more and more acute. What happened last school year has even made many families prepare to return to the war era. So what? Daphne, war is never far away. Kyle only gave an ambiguous answer to her words. This made the little girl feel helpless. She didn't expect Kyle, a guy who grew up in a Muggle orphanage, to be so slippery. After a moment of silence, as if making a decision, Daphne finally spoke solemnly. "Senior, since you know that war is never far away, why do you keep attacking Dumbledore?" Hearing Daphne's question, Kyle was even less anxious. He took a sip of the butterbeer in his hand and spoke slowly. "Why can't we attack? We must admit our mistakes and stand at attention when we are beaten. This principle is right no matter where it is. Why, Dumbledore was wrong, and we can't say it." This answer made Daphne's face turn black. "Senior, you know that's not what I meant. Just a joke, don't be anxious." Kyle smiled and asked back, "Daphne, I know your family is neutral and has never supported Voldemort from the beginning to the end." After a pause, he continued, "And you have never offended Dumbledore. So have your lives been easy all these years?" Daphne couldn't answer. Dumbledore's greatness, brightness, and kindness are all for those little lions. As for Slytherin, he is just a borer in his eyes. Whether he offends or not, he wants to wipe out Slytherin. But Daphne, what is Slytherin's crime? Is being rich a Slytherin's crime? Is having a wide network of contacts a Slytherin's crime? Is having a profound family education and a long tradition a Slytherin's crime? Kyle's words pierced Daphne's heart. Is Slytherin guilty? If Slytherin is rich, does that mean there is no rich family in Gryffindor? If Slytherin is widely connected, which family in the magic world does not have relatives everywhere? Why is Slytherin accused of being evil? Daphne certainly knows the answer. Because of the 1,000-year grudge, Slytherins were unwilling to submit to Dumbledore, so everything happened later. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw recognized Dumbledore's leadership at the beginning of his rise. Or in other words, when these two colleges did not have their own leaders, they never minded bowing to other colleges, whether it was Slytherin or Gryffindor. So in the end, Slytherin became suppressed and became evil. But Voldemort was not up to the task and really made himself the embodiment of evil, even trying to rule the wizarding world with terror. This made the Slytherins speechless. Unless Slytherin put an end to Voldemort's evil. Otherwise, only time can erase the evil label on Slytherin. Daphne, who understood all this, said bitterly, "So what, Senior? No matter how you destroy Dumbledore's reputation, as long as that adult is still alive, he is righteous." After that, she lost interest for a while. Why be so pessimistic? Kyle's words revealed something. After all, Voldemort has not returned yet, so you have some time left. Kyle's words were suggestive, but Daphne didn't take it at all. "Useless, Senior. A few more years won't change anything. The neutrals don't want to bow to Dumbledore, but don't want to step into Voldemort's vortex. Perhaps they can only endure like this. The neutrals can only turn things around when one side is defeated, or even when both of them die. It's just a matter of lying dormant for another era. We can wait." At the end, this seemingly weak little girl revealed a hint of determination. The pride of Slytherin made them unable to bow to Dumbledore, and they didn't agree with Voldemort's crazy path. In this case, it's better to lie dormant. Daphne, your pride is admirable, but this is a turbulent era. If you lie dormant, can you ever wake up? Kyle's words puzzled Daphne, and there was obvious confusion on her face. Why do you say that? Senior Kyle, you should know that for thousands of years, the fight between Slytherin and Gryffindor has never stopped, and this situation of two heroes competing for hegemony has happened more than once. Of course there were neutral factions who chose to lie dormant at that time. It is undeniable that this would cause damage to those family forces, but it was not as miserable as you said. I don't understand why you came to such a conclusion. Because this is not a battle between two heroes, Daphne. After a pause, he continued, in short, don't rush to draw conclusions. Why not observe for a while? Daphne understood what Kyle said, but there was obvious doubt in her eyes. Kyle knew that these neutrals would not believe anything he said now, so he simply did not say anything further, but just made an invitation. Daphne, are you interested in visiting my old house during the holidays? Old house? Yes, I'll show you some things. Daphne was a smart girl, and seeing that Kyle was reluctant to say more, she wisely did not ask any more questions. Instead, she smiled and raised her glass to indicate, in that case, I will definitely visit you during the holidays. After that, she stood up and walked towards her friends. Stretching, Kyle also walked towards the dormitory. This was the first contact with these neutrals, and it was obvious that they had many concerns. Creature. Kyle returned to the dormitory and called the house elf. There were still some things to deal with in the old house, and there was no clue about the nuclear power plant. These could not be solved by staying in Hogwarts. Young master, please give me your orders. Creature soon appeared in front of him, looking at Kyle expectantly. This guy was now unusually clean, and his fur was neatly trimmed. Take me back to the old house. Okay, young master. Creature's voice was very cheerful. Serving their masters was the happiest thing for house elves. After saying that, he stepped forward and grabbed Kyle's sleeve and snapped his fingers. After a twist, Creature disappeared, and Kyle was still there. This result made Kyle speechless. Soon, Creature apparated back in panic, with some confusion in his big eyes. Young master, Creature seems to be unable to apparate with you back. Something restricts you. Without Creature's words, Kyle had already guessed this result. It seems that Hogwarts is targeting the magic of young wizards. Only formal means allowed by the school's authority can take the young wizards away from the school. Helpless Kyle took out the portrait brought from the old house to the school. I hope these old seniors of Hogwarts can know the secret passage to leave the school. Kyle muttered to himself. Unexpectedly, the words he muttered to himself were heard by Creature, who had sharp ears. Young master, I know such a secret passage. Creature was originally sad because he could not help and was thinking about how to punish himself after returning home. Hearing that he could solve the problem of the young master, he almost jumped up. Creature heard from that heartless ungrateful person that there is a passage leading to the outside of the school under the Homping Willow. Just press the scar on the Homping Willow and you can go in smoothly. This is what Creature overheard when the ungrateful person was talking to his equally disgusting friend. Creature was already proud when he said the last part, and no one knew what he was proud of. With a way to leave the school, Kyle let Creature go back to the old house by himself. He cast an illusion and walked out of the school. As for the Dementors at the gate of the castle, of course Kyle was not worried. The little cutie on the dissection table had successfully taught him how to avoid the detection of Dementors. After walking around the Homping Willow and making sure that no one was around, Kyle waved his wand and a small piece of stone was already pressed on the scar. As Creature said, the Homping Willow immediately stopped shaking and revealed a hole behind it. Fluorescent flash. After entering the hole, Kyle lit up his wand with confidence. The secret passage was a bit narrow, and Kyle had to bend over to move forward. After a long time, after a sharp turn, a messy room appeared in front of him. In the room, a skinny but huge black dog was staring at him hungrily. 8K completed. Chapter 122 Old House. The black dog looked extremely bad, with wisps of hair. Obviously it hadn't been cleaned for a long time, and it was very thin. Kyle could even see the shape of its ribs. But this did not affect the black dog's ferocity at all. With its head down, it stared at Kyle intently, its feet pawing restlessly, and a low growl came from its mouth. Kyle stared at the big black dog cautiously, with his wand firmly pointed at it. He placed the box on the ground with his left hand, squatted down cautiously, and opened the box. Seeing Kyle's actions, the black dog became a little agitated, and Kyle could see that he was eager to attack. Taking a step back, Kyle reached into the box and fumbled for a while. Soon, he found what he wanted, a bag of cold fried chicken nuggets. This was what Creature put in the box before school started. Although it had been a week, it should still be edible. The black dog obviously thought so too, and when he saw Kyle take it out to eat, his attitude became a little gentler. He no longer whined and growled, but still stared at Kyle without blinking. "Big guy, this is all I have to eat. If I had known I would meet you, I would have brought you something at the dinner." As he spoke, he slowly placed the fried chicken on the ground and pushed it in the direction of the big dog. Pretty cautious, Kyle thought to himself. Although the big dog's attitude was better, it still didn't eat the food Kyle gave it, and even slowly stepped back a few steps. Kyle could see that the dog's muscles were tense, ready to exert force at any time. Kyle knew at a glance that this big dog must have been hurt by humans. Otherwise, why would it leave the food uneaten and be so wary of humans? Standing up with some regret, Kyle knew that there was no way he could pet this big black dog today. "Okay, Blake." The big dog was frightened by Kyle's voice, and then he was about to pounce forward. "Hey, big guy, calm down, calm down. Since you are all black, how about calling you Blake? But from the look on your face, it seems that you don't like it very much." The attitude of the big dog has become extremely impatient, and he roared again. Okay, Black, I won't disturb you to rest. Goodbye." After saying that, Kyle waved to Black with regret and slowly backed away, walking towards the door on the other side of the room. In his previous life, Kyle loved dogs very much and was used to calling black dogs Dahui and yellow dogs Dahuan. Dogs in his previous life liked such names, but he didn't expect that this trick wouldn't work in the UK. The door was a bit in disrepair, and Kyle shook it hard a few times before it was barely opened. This secret passage led directly to Hogsmeade. Looking around, Kyle was surprised to find that the exit of the secret passage was the famous Shrieking Shack. After carefully closing the door and cautiously walking forward for a distance, Kyle called Creature and asked the elf to take him back to the old house. Knowing that Kyle would come back today, Creature lit all the candles in the hall, illuminating the room with golden splendor. "How is Regulus?" Kyle asked casually while loosening his collar. When Regulus was mentioned, Creature's expression became even happier, and his big eyes were shining. "The young master is in very good condition and has been recovering steadily. Creature changes the potion for the young master on time every day. The old masters judge that it may only take 3 to 5 years for the young master to wake up." "That's good." Kyle did not comment on this. Whether he woke up or fell asleep, it didn't affect Kyle much. He only cared about his own plan. He sat down on the sofa, tapped the armrest lightly, and asked Creature about his arrangements before returning to school. "How is the magic circle I asked you to draw before?" Creature, who was originally excited, became a little depressed after hearing the question. "Young master, Creature is too stupid. Creature has only done a little bit of the work you asked him to do. It will take a long time to finish it." As he spoke, he began to look around, looking for tools to punish himself. Seeing this, Kyle could only helplessly give him an order. "Stand still and don't punish yourself." After saying that, he stroked his forehead helplessly. "The slow progress is not your fault. After all, you are not good at wizard magic. The house elf is good in everything, except being too neurotic. His mood is extremely unstable. Sometimes he is ecstatic, and sometimes he blames himself and wants to kill himself." Although he said this, Kyle was a little disappointed in his heart. If Creature can be competent in drawing magic circles, the progress of renovating the old house will be much faster. But unfortunately, house elves are not omnipotent. This makes him look forward to the house elf of the floating ground magic cards. If this idea can really succeed, then he will have several more loyal, powerful and knowledgeable subordinates. Just thinking about it makes people drool. Creature, who was standing aside, somehow suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Although he didn't know the reason, he hurriedly said, "Young master, although the progress of the magic circle is not great, the muggles you asked me to find." Speaking of muggles, Creature's face showed very obvious disgust, but he still forced himself to continue. Those disgusting muggles, Creature has found them. After saying that, he couldn't help but say, young master, why did you ask Creature to find those muggles? Do you have something to do? Just ask Creature to do it. Why do you need to use those disgusting muggles? Kyle glanced at Creature expressionlessly, thinking of the magic circle that he had just mentioned. Just this, you dare to boast that you can give it to you? The idea of hating muggles has penetrated into Black's bones. Even Creature, the house elf, is no exception. Well, it's not without reason that Slytherin is labeled as an evil villain. Not wanting to bother with Creature about the muggles, Kyle gave an order directly. Now that you have found them, bring those muggles here. This made Creature almost scream out, let those dirty muggles enter the Black House. The face of the house elf was full of fear, as if this was an unforgivable crime. For thousands of years, no muggles have ever set foot in the Black House. Young master. Rubbing his head, Kyle felt a little headache. Helplessly repeating his order, act immediately. Creature, I don't need you to teach me what to do. Creature, who was ordered again, felt very aggrieved, sniffed, and snapped his fingers helplessly, and apparated away. In the portrait next to him, Sirius had been watching, and now he finally couldn't suppress his doubts. Kyle, what's so special about those muggles that you pay so much attention to them? Kyle lazily leaned on the sofa, playing with his wand casually, looking at the portrait with interest. In addition to Sirius, several blacks squeezed in at this time. Sirius, don't tell me you don't understand. Professional matters should be left to professionals. The people Creature found are technical experts among muggles. Muggle technology. The speaker was a female black named Calidora. Muggles also understand technology. They are just a bunch of lowly things. Kyle, you must remember that you have black blood in your body. Don't fall for the tricks of the muggles. This tone made Kyle extremely impatient, but the other portraits all had expressions of agreement. Lowly things? Calidora, don't forget that wizards were forced to hide from these lowly things you mentioned, and had to form the magic world to isolate themselves from the muggles. How dare you do this? Kyle, how dare you? This is the fact. Calidora, don't let your paranoia cover your eyes. And all the blacks, you need to open your eyes to see this world. It is already 1992, not 992. Even in 992, wizards did not defeat the muggles, so they had to choose to hide. Kyle's words were extremely firm, which made the blacks look black. They didn't expect that the only blood of the blacks was actually a muggle admirer. Fortunately, Regulus was rescued, and the blacks could only be thankful for this. With a dark face, Sirius suppressed his anger and said, what are you going to do now? Kyle, don't forget your identity as a wizard. What, are you going to turn the Black's old house into a gathering place for muggles? At the end, he couldn't help but mock. Looking at the performance of the Blacks, Kyle felt a little sad. Britain claims to be the holy land of magic, the center of the European wizarding world, and the descendant of Merlin, but in fact, they have long fallen behind Europe. 80 years ago, Grindelwald had already noticed the rise and threat of muggles. He began to advocate the threat of muggles, gathered a group of like-minded wizards, and then started a revolution in the wizarding world. In just a few years, he completely dominated Germany. But this was only the starting point of his reform. After the unification of Germany, he began to actively contact the Muggle world, and soon found his ally in the Muggle world, a German Muggle mustache. Grindelwald, the great revolutionary and pioneer of the magic world, and the Muggle mustache in the Muggle world agreed with each other, jointly launch a war that sweeps across Europe. After victory, Grindelwald will gain the authority of the entire European wizarding world, and the mustache will be in charge of Europe. After the victory, the two will jointly promote the integration of the magic world and the Muggle world, completely breaking the situation of isolation between the two sides for thousands of years, so that magic is no longer a legend. Unfortunately, in 1945, the mustache was defeated and committed suicide in the president's palace. At the same time, the traditional forces in the wizarding world also launched a rebellion against Grindelwald, and even in Germany, the opposition began to become active. Knowing that his reform was doomed to fail, Grindelwald chose to lose to Dumbledore, fulfilled the White Devil, and imprisoned himself in the Tower of Nermengard. That year was also 1945. Grindelwald's revolution failed, but several years of war made his men truly witness the horror of muggles. Therefore, they believed in him more firmly. Even though Grindelwald had imprisoned himself in the tower, they still waited for his call and never concealed their identity as saints. Look at Voldemort's Death Eaters again. Only a dozen of his men were loyal to him and chose to go to Azkaban. The rest were all eager to declare that they were controlled. As a figure who dominated an era, Grindelwald wanted to open up the magic world and transform the magic world. Voldemort and Dumbledore, on the other hand, were just engaging in meaningless internal friction. Voldemort was ignorant and arrogant, and only wanted to unify the wizarding world, and then use terror to rule the muggle world. He was extremely stupid. Dumbledore saw the real world, but then chose to turn a blind eye, and only wanted to hide the wizarding world deeper. Think about Grindelwald's outstanding vision. Think about his saint's understanding, and then look at these blacks in front of him. Kyle was really helpless. He didn't want to talk nonsense with these guys. This outdated concept could not be changed in a short time, but he said directly, Black must have had an alliance with the Saints. Go ask them why they are so loyal to Grindelwald, even after being suppressed for decades. Kyle's words made the Blacks silent. Of course, they knew why the Saints were so loyal. It is said that it was Grindelwald who opened the door to the new world for them. But what did those Saints see? The Blacks never paid attention to it, and the Saints were reluctant to mention it. A distortion interrupted the silence between Kyle and the Blacks. Creature brought 4 Muggle experts back to the old house. 2 were physics doctors, 1 was a master of engineering. As for the 4th person, Kyle cast a puzzled look at Creature. Young master, although this person is not what you need, the 4 of them are always hanging out together, and Creature really can't find a chance to attack alone, so he can only bring them together. After saying that, Creature looked at the 4 muggles with disgust. At this time, the 4 muggles were so surprised that they couldn't speak, but just opened their mouths in surprise. They looked at Kyle's magic robe, the house elves around him, and the moving oil painting next to them with wooden eyes, and finally screamed in horror, "Oh my god. We were kidnapped by wizards." X4 Kyle also knew the extra person, an Indian astronomer, who was hiding behind the 2 physicists in horror with the master of engineering. One of the tall and thin physicists seemed to have a different brain circuit than ordinary people. While his 3 companions were obviously terrified, he actually spoke with shining eyes. "Mr. Wizard, I knew that the legend is true. There is indeed magic in this world. Since magic exists, do you know Wonder Woman?" Seeing Kyle's face full of black lines, he quickly changed the topic and said, "The Flash is also fine, or Batman is also fine." The expression on his face became more and more excited, completely ignoring the pulling of his companions behind him. The other 3 guys, although they looked scared, actually looked at Kyle with shining eyes. Although he already knew the personalities of these guys, Kyle still had a headache and could only interrupt him. "Gentlemen, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Whether it's Wonder Woman, Flash, or Batman, they are just cartoons." Then, without waiting for these guys to speak, he hurriedly said, "I invited you here this time to talk to you about repairing nuclear power plants." "Repairing nuclear power plants? You have a nuclear power plant? The nuclear power plant is broken and needs repair?" Several guys said one by one, and finally, they said in unison, "Have you set your sights on Chernobyl?" Sure enough, it's easy to talk to smart people. The next chapter will be around 11 o'clock. Thanks to Goomen Cannon for the reward. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123. Several smart guys looked at each other, and finally, another short physicist wearing glasses was pushed out. Kyle recognized him. His name was Leonard Hofstadter. Several guys' social skills were not very good, and the one who was pushed out was the one with the most normal communication skills. "Mr. Wizard, first of all, Thank you for your invitation. If this is considered an invitation. The little guy always lowered his head when he spoke, with a submissive look, and his eyes kept looking up, observing Kyle's expression. This look made Kyle want to laugh. Mr. Hofstadter, don't be so nervous. Although the way to invite 4 gentlemen here is a bit abrupt, believe me, I will not hurt you. Kyle's words did not make several people relax. They looked at each other, and still looked alert. After thinking for a while, the short doctor continued to say carefully, if you bring us, well, the purpose of inviting us here is to repair Chernobyl, then we can only regretfully tell you that this is an impossible task. After speaking, he cautiously retreated to the middle of the 3 companions, and looked at Kyle carefully. His 3 companions nodded vigorously in support. Kyle was not angry at the other party's answer. He continued to smile kindly and asked, can you explain the reason? The tall and thin man proudly pushed away Hofstadter who was blocking him, and explained in a rhythmic tone, sir, please forgive me for being frank, your understanding of science is really too. Before he finished speaking, he was pulled back by his companions. Although Creature on the side didn't understand what these people were saying, he obviously understood that this muggle actually wanted to mock his little master for his shallow knowledge. There was an angry light flashing in his big eyes, and he pointed his finger at several muggles with a malicious look. Creature. Kyle stopped Creature's action in time, and motioned him to stand aside. Then he looked at a few people. Drive Cooper, I appreciate your honesty. Please continue your speech. Cooper stood up carefully, glanced at Kyle, and said quickly, a nuclear power plant is a huge project involving various disciplines. It is far beyond the ability of a few of us to handle. You also need to find parts for repairs, and even if we can handle things in theory, you still need experts in electricity and architecture to assist in repairing the entire nuclear power plant. In addition, you also need a highly skilled engineering team and a lot of funds. The last key is that you can't solve the radiation there. If you can't solve this problem, you will never be able to repair the nuclear power plant. After Cooper finished speaking, the Master of Engineering carefully raised his hand, and, sir, this is illegal. After speaking, he quickly retracted his hand. After listening to the opinions of several people, Kyle smiled indifferently. Gentlemen, these are not problems. No matter what experts you need, I can help you find them, including engineering teams. This is not a problem. I also have some funds, enough to support this work. As for radiation, believe me, a little gadget I made is enough to solve this problem. So, gentlemen, have we reached a consensus? Kyle's words made several people panic. Howard Hogwarts, a master of engineering, didn't care about being afraid and walked forward anxiously. But sir, there are also parts for repairing nuclear power plant units. How do you solve this? No company will sell you this thing. This is not a problem either, sir. Kyle smiled calmly. You underestimated the power of magic. Okay, gentlemen, in this case, we have reached a consensus. Tomorrow, Creature will take you back to the United States. Gentlemen will go through the resignation procedures, say goodbye to your family and friends, and then start working. As he said, he looked at the house elf. Creature, take the gentleman to the guest room to rest, and don't be rude. Tomorrow, you will take the gentleman back to the United States. Be careful not to leave the head and tail behind. Okay, young master. After saying that, Creature looked at the 4 scientists with a malicious look on his face. Gentlemen, please follow Creature. But, we can't resign at the same time, and, okay, gentlemen, just find an excuse. Find the end of the world, track down Wonder Woman, whatever you want, and, Kyle said, waving his wand, soul out of the body. A ray of light suddenly hit Howard, the master of engineering, and scared the other 3 people to retreat suddenly, and then looked at Kyle with anger. What did you do? Howard's expression became dazed, and he stood there stupidly. Don't get excited, gentlemen, this is just to show you the magic of magic. As he said that, he gave Howard an order. Mr. Howard, please dance. As soon as the voice fell, Howard obediently danced. Run a lap in the hall. Frog jump. Roll over. Very good. Howard followed Kyle's instructions and kept doing the movements. The other 3 people were speechless and looked at their companions with fear. This made Kyle very satisfied and interrupted the multi-soul spell. Gentlemen, as you can see, this is the magic of magic. But you can see that I don't want to control you in this way. On the contrary, I hope to use cooperation. Hogwarts' performance made several people very scared. In the end, it was Leonard who mustered up the courage. Mr. Wizard, what do you mean by cooperation? We work for you, and then you let us go home safely? Of course it's more than that. Cooperation is of course equal. You will get more than you think. For example, an opportunity to study magic. After saying that, Kyle looked at the few people with interest. Sure enough, Kyle's words were completely beyond the expectations of the few people. This was a condition they could not refuse. Leonard's face was obviously full of excitement, and he stammered, But sir, how and where do we study? When do we start? There's not even electricity here. Don't worry, go back to your room and rest first. Gentlemen, relax, and then tell me what you need, I'll take care of the rest. The boys were finally persuaded by Kyle's carrot and stick. Looking at the guys who followed Creature to the room, Kyle shook his head. If only these technical talents were so simple. Think about the lib of our own dean, and think about the masters of different professions in the wizarding world. None of them are easy to deal with. One by one, they don't study technology well, and they are full of conspiracies and tricks, which makes Kyle extremely annoyed, because they are not easy to fool. Look at these guys, they are gifted in research, and they are devoted to research. These are excellent talents, and they can be solved with just a few tricks. As long as they are given some small favors from time to time in the future, these guys will not be able to escape from Kyle's palm. Think about it, these guys are busy repairing the nuclear power plant during the day, and the results are Kyle's. At night, they are busy studying the connection and transformation between magic and technology, and the results are still Kyle's. This is simply an excellent employee comparable to Phoenix. After Creature, who had settled the 4 scientists, came down, Kyle reminded him again, Creature, don't neglect these muggles. As long as their demands are not excessive, try to meet them. In addition, after they sort out the work requirements, send them to me as soon as possible. Creature's expression looked very aggrieved, but in the end, he still forced himself to agree. Ignore this old guy. When Kyle's goal is achieved, these guys' concepts will naturally change. Standing up and stretching, Kyle walked towards the basement. The basement, which originally had only 1 floor, was opened up by Kyle for several more floors during the holidays. However, the newly opened space has not yet been arranged with any magic, and has become a loophole in the old house. Going directly to the bottom floor, Kyle began to draw a magic circle. Before expanding the basement during the holiday, Kyle had already studied the defense system of the old house. With the detailed explanation of the portraits, Kyle had the confidence to expand the old house. The magic circle drawn by Kyle at this time echoed the foundation of the old house. The purpose is to make the old house recognize the newly developed basement and make it truly become a whole with the old house. Not only on the physical level, but also on the magical level. After the basement is recognized, the old house will spontaneously incorporate it into the defense system. This will eliminate the weakness of the basement. However, the magic that originally only needed to protect the old house now needs to protect the extra basement, which will lead to a decrease in the strength of defense. So after depicting the magic circle of the basement, Kyle also needs to improve the energy storage room of the old house. This can increase the power of the existing defense means of the old house. Doing this alone is not enough. Kyle also needs to add new defense means. The spells with permanent effects, the guarding alchemy puppets, and the magic circle must be added. In short, Kyle's time for this school year has been fully arranged. During the day, he spends time in the library, doing research, and renovating the old house at night. Then he had to win over the target he had set his sights on and train his future subordinates. He also had to pay attention to Lockhart, whose target was yet to be determined, and Malfoy, whose behavior was suspicious. Thinking about the schedule that had almost no rest time, Kyle finally understood why those big guys in his previous life had to get up at 4 or 5 o'clock. Because time was really not enough. At 12 o'clock in the night, Kyle pounded his waist that was about to break and decided to stop here for today's work. Looking back at the magic circle that he had just drawn a small part of, He felt like crying. He just wanted to train Hermione quickly and throw her into the basement to replace him. What a rare internship opportunity. That little girl Hermione would definitely be so happy that she wanted to cry. Mumbling in his heart, Kyle was even too lazy to go back to the hall and used apparition directly in the basement. The target was directly set in the shrieking shack. Looking around, the big black dog had disappeared. This made Kyle a little regretful. After all, he didn't get the dog's head. If this dog is a golden retriever, I will take it back to the dormitory and raise it no matter what. Thinking unwillingly in his heart, Kyle quickly walked into the passage. After finally reaching the entrance, he carefully cast an illusion spell, and after confirming that there was no one around, he quickly returned to the castle. Kyle threw himself on the bed without waiting to change his clothes. The soft bed almost made Kyle scream. Nothing is more comfortable than lying down. This sentence is indeed the crystallization of wisdom. Kyle, who had been bending over and working all night, didn't really feel that his waist was still his until he touched the bed. This made him a little worried. The lumbar disc herniation that would not torture people must have come with him. With these messy thoughts, Kyle slowly fell asleep. He slept until dawn until the biological clock woke Kyle up. A young body is good. A night's rest has completely restored him. Twisting his waist, it doesn't creak like in his previous life. After washing up, he walked to the hall for dinner. He was still looking forward to what happened today. Whether it was the punishment for Dumbledore or the fate of the werewolf, it would be announced today. In fact, think about it. Kyle's attacks have hit Dumbledore's soft spot. Whether it was the Philosopher's Stone last semester, or the attack on him on the train for indulging students, or the werewolf incident this time, it was Dumbledore who made mistakes, and it was a big mistake that could not be tolerated by the public. Just like a certain male star in the previous life, even if he had a whole public relations team and a dozen think tanks behind him, he would be in trouble as soon as the investigation results of the relevant departments came out. Dumbledore's current situation is the same. It's not that he was reduced to a low level by Kyle's protagonist Halo, but that the old guy's actions left a handle. And it's a real undeniable handle. This left him no chance to resist. Unfortunately, there will be no such good thing in the future. These opportunities are because he has been too smooth in recent years and made his own mistakes. Dumbledore, who has been alert, will not leave Kyle with such opportunities again. Even if there is, it must be a trap. And the open and secret arrows against Kyle must have been put on the agenda by this old guy. Be careful in the days to come. With this in mind, Kyle came to the auditorium. It seemed that the little snakes had been busy very late yesterday, and their faces were still obviously tired. But their eyes were shining, and they stared at the teacher's seat excitedly. The little lions on the other side had mixed emotions. They had also received the news. Sometimes they stared at the little snakes angrily, thinking that the little snakes had done something bad and drove Dumbledore away. But when they looked at the teacher's seat, their eyes were not all injustice. After all, a werewolf was made a professor, and this werewolf was a close friend of the famous Death Eater Sirius. Just yesterday, this werewolf lost control in public, which made the little lions unacceptable. They couldn't figure out why Dumbledore did this. Was he really derelict in his duty? Was he deceived by the werewolf? Or did he do it on purpose? This incident once again brought back the little lion's memories of the last school year, which was also not good. At this time, the teacher's seat was full of people. Even the professors who always came on time were no exception, except Lupin. His departure was inevitable. Seeing that the hall was already full, Dumbledore tapped the glass beside him. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to interrupt your meal." Dumbledore's voice was a little tired, but he still looked energetic. "I have to announce 2 pieces of news with regret, which will delay you for a few minutes." As he spoke, he slowly glanced at the young wizards below. Thanks to mechanical star wings, I'm guaranteed to be Way's engine for the reward. Chapter 124 Letters and Daily Learning. As you all know, these 2 pieces of news are all resolutions of the school board. Without hiding anything, or making any sensational speeches, old Dumbledore directly announced the final resolution. First, Professor Lupin will no longer serve as the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts for personal reasons. The courses of the 2 colleges originally taught by Professor Lupin will be taken over by Professor Lockhart in the future. After a pause, he continued with a somewhat lost tone, and the second news is that after this week, I will officially step down as the headmaster, and Professor McGonagall will take over my position. And I will continue to get along with everyone as the Professor of Transfiguration. Although most of the small animals already knew this result in advance. But when Dumbledore said in person that he was about to step down, there was still an uproar in the hall. After all, Dumbledore has been the headmaster of this magic school since 1943, and it has been nearly 50 years. Half a century is enough for him to become synonymous with Hogwarts. No matter who it is, as long as Hogwarts is mentioned, the first thing that comes to mind must be this old lion. For decades, the Slytherins had attacked him. Especially during the war, all kinds of slander and dirty water were thrown at old Dumbledore, but even during the most difficult time, he stood firm. People were used to his identity as a headmaster, and used to this old guy giving opening speeches and year-end speeches. However, from the end of the last school year to now, in less than 3 months, accidents happened one after another, and the old Dumbledore, who was as stable as Mount Tay, was toppled from the position of headmaster. But unfortunately, the Slytherins did not achieve their goal of completely driving Dumbledore out of Hogwarts. This is also the reason why not only the Gryffindor directors looked unhappy on the day of the school board meeting, but also the old snakes of Slytherin looked unhappy. As long as Dumbledore is still in Hogwarts, he can continue to influence the students in the school. In particular, his successor McGonagall is a loyal follower of Dumbledore. It can only be said that Slytherin's victory this time was only half successful. The purpose of lowering Dumbledore's reputation and putting a stain on him was achieved, but none of the other political demands were achieved. As far as Kyle knew, the old snakes had proposed at the meeting that their professor should be the next headmaster, but it was rejected by the directors of the other 3 colleges. This made Kyle a little regretful. It seems that the plan to push their professor to the position needs to continue. Kyle was thinking about his own thoughts and ignored the unbridled celebration and cheering of the little snakes on the long table. Looking at the little lion, the news of Dumbledore's abdication obviously made many little guys sad, especially those generations of Gryffindor. These guys have been bathed in Dumbledore's great story since childhood. At this time, one by one, they were all glaring at the little snakes. If there were no rational classmates around them to stop them, they would definitely rush over to fight. On the contrary, those students from the Muggle world had some complicated expressions. After all, they were not brainwashed by Dumbledore's story since childhood, and they have not been completely blinded by the greatness of the old Dumbledore. Although they were constantly influenced by their classmates in the past few years and blindly worshipped their principal. However, the constant accidents in recent times have made them lose some confidence in Dumbledore. The reaction of these little lions is what Kyle wants to see. Dumbledore no longer symbolizes justice and authority. After announcing the news, Dumbledore sat down calmly and ate breakfast quietly. The noise in the auditorium gradually calmed down because of the calmness of the teachers' seats. Although they were no longer celebrating, the little snakes still did not settle down, constantly winking and provoking the little lions opposite. It is foreseeable that conflicts between the 2 colleges will be inevitable recently. It was not until the owls rushed into the auditorium that the attention of the little animals was diverted. There are still many messengers today, bringing a large number of newspapers. Newspapers are the only way for students to understand the public opinion of the outside world besides communicating with their families. Kyle received a lot more letters today than in the past. In addition to the dozen newspapers he ordered, there were 6 more letters. He flipped through the newspapers casually, and the contents on them were somewhat similar. Most newspapers condemned Dumbledore's irresponsibility for allowing werewolves to sneak into the school. But there were still a small number of newspapers that spared no effort to support him. These newspapers firmly believed that Lupin was allowed to be a professor at Hogwarts, just to guard against the possible appearance of Sirius. After all, as a close friend of this notorious Death Eater, Lupin might play a miraculous role in the process of preventing attacks. It was also these newspapers that were still supporting Dumbledore's shaky reputation. Flipping through the newspapers casually, Kyle quickly finished his breakfast. He threw the useless newspapers into the trash can and walked directly to the library with the packed letters. Still sitting in his usual seat, Kyle opened the letters and read them. There were a total of 6 letters, 2 of which were sent by magazines. These magazines invited Kyle to introduce his conjecture about the transformation of werewolves in detail in their magazines, as well as to introduce his unique magic in detail. However, because he had achieved his goal, Kyle directly wrote a letter to decline these 2 invitations. There was another letter from a little-known magic research expert in the magic world, hoping to participate in Kyle's research. Kyle knew that this person was very talented in magic research and had invented many of his own unique magics and also improved some existing magics in the magic world. It was heard that this magic research expert had been hoping to develop a universal magic that could restrain all dark magic creatures in recent years. Kyle sneered at this idea because it was simply a fantasy and impossible to achieve. This time, he contacted Kyle, and he must have taken a fancy to Kyle's method of dealing with Lupin, hoping to get inspiration. Without rushing to reply to the last letter, Kyle cast his eyes on the letters under him. Because he smelled a strong smell of werewolves on these 3 letters, the other party had no intention of covering up. These letters were exactly what Kyle was waiting for. But contrary to his expectations, the content of the first letter was not friendly. This letter came from the notorious werewolf Fenrir Greyback. The content was very simple. This guy with a bad brain threatened Kyle to hand over the means to force the werewolf to transform in an extremely ugly handwriting, otherwise he would attack him. He also claimed that he could remain calm even in the werewolf state, so he was not afraid of the means Kyle used to deal with Lupin. After thinking about it, Kyle wrote a letter back to Greyback. The content was very simple. Find a smart person to talk to me. You are stupid and can't learn. Then, he opened the other 2 letters. As he expected, the 2 letters came from 2 different werewolves, and the contents of the letters were basically the same. They were all asking him to verify the authenticity of the article he wrote. As he thought, the article successfully attracted the attention of the werewolves. These 2 werewolves may just be lone rangers wandering in the wizarding world. Perhaps, they represent 2 werewolf tribes. In replying to the 2 letters, Kyle was much more cautious and described his conjectures and possible verification methods in detail. At the end of the letter, he invited the 2. The time was set on Wednesday night and Thursday night respectively. The location was set at the Pig's Head pub, which had a complicated staff. Kyle didn't have many classes today, only 1 or 2 in the afternoon, so he could spend the whole morning in the library. Perhaps in the eyes of others, constantly chewing on big books to do research is an extremely painful process. But in Kyle's view, this is a kind of enjoyment. Constantly learning new knowledge, constantly solving problems, designing new magic circles, and refining new alchemical items, all of which made Kyle deeply fascinated. While flipping through the unfinished big books and taking notes from time to time, Kyle understood more and more about the magic circle of energy conversion. From the oldest state to the most advanced drawing method, Kyle can be said to have known it all. He also extracted most of the magic runes, magic rune combinations, and arrangement methods that have been summarized by predecessors about energy conversion. These are the experiences accumulated by the magic world for him, and they are the shoulders of giants for him to rely on. But whether he can realize his ideas in the future depends on Kyle's own efforts. When focusing on research, it is always difficult to feel the passage of time. It was almost 1 o'clock when Kyle was awakened by hunger. He glanced around and saw that there were few little animals still reading. However, many little wizards chose to go to the library for a nap after lunch. The warm afternoon sun shone lazily on these little guys, making them sleep more sweetly. After observing, I found that nearly 2/3 of those who were still in the library at noon were from the Muggle world. And the lower the grade, the greater the proportion of little wizards from the Muggle world. In the upper grades, the ratio can basically be maintained at 1:1. This situation is not difficult to understand. In the eyes of these little guys who have just entered the wizarding world, those travel notes and autobiographies are simply wonderful fairy tales. Kyle also came this way. He walked out of the library quietly and found a corner where no one was. Kyle whispered to the school's house elf and asked for some cakes from the elf. The afternoon class was defense against the dark arts. Kyle who knew Lockhart's background, was not in a hurry at all. After enjoying the cakes and drinking a cup of tea, Kyle walked towards the classroom. Kyle arrived at the classroom almost on time, and Lockhart followed behind him. This was the first defense against the dark arts class that Lockhart, the liar, taught Kyle and his classmates. Since the last accident, this guy has cleverly changed the way of teaching, turning the class into a stage play. Although those who are jealous of his handsomeness or simply hate him have complained about this method. But the fans of Lockhart in the Snake Court are still full of expectations for this class. This will be a meeting with a legend. These are the original words of those little snakes, and the expressions on their faces when they said it were wonderful. Looking at those little snakes with shining eyes, Kyle could only look at Lockhart, who was following behind him with pity. I hope that after his personality is shattered, he will not be tossed too badly by the noble heirs in the wizarding world, who are not short of money or connections. He walked straight to the end and sat down, took out the big book borrowed from the library, and started reading it by himself. Neither the questionnaire that Lockhart had done at the beginning of the class nor the ridiculous stage play that followed could distract him. The students around him were not surprised by Kyle's behavior, because in the charms class, Kyle often studied what he was interested in, just like now. I have to admit that Lockhart's character is really successful. Even after watching the stage play for 2 hours, the little snakes who like him had no complaints. They even competed to defend this form of class. They thought that Lockhart chose this method in order to impart knowledge to the students more vividly. This kind of speech made Kyle's teeth ache. A group of little snakes surrounded Lockhart and walked out of the classroom. Kyle waited until the noisy guys left before he started to pack up. Instead of choosing to go back to the library, Kyle stuffed the books and notes into the box. Seeing that there was no one around, he cast the disillusionment charm and slipped out of the castle. There were still many things to do in the old house. Since there were not many classes today, Kyle chose to slip back directly. The secret passage behind the Hopping Willow was still so low and narrow. This forced Kyle to consider whether he should give priority to expanding this secret passage after carving the magic circle. After all, Kyle would have to rely on this secret passage to leave the school in the next year or even several years. It was really a torture to always bend down like this. Soon, they arrived at the Shrieking Shack. Hi, Black, you are still here. I didn't see you when I came back yesterday, and I was worried that you would not come back. Kyle looked at the big black dog in the house with some surprise and greeted him enthusiastically. The black dog's face was full of pain, as if saying, "Why is it you again?" That's right, this big black dog is Sirius Black. In order to avoid this troublesome little devil, Sirius deliberately went to sleep somewhere else yesterday. Originally, I thought that even the naughty little wizard would not run out of school for 2 consecutive days, so I returned to the Shrieking Shack with peace of mind. Unexpectedly, he was blocked by Kyle just after returning, especially the black in Kyle's mouth, which made him a little scared. With an impatient roar, Sirius tried to scare Kyle away with his fierce appearance. Unfortunately, Kyle was a wise guy. I understand, Black, you have been hurt by other humans, but you don't have to be afraid of me. You see, I'm just passing by. By the way, I specially asked the house elves to prepare barbecue, just to see if I could run into you. I didn't expect good luck. As he spoke, Kyle took out the fragrant barbecue from the box, which was even a little warm. Together with the tray, Kyle put the barbecue on the ground and then happily chatted with Sirius. Black, you big guy, looks like you have a big appetite. I specially asked the elves to prepare barbecue for 2 people. You will definitely be full. After speaking with a happy mood, Kyle turned around and walked out the door. This was to leave space for the big black dog. Kyle knew that this kind of dog that had been hurt by people was full of vigilance against humans. If Kyle didn't leave, Black wouldn't eat the barbecue. Sure enough, after watching Kyle leave cleanly, Sirius slowly approached the barbecue. After a violent twist, the black dog turned into a human form. Taking out his wand, Sirius carefully checked it with magic, and then couldn't wait to eat it. Next chapter at 11 o'clock. Chapter 125 Speech. Walking to a corner, where no one was paying attention, Kyle called the house elf in a low voice. Young master, creature is here. As the voice fell, creature appeared beside Kyle with a smile on his face, and his face was full of flattery. The old guy's appearance made Kyle feel a little strange. Seeing him like this, it was obvious that he had done something. This was not the first time Kyle summoned him to serve him, but it was the first time that he was so happy or so abnormal. This made Kyle have some bad guesses. Without saying much, he gritted his teeth and ordered, "Go back to the old house." Creature smiled awkwardly when he saw this, but there was a hint of pride in the corners of his eyebrows. The old guy didn't say anything either. He grabbed Kyle's sleeve and snapped his fingers, and the two returned to the old house. Sure enough, the situation in the old house was not beyond Kyle's expectations. Sure enough, there was a problem with the 4-member scientist team. No, now it should be called the 5-member scientist and hot girl team. Leonard and his men stood in the hall with pale faces, motionless, obviously petrified. In addition to these guys, there was also a hot blonde girl beside them. At this time, she was also petrified, frozen to the side, with a face full of surprise. Although they knew that these guys would not be obedient, they let creature go back with them, and they also intended to use creature's hand to establish their authority. But Kyle really didn't expect that creature, the old guy, could be so cruel and let these big boys stand here for a whole day. Although he knew what was going on, Kyle still pretended to be surprised and looked at them, and then looked at creature angrily. "Creature, what's going on? Didn't I tell you not to neglect the gentleman, and not to be rude?" After saying that, he waved his wand, and then watched the big boys fall to the ground in a twisted manner. They cried out in their mouths. When these guys found out that they had shouted for a long time, but did not attract Kyle's care, they could only climb up by themselves with an embarrassed look on their faces. This wizard is indeed evil, and everything before was just an illusion. This is the common thought of several people at this time. However, the 4 scientists also knew that there would be no danger for the time being, so they did not react too much. But the hot blonde Penny did not understand what happened at all. The moment Kyle removed the magic for her, her eyes rolled up and she fainted. Seeing that the 4 had stood up by themselves, Kyle put on an obviously hypocritical smile, stood aside and asked about their well-being, and glared at creature again. "You old guy, you didn't even listen to me, and you dared to use magic on the gentleman privately. Why don't you roll over and explain clearly to me what's going on?" Although they wanted to subdue these guys, they could not indulge them blindly. It was still important to combine kindness and severity. Creature, who was scolded, was not depressed, but stood aside with a proud look on his face. "Young master, creature has long said that muggles are dirty, mean, and have no." "Okay, stop talking nonsense." Kyle interrupted creature impatiently. "Just tell me what happened." This look was not only for the 4 people to see, but Kyle was also very curious about what these clowns could do. After targeting the nuclear power plant, Kyle began to pay attention to scientists in the Muggle world, and then unexpectedly discovered this group of scientists in a certain American TV series in his previous life. As far as Kyle knew, although these guys were very funny in life, they were all real geniuses, and they were geniuses that had not yet attracted public attention, which was the perfect target. So Kyle decisively asked creature to find these guys and kidnap them. Creature was interrupted, but his face still showed no sign of diminished pride, and he quickly explained, "These muggles, as soon as they returned to America, started secretly doing little things. They thought creature didn't see it, but the young master ordered to keep a close eye on them, and creature is not lazy." After saying that, creature puffed out his chest with pride, and continued, "These guys secretly left a note at their residence, which was for the female muggle who fainted, and creature caught them red-handed." After saying that, he looked at Kyle expectantly, twitching his lips, and ignoring creature's expectations. Kyle curiously asked the doubts in his heart, what was written on the note? Creature, who was not praised, looked a little regretful, but still quickly said, "Penny, help us. We have been kidnapped by wizards from Britain. Please help us call the police and tell them to send Captain America to rescue us." "Young master, these are their original words." After that, creature looked at the 4 scientists with contempt. "This is the noble and oldest black family. No matter whether it is Captain Britain or Captain America, they have no control over this place. Creature's words made the older boys completely desperate, and Sheldon even let out a painful wail. This is impossible. How could Captain Britain not work? Kyle's face was filled with black lines after hearing what both sides said. Two people who were totally on different channels actually had a perfect conversation. Rubbing his forehead helplessly, Kyle looked at several scientists without paying attention to Penny lying on the ground. "Four gentlemen, you clearly promised me a happy cooperation yesterday. Why did you suddenly regret it today?" Several guys looked at each other, and it was Leonard who stood up, with a cowardly face, but said the most tough words. "We will never serve you, an evil wizard. We will never bow to evil forces, and we will never help you carry out those evil plans." After saying that, he quickly retreated, and his three companions nodded in agreement. "Okay." Kyle was a little helpless. "Then can I ask you gentlemen, how did you determine that my plan is evil? If there is no evil plan, why did you steal the nuclear power plant? Although I don't know what you are going to do, but stealing such an important and dangerous thing, you are definitely not going to do anything good." This set of reasoning made Kyle a little helpless. Although there was no actual evidence, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with the reasoning of several people. But that was because they didn't understand the magic world and didn't know the greatness of Kyle's goal. Instead of rushing to refute them, he asked an irrelevant question. "Gentlemen, if you were not invited by me, can you tell me what you would study?" "String theory, applied physics, observing the universe. I don't do research. I serve NASA." The last answer was given by Howard, a master of engineering, which attracted a burst of contempt from the three. Then, they looked at Kyle together. Although they answered Kyle's question quickly, they were a little confused and didn't know what the wizard's purpose was. "Very good, but I don't quite understand. Gentlemen, what is the significance of your research on these things?" Hearing Kyle's question, Sheldon couldn't wait to step out of the crowd and saluted with a proud face. "Mr. Wizard, please allow me to introduce to you one of the greatest theories of the 20th century. This is the greatest conjecture in the history of physics, string theory. It will thoroughly explain the world and will. But what's the use of your research? Whether it's a conjecture or a theorem, it has always been there, waiting for people to discover it. What difference does it make with one more or one less of you?" Sheldon was interrupted, his face full of unhappiness, but thinking about the strength of the wizard in front of him, he could only swallow his anger and said, "Mr. Wizard, allow me to introduce myself to you. I know your experience, Sheldon, a peerless genius, but I still have to ask you, those theorems are there. What difference does it make with one more or one less of you studying? It's just a matter of proving the truth a few years earlier or later. Besides, even if it's not proven, it won't have any impact on the world." Sheldon was a little frustrated by what Kyle said and yelled, "You are just a wizard. You don't understand science at all. How can it have no impact? Besides, even if my research has no impact on the world, what does it have to do with you? It's better than a wizard like you with evil intentions. What do you want to do? Change the world?" Although his voice became smaller and smaller because he remembered Kyle's horror, Sheldon insisted on finishing his words. Kyle was not angry because of his attitude, but just whispered his ambition. "You are right. What I want to do is to change the world." Ignoring the distrust on the faces of several people, Kyle continued his speech. "Gentlemen, as I said, whether it is a theorem or a public notice, it is like a pearl hidden in the sand. It is always there, just waiting for someone to find them. And changing the world means doing it knowing that it is impossible, doing things that have never been done before, and challenging this society and this world. How can such a purpose be evil?" This is Kyle's true thought and his dream. When he said these words, the expression on his face could not be faked. But Sheldon and others did not believe this, and just felt that they had met a lunatic. After a long while, Leonard stammered, "But sir, what does this have to do with you stealing the nuclear power plant?" "Of course it has something to do with it. Gentlemen, let me introduce you to the current situation of the magic world." Then, Kyle briefly introduced the current magic world to Leonard and the others. It is isolated in a corner, with few people, many contradictions, and technology that has not made any progress. Such a magic world is beyond the imagination of several people. Originally, the four of them thought that the magic world should be developed full of vitality, and another world hidden under the world of representation. They never expected that in Kyle's mouth, the magic world would be like this. It should not even be described as the word magic world. Looking at Kyle's description, it can be seen as a rural mutual aid society composed of several magic villages. This shocked them a little. So, sir, are you going to change the current situation of the magic world? Although this idea is great, it cannot be called changing the world. Moreover, I still can't see what this has to do with nuclear power plants. This is what Howard said stutteringly after being shocked. Not minding Howard's questioning, Kyle looked at them. I just told you the current situation of the magic world. Now, please allow me to introduce my research results. Gentlemen, have you ever thought about this? Since the magic world and the wizard world have never stopped communicating, and the blood of the magic world has been constantly flowing into the muggle world, then why is the number of wizards still so small? Before they could think about it, Kyle gave the answer, because the magic energy in this world is too scarce, so that most people with wizard blood cannot awaken. Sheldon, Leonard, maybe you have wizard blood in you, but because of the thin energy in this world, you can't awaken. The truth of the world shocked several scientists. After a long time, Leonard spoke dryly. So, you stole the nuclear power plant for energy conversion. Kyle said, since nuclear energy can be converted into electrical energy and thermal energy, it doesn't make sense that it can't be converted into magic energy. If I can successfully convert nuclear energy into magic energy, I can use it as a core to build a huge energy-rich zone and completely change this situation. I can lead the muggles to live there and awaken them, and I can lead the wizards to study there and create a brilliant wizard civilization. But this is impossible. Neither the government of your wizarding world nor the government of our muggle world will allow such a place to exist, Howard pointed out sharply. But this could not shake Kyle's determination. So what? Someone has to do it. Let the wizarding world continue, and let the muggles have the opportunity to see this magical world, this real world. After speaking, he faced several people, his tone full of temptation. Besides, copying those things in the high magic world, which only exist in games, movies and other fantasy things, to this world, isn't it also full of temptation and a sense of accomplishment? Think about the towering wizard tower. Think about the floating city hanging in the sky. Gentlemen, don't you look forward to it? These words have completely confused the four scientists. Seeing this, Kyle pointed around and looked at them proudly. I have never doubted whether my dream can be realized. I'm constantly studying the secrets of magic, secretly building my own forces, and I'm constantly moving in this direction. Look at the house you are in. In the eyes of others, it is an old house that has been around for thousands of years, but in my eyes, it is a prototype of a wizard tower. I have begun to transform it, and it will take less than 2 months to see initial results. At least I'm constantly practicing my ideals. So gentlemen, are you willing to join in? Become the builder of the wizard tower, the developer of the floating city, and become the reformer who transforms this society and this world. Whether it is the four scientists, Creature, or the blacks who secretly squeezed into the photo frame at some point, they were all completely shocked by Kyle's shocking speech, and remained silent for a long time. Looking at the shock on the faces of the four scientists and the yearning in their eyes, Kyle finally put his mind at ease. The second group of men after Hermione successfully fell into the trap. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.